they just made another group that's what is it, Eiffel? It's this same dude.
Yeah. You can tell it's the same style. That's why people always get it, like mixed up. Like, what? No, that's Daft Punk. And it's like, no.
Yeah.
Blew his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette, and everything inside was blue.
Chumbawamba.
I don't know that one. You have to sing it.
Yeah, I know Chumbawamba.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Someone sing it.
Yeah, I can't remember the words. It's like a
why bring it up?
90s electronic song.
Oh.
Me being one of those cunts, like, don't bring up a song unless you can sing it from start to finish, please.
Well,
I'm experiencing a lot of synchronicity on the server. It's beginning to be spooky at this point.
Why? What's that? Explain yourself, Ariel.
I think I'm busy thinking of something or reading about something, or something is interesting me, and then I come here, and the moment I log on, somebody's talking about that very thing.
What was that?
Am I on sometimes?
Do you reckon it's... what was the thing?
Well, it's like the song that you just mentioned, Blue.
All right.
I was listening to it yesterday. I was listening to it yesterday. But the other day, I was watching a video that was talking about the vibration of certain colors and how they affect the way your brain functions. So now I have to go and get a color that I really don't like. It's
blue.
Puce.
No.
Yes, the color of royalty.
That's
why they use it. That the what do you call it? Scarlet, almost like scarlet and purple mixed. Scarlet and purple mixed together.
They've actually got a book that they use. It's like a
purple's always been my favorite color.
It's a book that's entrenched in law for colors. And every color has its big Latin. It does have psychological effects on people. Hence why Minister Bigfoot wears a certain thing, and the head of whoever wears a certain thing. Every color invokes a thing,
an emotion. Yeah. Well, like it's like people saying, like, once you see red. Obviously that's more to do with the idea of, like, you see blood, and blood is equated to violence and anger. I would say blue, if you're the Boston Strangler, for instance, blue would be the term is that he saw blue people. Because obviously he strangled people and fucked up their circulation.
He was calming them down.
So if your proclivity for murder, so Jack the Ripper saw red, the Boston Strangler saw blue. Abadi Baba die. Die. Well, I've got my neighbour, right? You know my neighbour. We call him Blue Peter. We call him Blue Peter, right? He's got bad circulation. Well, it's like like my granddad when he got when my granddad got cancer, right? Instead of getting him chemo, we just covered him in butter, and he went rapidly downhill after that.
So
that's sorry, it was a joke. Think about it again. I'll say it again.
My
granddad got cancer. My granddad got cancer. We didn't get him chemo or anything like that. We just covered him in butter, right? Butter. Yeah, he went rapidly downhill after that.
Yeah, I know. I got you. But for some reason, the other motion kicked in.
Yeah.
I wanted to add on to that, but then I was like, wait, because both my parents have got cancer, and it's kind of like, it's a...
Yeah, it's a touchy subject, mate. I've got a very sick sense of humour because of the fact that,
so do I. I don't know why it's disgusting for people.
due to the fact that I've had a lot of terrible things happen to me, I have to trivialize terrible things. You know,
of course,
if we don't laugh, that gets cry.
You'll be right.
Well, I feel like this is why like jokes about paedophilia are so bad, because it desensitizes, it invokes an emotion around the topic that is joyous and laughter. But that's useful for bad topics, but not for one that one doesn't need a lightening in terms of the conviction we feel when we talk about it. But so it's quite interesting, in fact. Yeah. Like I saw The Rock on that station in America, the Comedy Central, not Comedy Central, sorry, I don't want to, a different channel, and he was making a joke equated to paedophilia. It wasn't necessarily that bad in terms of what he was talking about, but because you're putting a joke in tandem next to that topic, it at its heart had a political motivation, because the group that were doing it. And The Rock expressed that he was annoyed afterwards that he was involved in the skit ever since, because he's seen some of the people that work with said comedy group being involved in promoting and some of these MAPs, these minor attracted people that don't get censored, by the way, on social media. Bear in mind, like. The same comedy group that he did the sketch with actually like hosted one of them on a talk or something. So afterwards he was like, "All right, so I was used as a big figure that people, have had since their childhood, trust to trivialize the matter." He said, which would have been fine as just a joke, but now it's not just a joke to me, because obviously now you're sort of hosting talks by people that are admittedly minor attracted people, so it's all part of like a desensitizational narrative that's slowly being played out, that people are sort of not realizing that it's going to subconsciously affect the way that they view the acts of abuse and look at say SRA and all this sort of stuff.
Same thing. Look at what this. Oh, he's showing love towards his son. He's kissing him on the mouth and like rolling on top of him in public.
I'll be honest. I know it's weird. I know that is kind of weird, but I get the joke in the sense of like he did it. Like I don't find it weird for parents to kiss their kids, right? But obviously, I find that it could
all the time
innocent.
On the mouth on TV.
It could be innocent, and the fact that it happens all the time could be even more innocent because of the fact that there's two ways of looking at that. One way is that he's doing it to demean his son and to make him look like a twat, or he's doing it because he's weird. Or the other way of looking at it would be that if he was a paedophile, he probably wouldn't be doing that in public because it would out him. Or it could be part of desensitization, like we were just saying. Or it could be that he's one of those dads who is literally showing that it's okay to be affectionate to other dads because he's in a good position to do so. And he's doing it in a very extreme way in order to show that it's okay to maybe be half that way. And at the same time, it's like it could be a game he's playing with his son where he's just trying to wind his son right up and embarrass him, which is what dads do all the time. So it's very difficult to judge that. I feel like it's hard for me to judge it. I don't know how to see that. It doesn't sit right with me. But
it was obvious that
children.
It was obvious that his son.
Go, sorry, bro.
It was obvious that his son did not want to do that on TV. You reach an age where you want, you don't want to be embarrassed in front of people. He's growing up, but I guess Will Smith thinks it's okay. Then it becomes this thing of like power. Like, look, I'm your dad.
Or it could be the opposite. I could break it down the opposite, though, because you say it becomes a thing of power, but it's hard to live under the shadow of a father as big as Will Smith when you're going into that theatre of Hollywood, right? But it's his dad making himself look stupid, actually, and being the embarrassing dad and really setting the tone of you're not in my shadow, you're my son and I'm embarrassing myself in front of people and you're the one being more grown up trying to repel the childish behaviour. So it actually could be said that he sets his son in the light of being even more being more responsible and being less childish than him. So there's like 20 ways that I could look at it psychologically. And to define a sort of motive behind it's really hard for me. It's one I struggled with. I've tried to evaluate it 20 times.
He's
wearing
is that stuff. You know, Will Smith. He's pro all this. You know, I'm a unicorn. You're a space monkey. He's a space cowboy, and we're all gonna go.
And I'm Batman.
On the magical unicorn to Narnia.
Right. Sorry, Bob.
No. I was trying to say that their kids might be 7 years old, 5 years old, and they're doing things like they can decide to be a girl or a boy if they want to. You know, like that is the biggest. No, I think some celebrities, I forget which celebrity, but
he provides
they're just the act. Pushing that onto a child, right, is already red flags of pedophilia tendencies or
I agree,
intentions to set up. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree. They're probably involved in the desensitization agenda because look at what Will Smith was allowing his son to do from a young age. He's been allowing him to be very androgynous. In terms of the way he dresses,
right.
Yeah. So I wouldn't see it as weird for a dad to kiss his son, but when we put it into the context of doing it all the time, and we put it into the context of the fact that they're allowing him to be very androgynous, then it starts to become nefarious in nature. You guys are right, yeah.
But I think it's even worse. I think it's even worse than that. Let me just finish. Let me just get into the point I'm trying to get to is transhumanism. It's transhumanism. Yeah. It's the you're dehumanizing you, right? But also, you can be a god, okay? And if you get in the way of these people, there's going to be war. There's going to be extermination of the obsolete species, type of thinking or future.
Yeah, there's
vibe.
Transhumanism, there's two words in there, trans, and then human. Human meaning monster. That's what you have. Men's rights, women's rights, human rights, person's rights. You've got animal rights, because when you say if you're male or female, you are actually saying that you're an animal. You're either masculine or feminine if you're a man or a woman. That's why they give you these smart people at the top. Even if you put yourself down to an animal, they'll try to give you some rights. And even if you're a monster, they'll try to help you out. But people don't realize this. So,
what happens when we identify ourselves then as as we start to accept, let's say, because remember, I believe actually, and I don't actually like this man's work that much. There's a lot that he says that's very, very smart. So, not Julian Assange, obviously. Not him. What am I? The guy who works for Gaia currently is really propelling Gaia at the moment. Fuck, the guy who came up with the idea of lizard people and all that shit. Someone give me his name.
Alex Jones.
David Icke. So, David Icke, right? So, David... I forgot what I was going to say now. So, fuck. I was talking... So, David Icke...
They're snake people, aren't they? They're not really lizard people.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, what was I talking about just before? Transhumanism.
Yep.
This idea of fuck's sake, I've really forgotten, haven't I? I really have.
Sorry, cloning? Genetic engineering?
The guy that was
no, that was it. That's what I was going to say. So David Icke said about the slippery slope of going from the idea of gay marriage and then going forward into bestiality, and then into this stuff we're seeing now with MAPS, these minor attracted people, and the way they're being allowed to be on platforms and speaking about these topics and trivializing them to quite a disgusting extent. Well, what I found quite interesting with the slippery slope is like when you look at the intersecting lines of it, it's like a spider's web that doubles back on itself, right? In essence, what I mean by that is that like, so you have this idea as well of like being able to identify with different ages. Well, then when we have the idea of being able to identify as an animal, we have a way of bifurcating the idea of age altogether, because with animals, right, no one is ever calling a male lion that runs a pride of lions a paedophile for sleeping with a very young lioness, are they? So what happens when we start to truly internalize and accept people that apparently are identifying as dogs, for instance, right? And we have those, and then what happens when we have parents that raise their children now as androgynous animals, right? What happens to the boundaries in terms of what you could legalistically say would be appropriate for the ages of sex when legally they change the law to say that it's okay for somebody to identify as an animal? Can they then start to use definitionary terms of correct sexual ages for children under the bracket and banner of what we think is correct with animals? Because there's no law that stipulates in animals, in any country in fact, that an animal that's 42 cannot have sex with an animal that's like just 10 years old, right? So when does that become an issue? And people can say that's laughable and ridiculous, but it's not if we define terms in law that state you can actually identify as an animal. Now you're categorized therein of an animal, you're under the Code of Animal Rights. I'm telling you, this could happen in law. This is being spoken about by barristers, and I know this is what I study, criminology and law. So barristers are already talking about this, saying, well, we have a worry that once we institutionalize it correctly, or should I say fully fledged in its in all of its splendor and glory, that people can have themselves legally adopted as animals in law. Where does that leave us when the sort of twisted world of paedophilia gets intertwined into that? What happens then? Like, can we prosecute somebody for in a family, for instance, that all identify as animals legalistically, and they've had that adopted on paperwork? They would have a genuine case in terms of previous cases, because there will be no case law for prosecution of animals for sleeping with other animals at different ages. Like that could genuinely be an issue.
Can I interject, please? That's why they are fully interjecting in our cruelty against animals. I've known this for over 7-8 years, personally. I've spoken to you, Craig, about where I get my info now.
Yeah.
That's why cruelty against animals is fully getting pushed. Yeah. So hence Goyim. So they have to even protect that. They know the universal laws, not even the moral laws, the universal laws, how much they can push.
Yeah,
the natural laws.
Beyond natural laws. It's bigger.
I forget who asked the question, but the question goes like this. It goes, if the laws that are passed are unjust, should we obey these laws, or should we immediately start breaking them? Right.
Civil disobedience. You don't obey them.
Well, someone spoke about this before, about making a file that, like for the internet, right, where, like as a protest, where you had an encrypted file that nobody could unencrypt, but you sent the unencrypted version to the government, and one person was on a sword to do this, because they would be prosecuted heavily. But you could only use previously broken laws and cases have previously broken, where basically a file would be sent, like a virus or malware, right, to every computer, so that every person in the world had broken every internet law that exists instantly. So that,
right.
so that you couldn't, so that you wouldn't be able to create any further laws on, if that makes sense, like, because everyone had broken them all. It's a dangerous topic, obviously, and one that I'm not fully convinced is a good idea, obviously, at all, because that could
I'll speak to after if you have some time, bro.
If I could break the internet, I would. I would do it instantly. Immediately.
That wouldn't break the internet, but that would break the control systems they have over and it would turn it back into.
Yeah.
That's something that's been spoken about before, I'm sure. Maybe it hasn't. Maybe it hasn't been spoken about. Maybe it was actually one of others that come up with the idea, and it's just never been enacted. But I feel like WikiLeaks was a precursory thing to that. WikiLeaks was a
lot of people. A lot of people would be sad if the internet broke.
It wouldn't break the internet. That idea, though,
it wouldn't break it.
It would just stop them from being able to ever prosecute for infractions that they choose to make up, because it would prove that it would make it so that every person would be just as liable instantly for every new law that came out, because it's a form of malware installed into the framework of internet itself. That would mean that every person would break every new law instantaneously as they're created.
As he's making the law, he's going to jail. Do you get it?
Yeah, like it would make every person equally. It would make every person equally as punishable under every new internet-based law, or any basis they use for censorship, for instance. Every person that did it would technically, or anyone they tried to put this against, they would already be guilty of said law, because the algorithm, there'd be like a secondary algorithm that creates the very infraction they're trying to institute as a law. It would then be that every person, computer, every device would instantly have one case or one crime already adopted into it at the moment of conception of any new crime. It's kind of crazy as an idea, but
no, that's awesome, bro.
Quick question.
Yep.
Quick question. Human robots, right? In the future, human robots.
No, not in the future. It's already existed.
Right. This human robots or zombie apocalypse? Which one is more likely?
The zombies go around, bro. I see them every day.
Robot, right? Robot one is more likely currently, because if you type this in on YouTube, or I'll do it for everyone in a minute. Type in the robot soldier that's making soldiers obsolete, right? So, so that already exists as a robot already that literally can hold a pistol, a rifle, and can shoot it much more accurately. It can fire semi-automatic weapons at a cyclic rate that is similar to fully automatic.
Can it run?
Can it run?
Oh yes, like Superman.
Yes.
Like a person?
It can run faster than Usain Bolt, mate. Yes.
Yeah.
Finally, a worthy opponent.
Finally.
Grab my samurai sword. Time to head out.
But a zombie apocalypse, when we think about that, that's just cannibalism in a virus form. Like, all you would need to do for a zombie apocalypse, all you would need would be a virus that makes people seek out a certain type of intelligent protein. Just
isn't that what they did?
Well, it doesn't.
Wait. What about both? Are both possible?
Yeah, they are. That's the point. Both are. But what's most likely to happen would be the robot one for now.
Yeah.
Because
okay, I got it. Human robot zombies. How about that?
Who's to say? The amount of abortions that occur currently, we don't know that zombies don't already exist, and actually they achieve their form of sustenance via human protein via that way.
Because I make those
Just to
movies
let you
for that
know.
reason.
Cujo was a scary.
Hello, family.
Cujo was. Hello.
Hey,
Big up.
Stefan.
Good
Who's that?
morning.
Good morning.
It's a
How are
Romanian
you?
brother.
Who is it?
Guys,
It's get.
I want
get
to...
me get. Yeah. My G.
Hey, crack. Nice
How
to
is it,
hear you.
brother?
The real elite.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
I
Go
want
ahead,
to
bro.
deflect you just a little bit. I just saw a YouTube video just now. A guy with that spandex table depicting some gravity.
Oh,
Yes,
the fabric. The fabric with the individual weight.
In this video, there is something very funny going on. The guy is dropping a metal ball.
You get why the space needs to be flat, right? You get why space needs to be flat.
Yes, I get it.
Yeah.
Of course, we all do. But,
can you send it to me in the DM, bro? Please.
In this video, they show they drop a metal ball on this spandex, and a smaller ball is also thrown and is supposed to orbit around the big ball, to spin on that.
But it doesn't.
Spandex. Well, when the big ball is moving through the spandex, it will pull the small ball and then throw it away.
Yeah.
Outside. So it's impossible for an object to orbit in this space-time bending.
Yeah. But you know what they say on that? They say, well, we don't know the tensile or the textile properties of the fabric of space. but then they try to show examples therein of the fabric of space using something with something that has a defined textile and tensile strength as the example. So it's a false equivalency fallacy again. And not only that, I've seen this done in front of me at school, and I've seen it done in videos, and I've never seen them even use the exact same type of fabric. Like I can probably provide 4 videos that show them using more than one type of elasticated fabric. When they did it at my school first, right? They got a trampoline, and they suspended the fabric between the trampoline, and they didn't even use an elasticated fabric, so the whole thing went wrong. They put the masses on there, and the masses just sat where they were, and they didn't move. The teacher pretended that was what was supposed to happen for that lesson, and then about 3 weeks later was pulled up on it by the science technician. So we had a science technician. He would always be in every science class, like 3 minutes setting up, because the science teachers didn't know how to set up any experiment or anything. They were just general practitioners, and they understood generally. So we had one guy that was an expert. The technician guy was like a robot, though. He wasn't allowed to speak to us. He wasn't allowed to talk. He would literally ignore you. He was like one of those guards at the London Westminster way. You go up to him and say, "You're a prick, you're a prick, you're a prick," and he would never even report you for it. Like, there's no one else in the school that would ever do that. Like, any other person, any TA, any assistant, any IT technician that was there, if you was to go up to them and call them a cunt, you would get excluded. But this one guy would never ever, he would never ever interact with a student ever. You could go up to him and call him a cunt. You could say, "Hi, how are you? Could you explain this?" He would never say a word. Ever. All he did was help set up experiments and dilute acids down and things like that. It's like
I come to the conclusion that if he's got a degree, then he's a clown who is good at mocking and bullying.
He never bullied. I'll be honest. He did never bully. He never did anything. That's what I'm trying to get at. He was like an emotionless robot who wandered around the halls of the science classes, setting up experiments for the teachers.
He was insulting the intelligence of his students.
Well, the teachers disliked him though as well, because he insulted their intelligence by his mere existence, because they had to call on him all the time. Like I said, 3 weeks after we did the thing with the fabric that was incorrect, he came in and he set up the apparatus for the science teacher using the correct fabric with elastic, and then it confused everyone because everyone then saw a different example, or we observed a different example of this sort of. Now the masses did something different, and everyone said, but last time we did this 3 weeks ago, sir, it didn't happen like that. Like, it was different. Why is this happening this way? Well, I'll be honest. Like, I fucked it up. I cocked up the whole. I cocked up the whole demonstration. It was like I used a fabric that had no elasticity to it. And so and you could tell that he was probably quite pissed off with the technician, because obviously the technician walked in halfway through seeing the demonstration and saw how wrong it was being done. He couldn't stop him and fixed it.
But even with elastic fabric, the only thing we see is that.
Can anyone else hear that? One sec. Can anyone else hear that feedback, or is it just me?
No, you're fine, bro.
No, the fuzzy sound. Can anyone hear a fuzzing sound?
Before, yeah, a little bit.
I didn't.
Not now.
On my computer, I do.
But like it's.
Yeah, I heard it. It was. Yeah,
I don't.
Is it my setup? Wait there.
Is it mine?
Mute yourself a sec.
I don't even know.
Is it mine?
I don't even know what's.
I'm gonna mute myself a second and tell me if it continues.
Is it mine? What about me?
Right,
yeah,
it's stopped. It's stopped now.
Yeah,
okay,
I didn't even hear it. It's probably outside my spectrum.
I'm gonna mute Is it still going on?
My sensors are not detecting anything.
Yeah.
Oh, you've heard of those loitering? Have you heard of those loitering laser things? Not lasers, sorry, the loitering buzzers that go off outside. They did this in the UK, which is actually disgusting that they were ever allowed to do it. Which would be that, basically what it meant was, is outside of a shop, yeah. When you were under the age of 15, you would walk to a shop and you would have to rush in very quickly to get away from the sound, because they would be playing a high-pitched buzzing sound that was like a drill in your head, right?
Yeah.
And so it was to stop kids from loitering outside shops. It's disgusting that they were allowed to do it, because it's a advanced form of actual warfare. It's a downgraded, smaller version of what they use in the Voice of God in the AC-130 Solo Bolo, where it uses a honeycomb contraption that then sound is emanated through to make it buzz at a certain frequency, so that you can hear it at such a high pitch. But I remember saying that, like, just because you can't hear it, it doesn't mean it's not still hitting your eardrum and affecting you, right?
They use it right now.
You can't hear it anymore. There's YouTube videos.
Yeah, it does affect you, but I can say that with age, when you grow old, you hear less of these sounds.
Of course.
You don't hear them consciously, yeah.
I hear them and I drop down. I hold my head. I'll tell you that much. No, I'm dead serious.
Yeah,
it's
no,
like
in Australia.
With the ice stick in your ear.
Yeah, so in Australia, in Melbourne, right, I've got a family member that I met that is from the same clan as me, and we met through that way. Strange how we met. And yeah, man, like, scary.
Yeah.
It's actually quite scary, in fact, because how do I make my phone so it can't be disturbed? Carry on, guys.
I want you to say what you're going to say, because I know some shit that's going on, but I'm going to try to drop hints. But yeah, I want to.
Right, so what I was actually going to say was that this family member that I met, who's from Melbourne, right, he's a pastor of a church, right? And people thought he was crazy, right? He was hearing these sounds all the time, right? And it wasn't until one of our other brothers, and then also we got a member of the public who was completely in disbelief of what he was saying on this website, not on a website, sorry, on a Facebook group. We got them to agree to meet up. I remember, I think I paid for the journey, for the train journey, for the other. No, it wasn't a train, sorry, it was a bus fare I paid for the member of the public who was skeptic, right? To go to his house, and he's got he has one of these houses. He has his house, and then he has like an annex. And the member of the public stayed in the annex. The truther stayed in his house because he said he was like, every 2 weeks there is a sound that plays that makes it unbearable to even be in the area, right? And basically they didn't believe him, and they went and stayed there. And then then the member of the public heard it as well, that this person who was skeptical of what he was saying, because his claim was that he could hear a high-pitched sound that made it seem like he had a migraine and that he was in agony, and it sounded like there was ringing in his ears. And everyone was like, well, you've obviously just got tinnitus, you've got tinnitus, right? Well, bullshit. It was bullshit, because he said if I had tinnitus, he said it wouldn't be that it happens every 2 weeks in a certain time frame, and then when I walk away from my house it goes away, and then when I walk back it happens again, and when I walk away it goes away, and when I walk back it happens, right? So I instantly believed him. He had no reason to lie to me. So the truther had experienced the same thing, and so did the member of the public that was skeptical of this, right? They ended up becoming like an anti-vaxxer and a flat earther and everything in the end because of this experience. And I said, well, we need to use this almost like as a thing where people come and stay in the annex of your house to experience this, right? And we writ up like a big thing on it on the Facebook page we were using, and within about a month the whole thing stopped happening. Right, because obviously it was going to become something that would reaffirm that they were using advanced, very advanced penetrative frequencies. But let me expand. What happened to him before he started reporting on what was happening was he woke up one day, and on the right side of his ear, down his arm, he had a hot red rash, right, and basically, his room, the temperature of his room hadn't increased, and to really show how bad this was, he got fans, and he got his AC unit that was for his main part of his house, and the AC unit from his annex. He put it all in his bedroom so that his room was like literally 10 degrees Celsius, and he stayed in that room, and he got burnt so badly over like 2 days. Because he just stayed in there and putting up with it. And he had burns all over his body. Like, I'm talking about full on, like, this looked like chemical burns. Wow. And we don't know where this was from, but the whole time he was also experiencing this sound in his head, this tinnitus time. It nearly drove him insane, in fact, actually. And it just so happens that, obviously, it's funny it was happening to him because he was a member of a church, he was the pastor of a church. And he was slowly teaching the congregation about flat earth. He was talking about truth. He was, you know what I'm trying to say? All of the things that people don't like. And it's just funny that it was happening to him because he had a big church of about 400 there. And yeah, it's just funny that it happened to him, this experience. So in Australia, I would say it being like the test bed for the UK, because we sent our prisoners there. We've mined all the opal we can out of it. We've done lots of things to Australia that people don't know about. The indigenous people there have been persecuted a lot as well. But yeah, it's just a weird thing. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
It sounds to me like some kind of ultrasound technology, which was creating some interference, resonance inside his house. Or microwave radiation.
It was like he was living in a microwave, exactly.
Yeah.
It depends. They switch on whatever they want, or they can switch both on it together. Because I've had burns, literally, like somebody's got like, when you do like any type of metallurgy, the hot thing, and you press it, and it just goes. I used to wake up around my neck.
Chemical burns.
Yeah. and I'd grab my ears, would be like beep, and I'd drop down. I was like, "What the fuck's wrong with you?" And I get up, you weak bastard.
Well, his wife like couldn't get pregnant.
Kilos.
His wife couldn't get pregnant for 2 years before he started experiencing the chemical burns and all that. His wife did it for 2 years. They tried to have a baby, right? For 2 years trying to get her pregnant. They were both in the peak times of their life for fertility, right? Then they went on holiday. They actually come to where I live, right? Come on holiday, and she got pregnant within the first now working out the dates. She got pregnant within like the first they reckon first 2 weeks that they were away. Because they came to England and then they went to Singapore. So they were away for a few months. And she got pregnant, they reckon, within the first couple of weeks of being away from that area. So they were doing missionary work. And it's just interesting. They were trying for 2 years.
So we're doing missionary. Sorry.
Huh?
Okay, so we're doing missionary. Sorry.
yeah, they were doing missionary work.
I was like, what the Thank you, bro.
Even I was skeptical though, some of the shit he was saying to me. Like, I was so skeptical of it. I'm like, this guy's claiming he's fucking experiencing sounds like that piercing his eardrums and giving him migraines and, ringing in his ears and chemical burns. I was like, he's just someone who's like trying to get attention. But since then, I've spoken to over 100 Australians that live roughly within, I'd say, 50 miles squared of where he lives. And there's a big military industrial complex there. And every time I speak to these people, and they all claim that they've had experiences like it, where most of them say, actually, it was more when I was sat in traffic in this certain area, or this place, or in this car park, or at this friend's house, I experienced this or experienced that. And then a lot of the time it happens where you have the old people's residence homes and stuff like that. People say they experience it there a lot, and I thought, wow, that's quite interesting. It's happening there, but the old people aren't saying they're hearing it. And then I thought, well, what about Parkinson's and Alzheimer's? Like, it doesn't mean this stuff isn't affecting them, does it? Like, how much money? How do we take wealth away? Right. So when my granddad and my gran died, they died around the same time. My gran died, and then my granddad gave up the ghost, and he literally he was healthy, and he just said I've had enough. I check out. And he said, and he told everyone, he's like, I'll die within the next month. He said, I'll die within the next month, and he did. He died, and no one knows really what he just died in his sleep peacefully. He gave up the ghost, as it were, right? It really made me believe in that giving up the ghost effect, where you lived out your purpose, and no longer is your purpose there, and your loved one your life partner dies, and you just give up on life, and that's it, and you die. He died peacefully in his sleep. But I just thought, I remember what happened where he did also give up the ghost because he was going to have to be put into an old people's home, right? And when we worked out how much it was going to cost, all of the wealth he'd accumulated, he would have lost all of that, and then put his son and his family members in debt within the first year. And we're talking, he owned a property that was worth $500,000. His assets in total worth about $500,000, right? But in the first year, he would have ended up putting his own family in debt. So he gave up the ghost, he died, and that didn't happen. But I thought, wow, how is it that people work for the government, they accumulate all of these assets and wealth over years, and they put in their time, and within 1 year, you could take away everything a man had worked 75 years to gain. And then it made me think about these people in Australia that are saying they've got these burns and Parkinson's. Well, I believe it's like people that have things like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and bad memory problems. They make up about 80% of the people that are in old people's homes. And then I'm thinking, people are mainly experiencing these buzzing sounds when they're near old people's homes. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. And in residential areas where old people are likely to live, right? And I'm thinking, wow, what if there is a program out there that makes sure old people need to be put in homes?
I came on this morning to talk about this thing. And yeah, I didn't sleep, bro. Like I went to go to sleep and I got some information coming through because I haven't been in touch with said people. Who the fuck? What's that?
That might have been me.
Did you hear that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was me.
Like,
I'm gonna wait there. I'm gonna switch devices a sec because this clearly isn't working right.
I thought it was aliens. Fuck that. Does that noise affect anybody else or not?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah, but does it affect you?
It's irritating. Doesn't really. It's not too bad.
Irritating. Oh, yeah. That actually like goes into my brain. Sounds like an old Atari. Bloop, 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 bloop. Space Invaders. We're still on?
Yeah, still here.
I was
thinking about these sounds which are outside of our hearing spectrum.
Yeah. If you go up a few vibrations, like
I remember in the 90s I was playing on computer with some sound modulation programs, trying to make a ringtone, phone.
Yeah, personal one, yeah.
I got a little bit into ultrasounds.
That's very interesting, that subject.
I've seen I was playing a ultrasound tone, which many of them they are like a long beep, but some of them they sound like an S, so very very subtle background noise. And when I was playing them in ultrasound speaker, I could not hear them, but I was modulating them in the hearing spectrum, and I hear them, I play them, I learn what I must hear, and then when I was playing on that ultrasound, you could hear it very, very subtly. Something like it's very far behind the back of your head, like that's where the sound is coming from. Yeah. They're very strange. But normally we don't recognize.
Yeah, most people
around us.
Yeah. I'm bad with that kinds of things, and especially if you do certain things, if you do certain fastings or rituals or whatnot, because I try to escape this whatever the shit that's going on around here so I can focus. And these pricks, that they just, they've got their levels covered, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Also, I was playing with this hearing test software, and this can also help you identify and recognize some of these sounds. But if you play to a person who does not know when the volume is very low, they don't know that tone. They don't hear it. By default,
that's because
the body
they're on that.
ignores it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're on that level, and it's going to affect them in the long term.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue. Sorry, bro.
But when you play it like loud and you learn how that sounding, you know, then you learn to recognize it, even when it's in a very low volume.
Yeah. Sound is, for lack of better words, the structure of everything here.
Yeah. Spoken word.
Everything sound. Yeah. For just to put it, dumb it down as simple as possible.
Yeah.
Sound is everything.
It's the basic construct of information, life.
Yep. In every single aspect, dimension, whatever you want to call it. It's a hard thing to comprehend because it goes against a lot of things, but it is. It is.
I just remember I was reading last night about verbs and that wisdom is an angel where wisdom speaks how she was given birth before there was a shape or light, anything.
Good on you that you're reading a different book. That is, there's got a lot of truth. So I've got all those, right? That's why when I speak. Have you read all of it?
I was thinking because creation we know in the like our knowledge roots is limited to the point of where God said, "Let there be light." This is the audible creation.
So that's what you are.
It starts also with visibility, So it means that we hear and see. But before this, it was silent,
Yes.
The moment of creation, which is silent, and we don't see and we don't hear.
That is God.
Yeah. And that's where God is, and it's very hard for us to go beyond that point.
Yeah, that's the pinnacle, right? That's like from that bit, the mist comes and emanates the light and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
And then for some reason you're stuck in the meat suit.
Yeah, that's light, the physical light. Lucifer, the angel of light.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it's bad.
It was good. Yeah. That's why it says and
remember the name I told you.
Was good. Yeah.
Remember what I told you the proper name was when you were like, I didn't know that. I was like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it can be good and bad. It depends.
Even in Genesis, it describes as that it was good when God speaks about Lucifer, about light. He said, "Let there be light," and God saw the light was good. But it speaks at the past. Was because it changed its state. Yeah, turned bad later.
If you read the older versions, God invokes light twice.
Yeah.
twice. Not the sun and the moon. I'm not talking about that kind of stuff. He actually invokes light, as in let there be light, 2 times.
Yeah.
But if you read the other text, like I've got Nazarene text where there is Jesus, not the one that's portrayed in everybody's Bible, but there is a Jesus. Was I speaking to you? No, I think I was speaking to. I don't know if anybody's realized this, but when they go to put,
maybe post the link. I will check on it.
For what was this?
For the other text, the Nazarene said.
That I need to scan. That's like old books. I've got another Bible that I've scanned that's in Old English. How are you with Old English?
Yeah.
Would you want
it? Yes, of course.
Yeah, I can scan the old Nazarene ones, not that stuff that they found in the caves supposedly.
Oh, so this is not online public.
It's not mainstream, bro. It's got nothing to do with that.
Yeah,
it's not the It's not the same story. And these are people that were expecting a man to come along. This was before Christ or before Caesar, whatever terminology you want to use. But yeah, in our normal Bible, nobody realizes that when they go to put Jesus on the cross, Caesar brings Jesus out and the other guy, the zealot, and they go, which one do you want to set free?
Yeah.
And who did they set free? The zealot. Yeah?
Yeah. Barabbas, the thief.
Yeah, but his name is Jesus Barabbas. There's 2 Jesuses. His name is Jesus. So one Jesus, another Jesus. So you've got one that's the zealot and one that's pure-hearted.
Yeah, something very much like Judas, because there is one Judas which is half brother of Jesus, and Judas the Iscariot.
Yep.
But
have you read
Judas the Iscariot was also Jesus' cousin, half brother.
Have you read the book of Judas Thomas? Jesus' brothers?
Yes. I read the whole Bible.
No, this is like a separate thing. It's called the Book of Thomas.
Oh, so it's an apocryphal book.
Yeah. You should be able to find it on
I will search it. Yeah.
YouTube, and you can listen to it.
The Book of Thomas.
Yeah, the Book of Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
This will do your head in.
Yeah.
Sweet. Right.
He's back. There.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I've got to go for a little while, but I'll be back shortly, guys. Sleeping Warrior, I've just dropped in to say to you. Yeah, can you send me your latest upload in a DM, Sleeping Warrior?
Yeah, shoot off. Can you delay by 10 minutes?
Huh? Pardon?
Do you have to shoot off now, or can you delay it by 10 minutes?
No, I have got to go right away, mate. I really do.
How long will you...
Pardon?
How long will you be?
It depends on how long this meeting takes, mate. Yeah. Sorry, mate.
Sorry.
Just DM me the video. I might be able to watch the video while I'm doing the other thing. So, and you know what I mean. But I can't stay here for 10 minutes and watch it. You know what I mean?
Go. I'll catch you in a bit.
All right, thanks, mate. Cheers, bud.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
You're just gonna leave? What a crumb bum. Anybody else there?
I'm still
I'm here. I'm the dog at the minute.
Oh, is that Sleeping Warrior?
Yeah, man.
Oh, hello.
Your mic's a bit. I don't know. Sounds funny.
Yeah. Hey, Sleeping Warrior. I want to ask you something, if you don't mind.
Does my mic sound bad?
Yeah, bro. It's like, but yeah, something like that.
Let me just see if I need updates.
Yeah, sorry.
Been giving me shit.
It's not, yeah, last time you were on, I realized you have to fix it. It's kind of like the same. It's popping, crackling, and cutting up.
All right, is that any better?
Much better.
Yes, that's a lot better.
Yeah. Right, so go on.
I just did some key tapping and it's better. Fucking.
Yeah, I saw you a couple of days ago posting a meme, something about incoherent dielectric acceleration, like it's a myth or something. So you don't believe in incoherent electrostatic acceleration?
It's not that I don't believe in it. I accept that it does exist. I just don't believe it has any influence on causing this downwards bias that Bob believes or claims. I know that there's energy knocking around us.
You don't accept it as the down vector.
Yeah, it's not influencing what we call up and down. It's not causing the order in the way he claims it is. I mean, for example, like, let me just put the thing in the chat. Was this the meme that you're referring to? Oops. Paste that there, drop that there.
There is a truth to it, but not what they're saying.
No, I accept that it exists. I accept that it is something. But the point Bob's making
very important.
Yeah,
but they're just obfuscating it. Sorry.
Is it causing what we perceive as the up from the down? Is it that thing that's causing the differential or not? And my view is that it's demonstrably not the case, because Bob says that the density tower wouldn't exist if it didn't have this bias. It needs the bias to exist. Well, I remember a few years ago when I was a baby flat earther and I was watching Globebusters regularly. And at the time, Bob had ring laser gyros or fiber optic gyros, one or the other, I can't remember which. And he was getting 15 degrees measurements of something, and he didn't know what it was. And he was saying that if he puts it in a Faraday cage or a zero Gauss chamber, it would basically it would isolate any effects from neutralize it. So if there was any like magnetic interference, electromagnetic interference, ethereal existence that was interfering with it, gravitational stuff, anything that was like in the sky, it would filter all that out and it would leave it in like an isolated pocket. And I never got to find out whether he did it or not, and what the results were. But I remember him saying that the zero Gauss chamber and the Faraday cage would filter out the effects that may be causing this perception of rotation. And I used that against him. I used his own words against him in his own video when he said that it's that interaction, that downward bias that's causing the ordering. Because if that was true, we could then use a Faraday cage or a zero Gauss chamber to test the claim that because what should happen is it should collapse if Bob is correct. And it doesn't collapse. We can use it in a plane which acts as a Faraday cage, and it doesn't collapse the way he claims it would do if that was the cause of the ordering. So I used the Faraday cage that Bob told me about 3-4 years ago, against him to demonstrate that his claim's not true. So I accept that there is something around us, like energy-wise, but it's not causing the up from the down the way that Bob claims it is.
Well, I think, I understand you now, and the way I see it is like it's not incoherent electrostatic acceleration is not the only factor contributing to creating this down vector. I think magnetism is also involved, and also the electric properties of every element, chemical element. So it's many variables, when we describe this down vector, I think we have to take into account all these governing forces like electricity, electrostatics, magnetism, these things that we can measure, voltage.
I've got a question, and I want both of your guys' opinions on it.
Sure, go ahead.
What do you think the Faraday cage is or was used for?
Well,
are you asking me?
Yeah, I'd like both of yours thoughts on opinions on it.
So the Faraday cage is basically like the pet carrier that you take to the vets. It's just literally a gauze cage that sits around a target that you want to shield from any forms of electromagnetic field. So if we're in an electromagnetic field, be it a downward bias or whatever. See, it's difficult to know what Bob's describing because he doesn't really have a phrase for the word that he's using to describe this thing that he's talking about. But if we're in some kind of electromagnetic field that's causing the up from the down, the way Bob describes it, then the Faraday cage, essentially, we become the rabbit in the cage. But when we're in that cage, we're isolated from that electromagnetic field. So it's essentially like a force field or a bubble that you put yourself in, and it blocks out the electromagnetic interference or radiation that you would ordinarily be subject to.
Just say, throw out Bob's theory. I don't care about Bob. We've all got to understand that there is electricity, magnetism, ether, and all the rest of it. But why would you, this one I'm trying to, maybe I didn't explain my question well enough.
Say that again.
Why would you have it? What would you use it? What would you make it? I know what would you use it for, but for what purpose do you think?
To provide a safe zone for you to be in an electrical environment where you didn't get a shock.
Okay. That's it?
Well, that's one purpose.
Have you got any more? I'd like to hear your thoughts. Whatever you have to say.
Is that like the dentist thing where they shield you when they take an x-ray of your teeth?
Well, imagine a shark chamber where you got sharks floating around. Imagine the sharks, the electricity flying around you in all directions, like randomly in all directions around you. And then for some reason there's an arcing and there's like a lightning strike. It's going to arc to the cage rather than to you, and that's going to protect you. So essentially it's like an isolation, like a sock.
Okay, so
it will protect you from the sharks, but not from the water.
Yeah.
So
you still get wet. Yeah.
So what we call electricity, magnetism, whatnot, that is something that we cannot contain, measure, or we've got a good knowledge on it, but it's not something you can isolate and whatever, just like an atom, which is nothing, you know what I mean? Like it's
not tangible.
Yeah, but it's there. We've got like a comprehension of how it works. So I know people that new people that used to have one carried around with them wherever they slept. And I know in the olden days, they used to build them to have them for, for reasons. So I was going to say, when you're asleep, it's more a metaphysical thing. Most people can't control their whatever's happening when they go to sleep.
I can think of another example. I remember watching like a terrorist type film. I can't remember the film, but the idea was that they were going to use an EMP device to wipe out electrics in a building. And there was the main server that controlled a lot of the computers that was inside inside a Faraday cage, and it was immune from the EMP because it had an ability to absorb a lot of it. I think some of the stuff got damaged, but fundamentally it didn't fail because it was protected by being inside a reinforced Faraday cage. So I do understand a little bit about what the purpose for them is. But essentially, I know you said forget about Bob's claim, but for me, that is the point. I think that using Faraday cages in technological advancement or technological research and development or discovery is totally different to arguing that it's the reason why things may go up or down.
Oh, his claim is good for the bin. We're speaking here as us.
You see, Faraday
on
cages
a different level
are good for protecting against electricity, electromagnetic fields, which is
hard drives
generated by electricity. But the EMP of a nuclear detonation is actually very different. Its magnitude is much higher, and the EMP of a nuclear bomb will make any metal instantly turn into a hot gaseous state. It makes the metals explode. The metals which
a bit like 9/11,
electricity.
Right?
Sorry?
A bit like 9/11. We saw some things that looked a little bit like that on 9/11.
Yeah, probably, yes. I don't know if they had such technology there, but I've seen it looking into these new Russian nuclear missiles, weapons. That's how the world calls these weapons, but I don't know for sure if they are nuclear, but they
I was going to ask. Good on you. Thank you.
That they use very heavy metals like plutonium and cobalt, wolfram, and when this explosion takes place, there is a short moment of nuclear fusion. But when they did an experiment, which is the meteorite at Chelyabinsk 2011 or something like that, they say a meteorite exploded in the sky. That actually was a military test testing the behavior of nuclear detonations in hypersonic flight. And this flight was at around... Sorry?
Tuzganica.
Not Tunguska.
Tunguska, Tuzganica,
Chelyabinsk, something. It's a small village. Yeah.
Yep.
If you search YouTube meteorite explosion, it will come up. And what happens with these explosions in hypersonic flights is that there is a heavy metal which already has a very high kinetic energy, and the way when it suddenly enters a hot gaseous state, it will adopt this donut shape vortex propagate through atmosphere, because an explosion is like a sphere, expanding sphere. But because it has already this direction from the hypersonic flight, it will make behave like when you make these smoke circles. That's the easiest way for gases to propagate through atmosphere. When you shoot them at high velocity, they make this vortex. They take this vortex spin, and because of that, when that happens with these hot metals in a gaseous state, they will form inside, in the middle of that donut. They will constantly be feeding that nuclear fusion reaction. It's like self-feeding, but it won't last forever. It's not perpetual. It will last only as long until that metal loses its inertial,
properties,
hypersonic speed. Yeah, but it will propagate very long distances. So the destruction area of such a bomb increases 20 times than normal detonation.
Also, what I've learned about supposed nuclear explosions, they don't explode, they implode.
Yeah.
It's an implosion, not an explosion.
Nuclear explosions are implosions.
And an explosion is one thing, an implosion is another thing. An implosion cannot cause harm, and an explosion will cause harm.
Did you just say that nuclear explosions were implosions?
No, I don't think.
Huh. Go, bro. Maybe I'm not saying right.
Yeah, so, and because that it's like a nuclear fission needle created inside, in the middle of that vortex. And that means that the EMP lifespan is also prolonged. It has a longer life. In a nuclear detonation, normal one, EMP is very short live. But
it's just a noise. It's an implosion or an explosion.
And when
So, with regards to Bob's claim, do you agree that it doesn't separate? It's not the reason for things separating out into their respective areas. It does exist, and we can utilize it for technology and for research and communications and a few other things, but it isn't the cause of why things seem to go up or down.
Yeah. I would dismiss his claim as as in a force. It's not a force. It's a reaction. It's not a force.
Can it cause acceleration though?
But there has to be other things in motion propagating already. By itself, it can't.
I say incoherent electrostatic acceleration is one factor which causes this down vector. But it's not entirely that.
Yeah, that's to be more. That's to be other things propagating a force or a momentum for that said thing to be able to switch on. If I'm making any sense to anybody.
Yeah, you see, when mankind discovered electricity, they were able to make use of electricity, but they did not know about electromagnetism. They also did know about magnetism, but they did not know that electricity and magnetism are chained together, you know. Electromagnetism also has been discovered, that electricity has a straight relation with magnetism. And there's also this electrostatics thing.
Would you be able to show me that, bro? Or like where you've read it? Because I wouldn't mind reading.
This I remember how my physics teacher told me cool primary school.
The bit that makes me reluctant to buy too much into it is the way I understand this topic is that the ionization process of the sun's light and energy causes positive ions in the atmosphere because they kind of gain an electron or lose an electron, or they change their form. But the Earth itself is a neutral. It's neither positive nor negative. It's kind of like resistant to gaining a charge. So it allows the sky to build up its charge, and then eventually it'll like through lightning, it'll discharge to its nearest available thing, which would be like usually a building. But if Earth itself is like neutral, it's not actually charged. It's kind of it's not attracting matter, and it's not repelling matter. It's just not got a charge to it, so it doesn't have any direct effect.
I would say, like, I would agree with you to a certain point. I would say the Earth is sort of like, for lack of a better word, a living organism, and lightning actually goes from bottom up. The Earth discharges the electricity or whatever is there, or the magnetism, whatever you want to call it, and throws it out because it's meant to be neutral.
I've seen it. What appears, I've seen it. What appears to go both ways. Would you agree? Lightning seems to go both ways.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
Would you agree that the craters on the moon look most likely to be caused not by crater impacts, but by discharge from the electricity of the Earth?
Craters on the moon.
They tell us that rocks crash into the Earth, into the moon, but all of the craters, bar the odd one or two, all are facing Earth. It's as if there's something from Earth spitting out to the moon, and it's causing the craters. Now, if you look at the craters, they look like welding. You know, when you strike with a welding rod and it makes that initial contact, and then they just look like that.
And perfectly so it's like, round.
Yeah, and I can imagine the Earth discharging like a plasma ball to the moon, like a cathode ray, like a what's it called, a Van de Graaff generator. So like one of the big dome would be Earth, and then the little dome that you've got in your hand would be the moon, and the gap between the two is the arcing, the discharge between one and the other, whichever way around it goes, And that I can totally see that being the reason for why we've got craters on the moon. It's got nothing to do with craters at all, meteorites at all.
Yeah, but how do you see that? Can you just elaborate a bit on to me how you see the moon? Like, is it just like is it like the Earth, or is it different? Like, how do you perceive the moon?
I see the moon as supernatural. I see it as proof of creation. I don't see it as a rocket landing pad. I see it as a big, massive positive or a big, massive
do
negative.
Do you see it animated?
Not necessarily animated. When I look at high definition pictures of the moon, like at full moon phase, I see what looks like 3-dimensional elements to one part of the moon, and then go to the opposite side of the moon, and it looks flat and 2-dimensional with soft edges that make it look as though it's kind of half 3-dimensional.
What I mean by animated is something like being alive,
like moving, shaking,
the possibility of being alive.
I've seen it moving, like shimmering, and I always put that down to the air in our atmosphere is discharging. Like it's warm, so like the Earth's always giving off an element of warmth, and we're seeing like the warmth of the currents underneath us rising in between us and the camera, because the camera's always close to the ground, and that's where the heat radiates from. So I always perceive that shimmering as heat from the Earth, and it's affecting where your camera's, because it's essentially warm air rising, right? That's how I see it.
Yeah.
Okay. So
it's good. It's interesting.
The stuff that I've got and I've read on, even in like old Latin, but in the other forms of books that I have, the esoteric ones, moon is threefold, so is the sun.
Threefold?
Yeah, threefold.
What do you mean?
Threefold. Like, as in, you can see it as in 3 different ways. You can
you can see it. You can see it as convex, concave, and you can see it as flat.
Yeah, and you can just see it as a beautiful shining light. Have you ever just seen a full moon that's just like glowing?
Yeah, I look at the moon all the time, and I always wonder what am I looking at, because it's like I know what they tell us I'm looking at, and I look at it and I say that's not what I'm looking at. I don't know what you are, but I know what you're not.
Yeah. But have you ever seen a full moon just glowing without like any craters? Sorry, bro. Sorry, Gabby.
It's okay. I just want to say that now I am at peace. I was worried about you, Sleeping Warrior, like you were denying Bob's incoherent electrostatic electricity just to, prove gravity, or, but I see your point. You're
I think we can all agree
that this requires further investigation. We don't know. Yeah. So
no, I mean the way the easiest way I put it is the balloon. If you rub the balloon on your shirt and stick it to the wall, it'll stay there for a while, and we all know that that's true. No one disputes that that's true. But is that causing the reason why things fall or rise? And Bob's claim is that it's the reason why the density tower exists. And I'm like, really? So obviously I remember thinking back to like older days of Globebusters when I first started getting into the topic. And he had the ring laser gyro or the fiber optic gyro, and he was getting the 15 degrees, and he wanted to put it inside a zero Gauss chamber or a Faraday cage to see did it still do it. I don't remember whether he actually did it or not, but my point was that he said that at the time that you could filter out the electromagnetic effects with these things. And I just thought, well, in that case, the plane effectively becomes the Faraday cage, and it doesn't collapse. So he kind of debunks himself with his own mantra. So I was just like pointing that out, because yes, it exists, it does stuff, we can utilize it. Perhaps maybe we can create energy with it. Maybe it's the reason why a lot of things happen, but it's not the reason why we have up from down.
Yeah, correct. You're correct, bro.
Yeah. I remember, for example, in the 90s, I was reading some books about UFOs and stuff. It was a trend at that time. I know I read someone said about some experiment with hot mercury gas, and they were spinning in some kind of tubes hot mercury gas, and when it's spinning, it creates all sort of very weird phenomena, electrostatics, electromagnetism, and they say they were claiming that they can achieve levitation, stuff like that.
Good morning, folks.
Playing. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is a good time to butt in. You know, because oftentimes when I hear the talk about electrostatics and what's possible, people often make the moon a solid and say that that's possibly why it could be up there as a solid mass and float. But I view the moon the same as I view the sun, holographic in nature, or at least the part that we see is like a reflection from the container, but that's my opinion. So like with the moon, it's like if it was a 3D, like if it was a three-dimensional object, I would think that you would see, you couldn't see like from different angles it would have different shading, but it doesn't. You know, it just turns like a coin, but there's never any change in shading. But you can get a 3D effect over 2D surfaces, though. So there are also these 3D crystals in which like people put their loved ones in, and no matter like whether you go left or right of it, as long as you're not behind it or on the side of it, the face or the photo follows you wherever you go. So I'm thinking it's something holographic in nature and could be something like that. That's a high speculation, but one thing I highly doubt it is a physical three-dimensional object.
Yeah, that's why I was asking Sleeping Warrior, has he ever experienced a full moon just bright as light?
Yeah. It looks like sometimes it looks like a dynamo when when we were younger and we had the dynamo on our push bike, and the faster you went, the brighter it got. It looked like somebody was pedaling really fast. And then there's other times when it looks dim and it looks lacking in character,
like
or it's not. It's not vibrant.
Yeah, so hence the three phases that. I'm gonna go a bit. Do you mind me going a bit esoteric, or if you do mind to say, and I'll just stop? Because I can't explain any other way.
Well, if it changes its intensity, it means it's alive then, because
it is alive.
In the dynamo frame, you need a person to pedal on that bicycle, and according to how fast he's pedaling, how energetic, that's how the light intensity is. You know.
Yes. Correct.
And
but the light intensity depends on it gets really dim, I would say, like during the day, so it's like possibly a washing out of the other light. But as far we see it magnified, and I think that if it is a source of light, it would be magnified as far away, the further away it got. And if we look to the horizon as things going away in the distance, when you look at the moon from that angle, it's super bright and super red.
Yeah.
And red is the longest wavelength of light. I mean, you know, I'm not an expert, but if I'm wrong about, you know, the you know, the path that I'm going down, like someone correct me. I just think that
I think you're very right, because I think that the moon, if the moon was reflecting the sunlight, then I think we will not be able to see the moon in daytime in the sky. It was too poor illuminated in comparison with the sun illuminated in daytime. It must be a different kind. We demonstrated they are different kind of light sources. One is cold, the other is hot. So that's why we can see the moon in the sky in daytime, because they are different kind of light sources.
So, well, if I may ask another question now, I've asked this before. I'll have to sort of lead up to it because it's hard to put something down just to put it down. I don't want to like say something and for the sake of it being said, it needs to be elaborated on. So now you've got the moon and the sun. You've got two light sources here.
Yeah.
And one goes in front of the other or whatever. Why does the light switch off? It should be brighter. It should not go dark.
Well, I think this is
to do with contrast, don't
an
they?
effect, something like light polarization.
I personally don't think that the moon passes in front of the sun. I personally think it moves behind the sun and it blocks the light that the sun was receiving, and that's what we perceive as the eclipse.
Yeah.
They call it the solar eclipse, but
Okay.
there's no pass.
But the moon's a light too. This is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if it goes behind or in front.
No, but now let me bounce this off you. If it's holographic in nature and the light source is beyond the firmament, couldn't their light paths cross before exiting the firmament? I mean, because that would make it a lot easier for the lights to intersect and cancel each other out, or one cancel out the other.
How can there be a cancellation with the intersection? Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, it's like
when you
have two transparent sheets, polarizers, and when you look through them separately, you can see through. But when you put one in front of the other, they turn opaque, and you cannot see beyond them. You know?
Two poles. Yeah,
because they block light. Yeah.
Put them up to the sun.
But if you add in between them a liquid like olive oil and a magnetic field, and you turn that magnetic field, then some of the light will be visible even when they are opaque. You know,
because it repolarizes some of the light.
Yeah.
But we're talking about like you're placing this intangible, like metaphysical thing and putting it as a piece of paper. That is like it's a source. We don't know where it comes from. All we know that.
No, but that's what I'm saying is that the paths of light within however it's being refracted through the container, like how the process could be somewhere in between there.
Yeah.
Because the lights we see are projected on. I think that the container is a flat top somehow, maybe it could be some kind of crystal structure. I don't really know. No one does. But so I mean, the light that we see and that we receive, in a sense, could be, you know, a reflection of it off of a 2D surface.
Would you guys be up for maybe thinking there's another big celestial object that's dark?
Yeah, the Rahu. What do they call it? Rahu and Ketu.
Yeah, yeah.
Or Lilith, the black moon.
That's some of the names. Yeah, the black sun.
Are you talking about Lilith?
Yeah,
yeah, Nibiru or that body.
Yeah,
not Nibiru.
Black.
There's many names that they use.
Can you see the picture that I put in the live stream?
Oh, wait, sorry, bro. I'll do it.
I'd like to know what you guys think of the picture. I'll see if I can get a bigger one. Basically, when we had the big solar eclipse in a couple of years back, there was some really, really interesting phenomena observed by the casting of the light through the trees. And I've always wondered what the explanation is for this. I know that they talk about pinhole copy image. They talk about pinhole cameras causing this effect, but I don't see how I see it as a non sequitur argument. I don't see it as a credible explanation for what we're looking at, because we're not looking at the light source through a pinhole unless we are actually looking at the light source through a pinhole. In other words, it's not a sun 93 million miles away and there's something else going on. But are you guys familiar with these weird looking shadows?
I'm looking right now, because when you said pinhole, the first thing I thought about was Comet Neowise. Like comets kind of look like lights through a pinhole.
Okay, so what's this, a picture?
Oh, okay.
This is showing the eclipse, but it was being cast through a tree. So like you're looking through the shadow that was being passed through the branches. And for some reason, it was coming through as individual rays of light. Now, obviously, it doesn't normally do that. But if it does do that, then it's effectively filtering out something that we can't see. So like when someone said before about the polarized light, that supports the argument that there might be two polarized filters that we're looking at causing this effect, because this is crazy, right? This doesn't make any logic. I don't understand that there's any logical argument for this other than the pinhole explanation, but I don't accept it. I see it as a false explanation. I don't see how it applies.
Yeah, those light shapes, they can be explained with the presence of a magnetic field between these two polarizers, which will affect the light. It will make the light go through these filters, but it will have, the light is affected by the magnetic field, so it will propagate like that and give those kind of circles, semicircles shapes. It will scatter the light. It's very interesting.
Like even if it's just another object like said sun, it cannot stop the whole of the light coming through, because darkness is just an absence of light.
So, okay, oftentimes I say that the light is like, from the sun, and just from the sun anyway. My speculation is that it's directional, because no matter what camera I use from the east, there's always like this particular glare versus any of the other directions. And I wanted a couple of people from different spots to get on board to see if they have more intense glares from other directions, from one direction rather than another. But Like perhaps like these light sources are like, pointing straight at us. And I guess I'm coming to that conclusion only to say that it looks like the comets that we see aren't pointed towards us. To be honest. But to me, that's what it looks like. It looks like, a light that's not like it's pointing in not directly toward us, but in another direction. And it kind of does look like a pinhole situation underwater or something. It'd be better if I had all the. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna gather those pictures that we took, and that we saved, from the summertime, and I'll come back. Give me a few.
Can you just elaborate on the comets bit? Comets.
Comet Neowise, like it. Damn. Well, yeah. Actually, type it in the chat. Maybe you'll get a few pictures. Just look at what it looks like. They say that's like a. They say that's a tail or something, from the sun. I forget what the explanation is, but it's like ridiculous. It looks more like a light through a pinhole. Matter of fact,
it can be, yes.
Let me look for it right now.
That's true, because I've seen those things.
I was thinking
it can be
also as some sort of sand which is floating on water due to surface tension and creates some sort of concave shapes. Mirror.
As far as I know, the stuff that I've seen, but I don't have it anymore. That was tested, and I don't speak about this anymore. What we see up the top, and if you look what diamonds are made from, or what they can be made from synthetic ones, is air, water and air, like compressed to the maximum.
I found a couple of quick screenshots right there.
We debate all this stuff, but they have all this knowledge, all these
they know about it.
They have it all put together, and they know.
I can't just come out and say stuff on here, bro. If I just say stuff on here, I'm going to be crazy.
That's why I find it hilarious when bald earthers say, show us the evidence of the dome. And it's like, do you know what? As if they're going to show us the evidence of the dome, they're immediately going to sign their own P45s, their redundancy paperwork, because then they've got no job anymore because we're living inside some kind of construct. Do you know how I interpret those lights?
All we have is only what there is here. That's all we have.
Do you know how I interpret those lights? Those pictures that were just presented, they look to me like a little powerboat in a sea of fluid, water-like substance that is the wake behind the boat as it's traversing. So it's creating a wake behind it, and the wake's like it's got a luminescence to it, like a glowworm. So like it's reflecting light that is, or it's generating light, one or the other. And to me, it looks like it's going through fluid.
To me too. And it looks to me something like there is some kind of sand which is floating due to surface tension, creating micro mirrors, concave mirrors, something like that. But I won't put my hand in fire for that.
You've been in here when I've been put on the cross, so. But we always come back to it. It's all right.
Like you guys said that ballers are always like, "Oh, show us proof of the dome." And I've tried to like construct an argument around rainbows, because most people don't know that rainbows are just like halves of a whole circle. And it's only half because of your angle. Because if you look at like skydivers, you know, you see a 360-degree ring, and most times it's like a double circle. I mean, or a triple circle. Yeah, and you have the brightest land lit in the middle, and then it gets darker throughout each circle, and then the rest of the land after that is also darker. And I'm like, how could a 93 million mile away sun create that effect without? How could that not be some form of refraction?
Well, it's
like, how could it just be neatly placed ice crystals in the sky or whatever?
It's the opposite.
I'll back that up for you. When the sun goes up, this is just in nature. You cannot argue with this, nothing. Sun comes up, blue sky. Sun goes down, red sky.
Well,
take a moment to think about it.
There are red sunrises too. I've seen.
If you just take a prism and hold it in the light, you'll see that, as you said, it's how you cut it. If you cut it like a diamond, you'll see all the colors of the rainbow. And
that's why my speculation is. That's why my speculation is what it is about the sun. So it's a combined energy source, or I don't know exactly, but I know that we fake create, you know, like daylights and things like this. Not that the wavelengths are anywhere near like what we see with the sun, but I mean, what else? Well, I don't want to commit that fallacy, but I mean, you can only get rainbows through prisms. Like how else would you do it?
There's no way.
Would you agree that a rainbow Would you agree that a rainbow, when observed from high altitude, is the opposite of a sundog that we see from low altitude? And it's caused by a concentration of angled light through a prism. In other words, through the dome. They say sundogs are crystals in the sky. I think it's actually caused by the sun being in a certain location relative to the, you know, like when you can move your magnifying
45-degree angle. Yes.
Yeah, when you move your magnifying glass closer and further away, you either make the focal point smaller and stronger or more broad because it's not focused properly. That the sun seems to get into a certain location at a certain position in the sky, and then we see either what we call a sundog, or they see from above looking down what they call a rainbow, 360 rainbow. And it's literally a lensing effect. It's got nothing to do with crystals in the sky. It's to do with the proximity of the sun relative to the lens.
Yes.
True.
I'm going to post something really cool because it's the first picture that I took that got me thinking about rainbows in the first place. Hold on, let me go dig it up.
Cool.
I remember.
Sorry, Roger.
I remember Thrive and Survive telling me that you couldn't create a rainbow indoors unless you were reflecting the light that you were looking at the rainbow through a mirror or a glass pane. You had to have polarized light for it to work. So what he was saying was that whatever is outside, it has to be a lens of some kind, because one of the lenses is our eye. Then there's got to be another lens out there somewhere doing something, because you can't have a rainbow inside without it going through a reflection of light to give us that prism effect that we see the rainbow in.
Which is true. And I've had ballers try to say, oh, look, this person did it. Sorry about the noise. Is that too loud?
It's okay, Elijah.
I'm kind of scared for you, bro. That's the only thing.
There's a couple of trucks going by, but no, ballers have sent me videos saying, "Look at this guy did it." I'm like, yeah, with a day lamp. Like, you have the reflectors, you have the actual lens, the thing that covers the light. Like, you have all of that. Like, you're not going to be doing it with fire, though.
Yeah. True.
So if you just take glass and cut it like a diamond and for 45-degree angles, you will see all the colors on the rainbow. Indoors with a light like a what's called a light, like a light. A light that you switch on and off. That was dumb cool. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, it will refract light.
Yeah, and it will cause
create a rainbow.
The colors. No, but it will cause the colors though. It won't make a rainbow.
Yeah.
And that's just having glass with light.
That's because of the shape of the prism. See?
Yes.
That dome is very big. Like, we have no idea how high it is above our heads.
Yes, that's correct.
Cutting such a big glass, it's not easy.
Apparently, at its highest peak that I've read,
I have to admit, when I listen or try to talk on this subject, light propagation and refraction, I know there is so little that I know about it, and I always feel this information always makes me feel like stupid, and I really like it. You know, I'm like, I like this kind of information. Makes me feel stupid.
Well, when it comes to glass, it's at the edge, like on a thick sheet of 1/4 inch or plate glass, where it's cut at the edge, and often it's green. Flint glass has iron in it. That's where your prisms come in. Light hits the flat surface of the glass and then comes out the side.
Yeah.
The edge is like on an aquarium. If you check out an aquarium, it depends how the corners are made. You can often get like really beautiful prisms just from the edge of an aquarium glass. You can also get great prisms and colors from a pan of old oil. You know, old oil on water reflecting onto a surface. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
What a color prism. You get it in a basement, a garage, wherever.
Jimbo, remember,
So
thank you for yesterday. You're roboting, bro.
Hello and welcome, Jimbo.
Good morning, one and all.
My man, thank you for yesterday, bro. Thank you for yesterday.
The magnetic domains?
Yeah, the mountain things. I think you disappeared. Did you hear what I said?
Maybe some of it. I think I was at piezoelectric effect and some of the phenomena in the sky.
Yep. So I know this for I don't know how I know this. I just know this. A long time ago, I got told that the the big telescopes that they have, Lucy, Moosey, and whatever they're called, Bigfoot and whatnot, that they're not used for looking up there. They're used for looking at the mountains, the ones that are made up of mostly quartz. And there had to be a sort of for lack of better words, expedition done there to correct something. It was sort of like a ritual thing, but nothing bad. It was just like grabbing quartz to do something with another quartz for some weird reason, I still don't get the whole point of it. But I never could get why they would have it pointing at selected mountains. But when Jimbo spoke yesterday, and he explained a bit more about it, when you have those bright lights coming out of it, that's got some deeper meaning for it, if you know what I mean. Did I drop off again? Hello?
Nah, you're still here.
Oh, still there? Yeah, so... Yeah.
We got a basic rule, too, that light is generated locally by a process. So all this, light traveling billions of miles and trillions of miles, it's nonsense.
Yeah. But I just found it weird that these got like open straight out to my face. These things are not used to look there. Where they didn't tell me which ones, what mountains they were, but apparently some of them are full quartzed up. And when you tell me that those reactions happen, if a reaction like that happens, and these guys are observing it with a purpose, because it's got to mean something, if you know what I mean. Big deeper meaning for whatever reason it is. I still haven't worked it out, but you gave me closure with that. That was thank you very much.
Every square foot of garbage underneath us is everything from lodestone to you name it. Every kind of crystal. There are deposits of pure quartz, like Sandy Run out in the Carolinas. It's hundreds of feet deep by miles and miles wide and around. Quartz so pure, you don't have to clean it to mix it with glass and produce glass directly from it. These are deposits, Again, these things have a electrical phenomena that happens to them. When they're put under pressure and relaxed for whatever reason, they generate electricity. It's a electrical effect called the piezoelectric effect. But squeezing a crystal and relaxing it causes it to develop a charge. The old record players would use a crystal on the end of an arm, and it would go between the grooves, and as it would be squeezed on by the sides of the grooves expanding and contracting, it would produce an electrical voltage that would be amplified and turned into your sound. But there's everything produces almost these dielectric phenomena.
It is sound waves.
Yeah. Well, it's rocker motion. It's waves. Like waves in the ocean, they move you forward, pull you back. They sort of cancel out a sinus wave. But if you clip it, if you rectify it, all the energy goes one way for you.
Okay, so like a beam.
Like a beam, absolutely, like a beam.
Okay, so this now makes even more sense with other stuff. As people were trying to crucify me last time, I was saying every pyramid emits scalar waves. It has to be built with concrete and quartz, and has to have water underneath, and it goes from top to bottom and emits these large amounts of scalar waves. But yeah, so I don't know how I can find out which mountains these. I need to go back to my.
I think they're all active. You look at how many mountains are so-called active volcanoes, dormant volcanoes, whatever. There's phenomena around all these mountains and stuff. There really is.
Yeah. I'm really interested to find these mountains where there's like full quartz. I hope my ex-mentor hasn't like disowned me. He was telling me, and I was like, I didn't quite get it. I don't know if he knows about that thing. It's kind of like Superman. You know, when he like pops down here where his ship is? Like, what is that place called? I don't know. It's all just looks like icicles or whatever.
Is Ice Planet there?
Sorry?
Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah. So I'm guessing there's probably places that are like that because I know that they go to these special places to do set rituals. And
was that chocolate?
Yes, sir.
What'd you say? Blessings in solitude? What'd you say?
He was talking about the Fortress of Solitude.
The Fortress of Solitude, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So if you go then in a specific time or whatever, when certain phenomena happens in the time of the year, because I always do it in certain times of the year. I got told, and I don't know how you can induce yourself to make that happen, but the sun and all the rest of it can, and they're in front so much technology wise and knowing wise. It's a bit unfair, but yeah, it's that wouldn't look at it and go there and do stuff for no reason. That's my point. What would you have massive telescopes to try to look through a dome? Because you can't. It's like glass looking through glass and glass and glass or whatever. It's oxymoronic. I don't know.
It's like we're looking at the inner skin of a basketball above our heads.
Yeah. But to use that to try to look out further, to pierce the inner skin to look whatever's out there, it's not possible, you know? I don't care what kind of a thing you have to look through or how big it is or what it magnifies. I don't know, Jimbo, do you have any thoughts on that?
All I know is that Orion's belt starts on the horizon. Those three stars are relatively close to each other. As it moves overhead, they pull apart from each other. And as they head back to setting, they pull closer together. And the pattern never changes. Ever, ever, ever.
They're the three wise men. From the Bible. You know, they come together and they go see, you know, Jesus, and then they give the gifts and then they go apart and then they'll meet again. But yeah, that's the three wise men story.
I know if we can put
But yeah, what do you think about... Sorry?
A pipe on a shed and lock it onto the North Star, and it's there 365 days a year, there's no wobble or tilt to the Earth.
Got that already. It's called
that I posted.
Georgia Guidestones. It's already out.
Right.
Now check out
check out the video that I posted in the live stream. That right there just shows you that we don't even know the shape of the Earth's. The sun's light. like how it appears on the ground. We don't even know.
Yeah, I would say it's more of like a being. Our books, it says it's like threefold. Just like us. Body, spirit, soul. But
I think it's a beam too. But I mean, at the same time, I don't know what kind. I mean, like I don't know how it's refracted or that's what I'm only talking about how it's refracted when it enters this portion of this realm, this side of it. Yeah. We have
we'll get to meet it, bro. Don't worry. After we'll get to meet it. We'll say hello and we'll say, mate, we were speaking about you. And you go, yeah, I know. All right, let's have a look, bro. Thank you. It's COVID.
Yeah, I'm not making any claims. All I'm saying is I've never considered that I don't really even know what shape the light makes on the ground. I just kind of assumed it had to be circular. It could be, but it could also might not be. Well, I mean, based on this, the rainbows on the outside, I don't think that's what we see, but I'm just saying we don't really know how it works.
If you do certain things, I'm not going to tell the full thing, but if you do certain things, yeah, if you keep your temples in a sort of way and do certain things, you can experience other things like sun rays, see different lights and all the rest of it. It's a very painful undertaking, and you'll get to see certain things in a different way. And plus, they've wired our brains to see things in certain ways. This has to look like this. If it's like a circle, it must be round. Like a circle doesn't mean round, but it's this constant propounding of effery that gets us into trouble. And we need a breakdown. It's good to have these conversations, because if you don't have these conversations, you will stay closed up. You can't expand. You cannot expand your knowing and the things that you see in your mind and all the rest of it, and your soul. Because that's what they've made us think on, is just literal, like, things, objects. Everything has a name. It's an object. If it's not an object, it doesn't matter. And that's the wrong way to go about it. You cannot proceed and exist here in that way. For me, anyway. People still on here or on asleep?
since we're in nah, never mind. Forget it.
No, don't do that to me. I don't want to speak.
No, I'm sorry. I haven't given it much thought.
We're here to think together, bro.
Yeah, I haven't really given it much thought, but I'll let you hear it. Because I already think I'm wrong. But then me being wrong, I go with the current understanding. Well, I mean, it makes sense because of the hydrological cycle. So it's not like, but I was just thinking about sun showers, and I was like, what if that's just like precipitation straight off the dome? Or not the dome, but the whatever container we're in. Like, because there's often not clouds around during sun showers, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Sun showers?
But the mainstream answer is that the rain is being pushed from some area that does have
magical rain.
No, I mean I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's saying the cloud is not being pushed or carried by the air. Well, obviously it is carried by the air, but wherever it is, it's there while the water is being pushed to the area that's raining over you. And it could be a completely calm. Well, that doesn't really matter because it could be a calm day with the clouds going in different directions overhead. But again, like, there could be no clouds and just
and raining.
Rain the fuck all over you. I don't know.
Beautiful, brother.
I think
God bless you for saying that.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I haven't given it that much thought.
I've given these matters so much thought, my brain is going to melt. I'm glad to hear that other people are thinking about these things too. As I said, we're put on here and we're just fed this way of thinking. You can't do that. What you said is beautiful, and it actually makes sense.
What do you guys think of this Selenian eclipse?
Trying to picture it in my mind. Do you have a
you mean the impossible eclipse that actually happens?
It could be it could be another light source crossing with the moon's light and canceling the wavelengths of light out, causing there to appear to be a shadow. But you could do that with like an iPhone and a lighter backdrop.
Yeah.
Like, so I don't know, but I know it's not a shadow.
Well, the Selenian eclipses claim that the Earth, the sun is on one side, the Earth's in the middle, the moon's on the other side. So it's like a lunar eclipse. But they say that the Earth is causing the shadow on the moon, yet both the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time. So it's like, what's the explanation for that?
That's oxymoronic.
Yeah.
It's like a syzygy.
Yeah, and it is 180 degrees apart still, the light sources. So I don't even know. It's got to be something else there.
There's another body, a dark body.
Yeah,
and
what causes the lunar eclipse.
Wouldn't that be assuming that that's a shadow? How do we know that that's a shadow?
As opposed to a reduction
call it
in light.
shadow. I would say it's just a
say again.
A dark thing, a dark body, absent of light.
Yeah, but how do you know it's a body that's causing that?
I'm presuming.
Right.
From stuff that I've read, I don't see how two lights cancel each other out to make darkness. Two lights, when converging, should make it more lighter. For the light to be permeated more brighter. Just like the brother said when he said there's no clouds, but it's raining.
Well, no, because like we're on the surface that the apparent shade is on, right? So there have been times where I'm boiling water, and the energy from that is creating what appears to be a shadow on my wall, my kitchen wall, but there's nothing there other than the energy coming off of my stove and the kettle.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I view the sun as a metaphysical thing, as a form of energy or something. Not as you said, we don't know what it looks like, if it's a circle, if it's this or if it's that. From what I know, and from what I can see with my senses, it's something more.
I was just talking about eclipses like maybe a half hour ago with one of my coworkers. And I fucked them all up because I was just like, hey, supposedly a solar eclipse, that's the moon covering the sun, apparently. Where's the moon before and after that?
Yeah,
he just looked at me like, what do you mean? I was like, find me the moon before, during, and after an eclipse.
Yeah.
He was just like, wait, it's never been seen? I was like, well, you have fun finding it and showing it to me.
Yeah.
He's like, but that doesn't make any sense, because if it's going in front of the moon, shouldn't it be seen? I was like, yeah. He was like, wait a minute. I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I was like, yep, you do that. Thanks.
Yeah. And just that word.
And then right after that, I hit him with the black swan. He was like, I'm done for the day. I can't even.
Meltdown.
He was just like, nah, that can't make any sense. The curve can't move 10 times further than where it's supposed to be. That's nonsensical. I was like, yep, hold that.
If we do what we've been doing right now, what we know as fact is we have it down packed as fact. We shouldn't stop thinking.
I agree.
This is me speaking for myself.
When I speculate, I'm at least looking at something. Like that's what an astronomer would say too.
Yes.
However, I'm only looking at the sky to point out the contradictions in the model, and then I can speculate whatever the fuck I want. But I always preface it with, this is my speculation, because I can do whatever the fuck I want, but I'm not going to indoctrinate people,
Yeah, exactly.
So, to what Chocolate said, now Chocolate isn't like, that's like, this is why I don't understand why sometimes we complain, because isn't it amazing that you're like a Grand Kai or something, or like, well, I mean, maybe that's disrespectful. You're Super Saiyan Gato,
Here we go.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, when it comes to talking to people, you think any of these other motherfuckers got it as strong and as easy as we do among, normal everyday people who've never actually thought about this shit? Because all they see is the other popular people. Come on. We like this shit is like a thank you very fucking much for making me look like a genius when all I did was learn how to read.
Open your eyes and use a little bit of discernment. It goes a long way, huh?
Yeah, this
little common sense, little discernment, little intellectual honesty can change a man.
Yeah. To think that they accuse us of most being like animals, we've lost those senses. You need to listen to your intuition, and it's beautiful to look up and see things. And when it's not like some gaseous fart ball, that came to existence from nothing, that went into light and then turned into gases, and then gases swirling and twirling around, and then after they swirl and twirl around, they form other rocks and start.
They might as well just form Voltron, as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry, what did you say, bro?
You're talking about the gases swirling around and forming. I said they might as well form Voltron, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Well, that's nonsense.
Exactly.
What
the
fuck? And
then they turn into rocks, and then they collide, and then there's molten lava in there, and like it's like you really have to.
That's a cool story.
Yo, they got
in a galaxy far, far away.
Yo, Chocolate. They got a Greek in the. Oh, golly. Hold on.
Fucking hell.
What?
He said he's got a.
Yeah. Bro, you're scaring me, bro. I told you. I'm seriously scared for you, bro. Like, where are you? In Compton?
I was going to say that.
Live in New York for a while. You'll sleep next to that sound. Don't worry about it.
Right. That ain't shit. Yo, my girl acts like she's not from New York. She's the perfect scared person in the movie Candidate. What's that? Honey, check the door.
Like, oh, that's loud.
You know I'm not from these areas. I don't like this.
I don't like you prying other people's businesses.
I got a quick little story for you, right? I'm not really into horror movies. I find them all to be too scripted and too not scary. However, I was told to go and watch a particular horror movie, and it was to do with wolves, and it was to do with looking at wolves in mirrors. If you look through a mirror, you could see a wolf that wasn't there when you looked at it. It was to do with polarized light or whatever. Anyway, I don't like wolves at the best of times. And there was this kid looking at a wolf that was in some bushes. And when he was looking at the bushes, he couldn't see the wolf. But when he looked at it through the window, the reflection in the window, it was clear as day. Anyway, I'm on the edge of my seat because I'm watching it and I'm thinking, that is such a cool concept, but that is so scary, even though I'm like an adult. Anyway, some dopey ass woman comes bouncing down the stairs to go to the toilet, and you know, like dead, like fucking arms and legs everywhere, loads of noise.
Flopping about.
She caught me off guard completely, and I went, and she fucking fell over. She jumped into the air, fell over, and everyone was laughing. But it was all because she bounded down the stairs like fucking Bambi. And she just caught me at a bad time in the movie, but it was so fucking funny. Obviously, I got laughed at for being a girl, but she got laughed at for falling on her ass and scaring me.
Wow, that's cold. That's good when that happens, you know? Yeah, kind of ejects you back into your body. Like, in out.
I had no idea that I wasn't coming through. I'm so upset.
Bro, I did that for almost 45 minutes yesterday.
Hell no. What?
Bro. Yeah. We have heard you since the jackhammer, bro.
Wow. What I was saying was that the Greeks, well, they got a Greek in the hopper for everything, right? So there's this dude named Anaxagoras, I think is how you pronounce it. And
Anaxa bullshit.
So now this is just a figure, once again, way back in history. But what they say is that, I can't even remember exactly, but I know that they're trying to tie him and the black bodies in space happening to be perfect spheres of dust. And I know I've shared that article before. I'm gonna find it when I get home, or maybe I'll find it right now. Yeah, perfect spheres of dust.
What the fuck? So this motherfucker, that's a Greek, that a nation or a country that never existed, saw dust of fucking balls. Fuck, oof. Ow, my back, and I'm fucking pissed off too when I hear shit like this, bro. Look, this bends it bends your brain. And it turns it into mush, and that's where you go stupid. But people believe this shit. A dude on Earth looking at the sky, seeing ball dust in spheres.
See, there it goes right there. I found something real quick. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, I don't know, by P. Curd. Anaxagoras is also credited with discovering the causes of eclipses, the interposition of another body between Earth and Damn, I should have clicked the link first. Where are we at?
Another body. What's the other body?
My bad. Hold on.
Is if the moon goes in front of the sun, it should be lit up by their theory. True?
He was the first to give a correct explanation of eclipses and was both famous and notorious for his scientific theories, including the claims that the sun is a mass of red-hot metal. Wow. That the moon is earthy and the stars are fiery stones. Okay, the stones or gems, possibly. I don't know. But anyway, Anaxagoras
scientific theory.
Right.
No, this is a
right.
Go back. He said the first to say a factual thing about fiery stones and gems in the sky.
Okay, where's the part about the?
Wow.
Hold on, let me find the eclipse part.
Bro, this is funny, but then your brain hurts and you think, how stupid is this though? People gobble this shit up. It's poetry, bro. You know what I mean? It's pure poetry, but it's like hypnotic. I don't know how to describe it.
Okay, here it is. Anaxagoras is also credited with discovering the causes of eclipses. The interposition of another body between the Earth and the Sun or the Moon. Sometimes he credits this to the unseen bodies mentioned above. According to the ancient sources, Anaxagoras also gives explanations for the light of the Milky Way. All right. It's not saying it here, but someone said that he was saying that they were spherical dust clouds.
It's dumb shit. It's like, you really... I reckon if you went to a mental institution and tried to sell that story, the guy at the mental institution will call the nurses on you and say, this guy's crazy. He's seeing spherical dust balls in the sky. Fuck me. Wow. This is a whole level of dumb shit. Peoples, what are we going to do? Might need to start writing poetry, all of us. And then the magical unicorn came along and made the rainbow with the leprechaun and the gold on the side. Am I still audible? Is anybody still on?
Yeah.
Oh. Who's that? Who's replied? Who's the kind man that replied?
What did you say?
Oh, go. Who was the kind man that replied? I go, it was you. Sleeping one. I go, thank you. Thank you. Sometimes, yeah. It was yesterday, bro. Like for 45 minutes, I was like speaking. I was actually speaking for like 20 minutes or so. And then like I hear like nobody saying nothing. And I'm like, somebody did this, that, da, da, da. And
you realize you're on mute.
I'm asking people, bro, yeah. You guessed it. And I'm asking, I'm like, hey, bro, like, blah, 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 can you answer this question? And nobody's fucking answering it. I'm like, did I say something wrong? Did I, like, can people really, like, ignore you while you're butting? I even tried to, I was like, butting in to conversations. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, you know, I better leave. Like, I must have done something. Maybe come on another time. I apologize and just leave. And then I see the mute button's on.
Talking for 40 minutes before you realised.
Yeah, bro, I was full like into it because sometimes, you know, when I talk, people listen. They're like, "Oh, no, you're good." And so I've realized sometimes people just listen,
But also, no. There's a lot of times where, like you said, people just ignore you, and then the moment a Globe Earther comes in, it's like 6 people want to talk over you and shit. So
that's
annoying.
just retarded, yeah. But or when you're talking, they're listening to you, and a key word comes out, and it hits their psyche, and they don't like it for some reason because it goes. Even though they've accepted flat Earth, because you're trying to figure out a few things, they'll just because it doesn't agree with them. I've only found that a few times, which I found surprising. But yeah, thinking and must go on, and feeling, love and thinking go together.
Chocolate, are you there?
Chocolate
saying he's normally there.
Yo.
Did you catch my latest upload about Bob?
Yeah, I saw it.
What did you think?
I would love to see the collapse of a density tower in some type of a Faraday cage. That'd be nice.
Do you know what? If he did that, I'd bow down to his awesomeness and I'd suck his toes for him.
First of all, that's gross. Second of all, but yeah, I mean, this thing that he's purporting is the cause of the density tower being the way holding up the way it does. I mean, that's a hell of a claim, man.
Yeah, and his own evidence that, because I don't know how long you've been in the topic, but I remember when the ring laser or the fiber optic gyro was being researched at the time on Globebusters, and he was basically saying about the zero Gauss chamber or a Faraday cage to filter out this stuff that he thought might be influencing it. And I never found out whether he did it or not, and I don't know what the effect is if he did. But I just remember him saying it, and when I heard him say that on Brandon the other night, I just thought, Bob, you told us all that we could filter this shit out. So basically reapply it against your own belief structure, and then what's the position going to be? And when you realise that the planes are already doing it for you, then the claim fails. But is he going to address it? Is he balls? Is he going to completely ignore it? Yeah.
Balls. Bollocks.
We should call him Faraday Bob instead of 15-degree Bob.
Faraday bollocks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna do something, and
my favorite part of that though was when that dude Brian asked him if I put this, what was it, milk or something? I don't even know what it was, but if I put it, it'll just sit there. But if I take that, tube it up, and put it underneath, which way will it go? Up. Oh, okay. Thanks.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Like, do people not like? I don't get this thing. If things move up, how can there be a downward bias?
He says it's net of all accelerations, doesn't he? He say that. So even though he's arguing Rumpus's point where he says about accelerating and decelerating, they're the same thing.
We're going into the Glober car.
Yeah. The
car with
the same thing.
The accelerator. Come on, man! Like, get out of here. As soon as you say something went up, that obviously is a problem with your downward bias, man. Come on.
I think the only bias that's there is the Bob bias, not the downward bias.
But I'm totally cool with an experiment or a demonstration. Like I'm totally fine with that.
He won't do it because it won't work. But I'd like to see him fail.
Right. He won't do it.
I would love to see him fail.
Then what he'll do instead is he'll distract away from the point, and he'll call me names instead, and he'll say things like, "Oh, Riley told my wife to fuck off," which is actually true, but it wasn't for the reason that he said. So rather than address the point, he'll try and make it out like it's me being an arsehole and that he's the victim, and then the point will be forgotten. So
the downward bias, like, you know.
Bro,
my bad. I didn't know I was. I didn't know I was. I guess I cut out there.
Randy, Sleepy Warrior, can you DM me? Who is this guy? Because I'll get on his ass. So I don't like people like this.
Oh, Bob Nodell from Globebusters. Do you want me to send you a link for my latest upload?
Sorry, bro?
Do you want me to send you a link for my latest upload?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, if you can just DM me that'd be great. So then, yeah, I'll hook onto your channel, and I'll get on his case because I love to. These people need to get off, man. Like
the reason why it's
enough.
Me, everyone says, it's just personal between you and Bob, and it's like, well, it's not really that. It's more the fact that there's new people, there's loads of new people into the topic now, and obviously Bob's going to get heard by some of them, and they're going to think that it's more complicated than what it actually is. Like there's three positions, not two, right? There's either Newton, which was like mass attracting mass, Earth's pulling everything down. Einstein said, no, it's not Earth pulling everything down. It's Earth's accelerating upwards and everything's moving upwards at the same rate that it was being pulled down in Newton. Earth's moving up. But them two are a false dichotomy to obviously what we observe, which is that we're not accelerating anywhere and things are just more dense or less dense than the medium of air. That's the explanation. But because Bob doesn't make it that simple and he makes it more convoluted and more obscure, new people coming into it, for example, I gave the example in the video of Rachie 50. She's not daft. She's on her own journey. She'll work it out, but she's a new person in the topic, and she's come into it and she's getting Bob like in her ear telling this like incoherent dielectric acceleration and all that, and she's like, "Huh? What's this?" Now, me and you might look at it and go, "It's talking shit." But new people to it are influenced by it because he's got a big channel, he's got an influential voice. So it's damaging to the new people that are coming to it because it doesn't need to be this complicated, but for Bob's own personal viewpoint. But I have to question his angle, because why would you deliberately magic? Well, or just bullshit. Because why would you deliberately tell people this stuff without really making it clear that it's just your theory? Now, when he plays the victim card, he says, it's not okay that people call me a shill or controlled opposition just for having a different opinion. No one criticizes him for a different opinion, but he does get criticized for pushing it as though it's truth. And he preaches it like a Jehovah's Witness. So it's like, Bob, you're not doing that though, are you? He's got his own little Watchtower Bible or whatever they call it, and he's knocking on people's doors talking about incoherent dielectric acceleration. That's what he's doing, and it's like, Bob, you should be making it really clear that you're speculating, and it seems that way to you, and it's just your opinion. There's nothing wrong with speculation. We all do it. We've been doing it all morning, but it matters when you're like literally doing shows dedicated to the topic and telling people stuff and going into the comments and trying to influence them with this stuff that's basically your belief, but you're telling it as though it's truth. And we're like, Bob, it's demonstrably not true. It's like, that's when I have the problem, because that essentially means that he's no better than Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, and he's taking the true focus away
on science
from the other people. Yeah. For their sake and
things. And it's like, well, if we go beyond that, we're clearly into the realms of speculation. But we should be clear when we're speculating, because then it's not a problem, because we just know that we're just chucking ideas around. But if you push it as though it's truth, but then claim the victim card for getting caught out on it, I mean, what kind of person is that? Is that not like the definition of a controlled operation?
I've been wanting to say this for a while. I've noticed that there's all of a sudden these pricks fucking appear from nowhere, and they have followers, and they're like, these guys up the top, they're just inserting people fucking everywhere. They've got all the bases covered, even like to shut like us down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what pisses me off. Like, the guy pops out of nowhere, you know. And apparently he knows something about something.
I have a question from Scotland.
Fucking
hell, brother.
how can the satellites be real if the Earth is flat?
There are no satellites.
Look into quantum locking or quantum levitation, and then come back to us when you've got your own answer.
I see. I see them in the news, and I'm like, that can't be real, can it?
Military communication balloons too, Ben.
Yeah, there's the balloons, high altitude balloons, and there's also quantum locking, which is what I believe is what the International Space Station is doing. But look up quantum levitation and quantum locking, and then come back to us because there's your answer.
That's fine.
No worries.
You sound like you're miles away, by the way. Sounds like you're on the toilet or something.
Who, me?
No.
Oh.
Guy from Scotland.
Ah. It's looking miles away into the toilet. Have you seen? Have you ever noticed when you look up? Because I always like to look up rather than look down when I'm walking. You see like weird, like sort of clouds. They'll be like all white, and they'll have like one dark patch in them for some dumb reason, and it'll be like a triangle or a square, or something like
that. Sorry, mate. Ask that question again.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb, huh? When you look at, have you seen clouds? Yeah. Like
yeah.
To look proper clouds, but then you'll see like a dark patch in them, just like a triangle or a square or something. What the?
That sounded like somebody was watching naughty movies.
Yeah, bad. Was that crack feeling? Yeah, so you've noticed this too, huh?
Yeah. You know what it's caused by?
Okay.
Do you guys like anime?
Caused by something called the Felix dispersal force. It's the negatively charged ions of the water particle, the water vapor, being attracted to the positive ions in the atmosphere, and basically keeping a resemblance or a semblance of shape when there's no direct intermolecular bonding. Felix dispersal forces are discovered by a guy called Felix London, and it is the reason why clouds don't continuously just disperse in like a trump. They roughly keep their shape. Because there is an element of attraction to the different certain types of molecules that are up there that form clouds. Yep. It's cool.
You just cut out, or was that it?
No, I was just explaining how they worked. They're called the Felix.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Did you say cool at the end?
I said they're very cool.
Oh, all I heard was cool. I'm like, did you just
I have a question.
Yes, cartoons, anime. Yeah,
it's
I'm friends with her.
So if the horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet, how can you say for definite that the Earth is flat? Because when ships sailing away disappear into the horizon, like, how does that work?
Perspective.
When you asked that question before and you defined horizon, did you say where the sky and the land appear to meet? Is that what you said? So that would mean that it's an optical effect, right? It's not that the land and the sky is not actually meeting at that place, right? It just appears that way, right?
I didn't know that. But what about Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn?
Why don't you go there? Why don't you go there and tell me?
Oh, fair enough.
Let's come back to where we were just talking about, the horizon that you experience here on Earth, right? And you defined it correctly. You defined it correctly. It is the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground. Well, they've convinced you Yeah, they've convinced you that that apparent location is a physical location, right? That's why they tell you boats are disappearing behind that location. Except that apparent location, being apparent, moves every day, hour by hour, right? Well, if that was your physical curve of the Earth, it wouldn't do that, would it?
Oh, you're totally right.
There you go.
I get the feeling that this person was just being a tit.
Yeah, she's being a dick.
That's all right. But that's all right, because
you can tell
they got the information that they needed, right?
Nah, they're going to try to come back with some bullshit. Watch.
Well, give them a chance. Maybe they understood what I just said.
Well, listen, God, I hope so. God bless her then.
Give them a chance.
I'm all for that. Okay.
Who was it I was just talking to?
Iggs.
Don't know.
No, not you. The other guy.
Oh, yeah. Some girl from whereabouts from England is she from? Warrior.
I don't know where she was from, and I was going to say it wasn't
me for a second. Whatever.
What's she saying? Okay.
Is it totally silent here?
Good morning.
Oh,
how you doing?
Chocolate. Hello. Somebody else said hello. I think it might have been Me7. Are you there, Me7?
How you feeling today?
Oh, I'm feeling good. Yeah, how about you?
Wow, you're very happy this morning.
I sound too happy. Maybe I should leave Discord because that's guaranteed to make you unhappy if you're too happy.
No, I love it. So don't.
You're working. Yeah, okay.
It's coming up to 2 p.m. here in England, and obviously you're bursting in like all the colours of the rainbow. And I'm thinking, yeah, I'm just ready for going for a siesta.
Yeah, you're ready for the nap time. That's true. Yes, here in America, we just woke up. Some of us are still not awake.
You must be East Coast then, right?
Yes, I am. Yep. I'm in Michigan, which is the western edge of the Eastern time zone. But yes, the same time as New York.
Pretty cold up there, right at the minute, right?
Yeah, it's been pretty cold. Like we had some really nice, kind of unseasonably warm days earlier in March. I think it got up to 70 degrees Fahrenheit one day. But yeah, then like lately it's been cold again. Like today in particular, it's quite dreary out there. But big wind blowing through, which I always like when the fresh wind blows through with fresh air. It's nice.
Yeah.
How is it over there? Still cold?
No, it's getting warmer. Things are all drying up. It's getting brighter. It's going dark now about 6 p.m. in the evening instead of like 4:30, which is what it is at the middle of winter. We're up to about 6:15 in the evening, and the daytimes are a lot warmer. When it drops off at tea time, it's freezing. It really goes cold quick. But daylight hours get up to like 6:30 currently, but clocks are about to change, so we lose that. We lose the early evenings or the evening. What is it? It gets darker in the morning and lighter in the evenings. I think it is. So we should
yes. That's okay. That explains what. As in the check-in, I just had 2 people, young teenagers from England. Then they told me it was it was 9:00 here, and they told me it was 1:00 there. I thought it was 2:00 because I thought you guys are 5 hours ahead. But we did just spring ahead, and you guys haven't done it yet. So isn't that interesting? Now you help me to understand the whole time zone thing.
Yeah. I always look at the international date zone or international date line, and I think that's where they've stitched it all back together to make it into a sphere. Because why is the international date line a higgledy-piggledy line? It should be a nice straight line, but it's obviously not. That's where they've put they've added bits and taken bits out of the oceans to make it fit.
That is interesting. Wow. Yeah, because we have Sleeping Warriors you've seen the Flat Earth Wiki that Indio started. Have you seen that?
I have. I've seen it once, but I don't know where to find it, so I can get back to it.
Oh, well, I'll find it for you, and I'll put the link in the voice stream. Because I've been helping with the frequently asked questions there, but we haven't answered the time zone one yet. But because you just told me that, I feel like I could add that to the time zone question.
Like, if you think of MH370, that plane that went missing, that seems to have vanished off the face of the Earth. Because they don't have any coverage of satellites in the middle of the Pacific, in the middle of the Atlantic Oceans, and they're based on land-based radar, then it means that you got a lot of expanse of land, of water there that you can magically either make as big as you want or as small as you want, and nobody would really know because you haven't really got an accurate way of plotting how big these things are. All you know is that you fly in that direction for X amount of time, but you have no idea how big the area is that you're flying over. And you also don't know whether you're being like blown along by a tailwind or not. So you've got even less perception of distance because you don't know what your actual speed is. But my point is that if there's no coverage over there to plot it, why is the international dateline so together? Things don't work properly on the path of the sun, and they have to compensate and jiggle around with the times to make it work. That is the reason why they've done it.
That is a good point. Yes, I would love to be able to go down there and sail around and actually do kind of like measurements, experiments myself. It's actually a dream of mine. They canceled the sailing lessons. We have sailing lessons here on the Great Lakes, because they're pretty big. Like people sail on them all the time. But then last year they canceled them, but this year they're on. So I'm going to try doing it with my son because I have a son who's really into ships and sailing and stuff. But I mean, that's just the first step toward actually getting down there. That's just a dream. But yeah, I know what you mean there because there's that weird little cutout there. Like, yes, like in between Australia and South America. That is a very weird shape. Like, yeah, why would you do that?
Because
it looks like a bird's beak kind of, but cut off. Yeah.
I have actually thought that it might be the garage that some religions believe in, the garage where the sun parks up for a period of time that gives us night. Because some religions think that like the sun goes into like a porthole for a period of time, and it's like as if it's dropping through the earth and coming back up the other side kind of thing. I've wondered why is it like that? How big are the oceans? Do they actually look like that? And for me, it's the point where obviously you can see at the top where like the top end of Russia meets the top end of Alaska. Well, obviously that would be the curving point on an AE map, but then how does the rest of it fit? And that to me is no man's land where anything can happen. But there's something weird about that funny line bit halfway down just above Australia. And it's like, is that where the sun goes to park for a bit? Does he have a rest? Is that what's going on? And they're not telling us because it looks like there's a big jump there for some weird reason.
I've actually never heard that. Do you remember what religions say that? I've actually never heard that they said it has like a parking place.
When I say religion, the better word I'm thinking of is cultures or tribes, like Incas or someone like that. I can't remember which one it is. I just know that there are some people or some cultures that think that the sun parks up for a period at nighttime, and hence the reason why we have, because it's as if it's getting refueled by a mechanical process, almost like a pit stop. I can't remember which one it is. I'd have to research it again, but it's something like the Mayas or the Incas or something like that.
I wonder if there's still, I know there used to still be a lot of tribes on the Amazon that were kind of still isolated from, society and modern ways and that kind of thing. There's got to still be people like that, right? I don't know. I haven't looked into it lately, but it'd just be interesting to be more in touch with people who haven't been corrupted by this, nonsense fairy tale brainwashing bad science fiction that everyone around us has been corrupted with.
Yeah.
I thought about going to talk to the Amish about it, but they're like still like tangentially, we have a lot of Amish here in Michigan, but even though they don't have TVs, they don't have computers, they don't have electricity, they don't have cars. I mean, they still have like word of mouth, and they still, a lot of them like interact with other people, like they sell things to the public, and they have a store here and so on. But I bet some of them are still really isolated, and I just would assume, since they're into the Bible, that they would be flat earthers. But I haven't actually asked them. I should just come right out and ask them. I don't think they'd be offended, or if they were, they could just not answer me.
I've just sent you a message asking for the link for the Flat Earth Encyclopedia thing, but it says that I could not be delivered because you're not my friend. So if you wouldn't mind.
Oh yeah, I'll send you a friend request. I actually just changed my settings yesterday to make it so random people couldn't send me stuff because I was getting too much weird stuff.
Yeah. Right, guys, I'm going to drop
the Sleeping Warrior. He's kind of cool.
Oh, chocolate vouchers for you, so I know you're fine. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Just don't mention the G word in front of me because it often starts fights.
Yeah, I don't mention the G word.
Okay.
Right, are you coming over, Chocolate?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Okay, see you guys later. I hope it goes well.
Bye-bye.
All right. See you later.
Hello, is anyone there?
Yes, I'm here. Who is that saying hello? Is that me, Seven?
Yes.
Somebody else. Okay, me, Seven. What's going on?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you part of Gabriel's group that I talked to this morning, or are you someone else?
What? Who's that?
I don't know. He's in here too, Gabriel. So anyway, me, Seven. I didn't check you in though. So tell me what are your thoughts about the Earth? Do you think you live on a globe?
Oh no, I have no beliefs.
Oh, you have no beliefs? My gosh, call the Guinness Book of World Records. Person on earth with the least beliefs, 0 beliefs. Never met anyone with no beliefs. Tell me more about that. How'd you manage to get to your age without having any beliefs?
Well, I got taught that Earth was a sphere, but then I started questioning. But I don't know, so I just had to learn.
Good. Questioning is what you should be doing as a young person. What drove me the most crazy when I first joined this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server 2.0 was when people of your age would come in who had no vested interest in the fantasy globe model, who was earning no money off of it, had no reason to care one way or the other if it was true or not, and yet would fight to the death to defend their enslavers and their oppressors. And this fantasy globe model has absolutely 0 basis in reality and is a complete work fiction. Oh yeah, Omega Genesis, that's a good meme. I haven't seen that before. Globe home syndrome, the belief of clinging to an imaginary, indoctrinated ball Earth, and the willingness to defend that prison planet and their elite mind controls. Exactly. That's exactly the phenomenon I'm talking about. Yeah, it's crazy. Because it used to be, I mean, they pulled this off. We do have to, admire. We don't have to, but I do, in a weird way, admire like the cleverness, because it used to be the young people were the rebels, right? The ones that they were like worried about. They've done all kinds of things to try to breed that out of people, or whatever you want to call it. I wouldn't say breed it out, but just, indoctrinate out, I guess, is a better thing. So now you get the young people just like going along with the program like more than anyone else, and they think they're rebels. That's the funniest part, is because they are rebelling in the proper way that's prescribed by Twitter, and saying exactly the so rebellious things that Twitter says to say. So yeah, they're rebels. Yeah, they are. That's controlled opposition, on a massive scale. They got these teenagers buying everything they got to sell them, hook, line, and sinker, and still thinking they're the cutting edge ones. It's so funny. But anyway, so we got off track there. So Me7, you're starting to question, which is good. What is it about the globe model that's most suspicious to you? Mr. Me7, are you still there?
You changed your name, Mary Moon.
I did. Yes, Fraud. Good catch. Yeah, do you like it?
Of course.
Just got to keep you guys on your toes, I'm not going to start changing it like multiple times a day like Lulu and Brad do. I'm not going to be that mean to you.
Please don't do that.
I just change it. How about like once a year? That seems reasonable.
Yeah, that'll pass.
Oh, Me7 ran away and Gabriel ran away. Oh, so disappointing. I guess both of them are convinced, right? They don't have anything else to say about it. Globe's dead. Meadowlark is here. I haven't talked to you for a long time. Hello, Meadowlark.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. We had 2 teenagers that were just here, and they both ran away.
Oh, that's good. Nice to have new people.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Flat Earth.
That's what I think. They said they were questioning, so I guess they just went off to do more Flat Earth research.
There's so much to figure out.
It never ends.
Yeah, get the information now before it's scrubbed off of.
Yeah, so many. I'm kind of sad I deleted my old YouTube channel because of my Flat Earth playlists that were there. I wasn't really thinking about that, but then now I have to start a new playlist. But when I used to have this really long one, like every time I looked at it, which was fairly regularly, because I go into it and people taught me how to link to the playlist itself so that when it's done, it keeps playing your playlist instead of YouTube's recommendations, which of course YouTube always recommends anti-Flat Earth videos to come on automatically right after you watch a real Flat Earth video. But you know what, Meadowlark, though I was just talking to Crypto and those guys on their podcast about this. Those anti-Flat Earth videos for me were like the most convincing evidence because I was ready, and I don't know what your experience was, but I didn't want to be a flat earther. That was going to complicate my life like crazy. I wanted somebody to explain to me in a logical fashion, preferably with mathematics and actual science, why, all of this was wrong, why it is that we do see much further than we should, why the predicted curvature of 8 inches per mile squared is never seen or measured anywhere, why there's thousands of counterexamples, there literally are probably like millions of black swans in the world, right? Or more, basically, just you could take any length and billions, it's probably infinite, right? A number of black swans, but observations, but thousands of documented ones, let's say. That seems not too generous to say. And yet these debunking videos had no substance to them whatsoever. No science, nothing repeatable, nothing testable, nothing observable, nothing but propaganda and just images of the globe. Yes, it's a globe. See, here's the globe. It's a globe. Those flat earthers are wrong. It's a globe. See, there's a picture of the globe. We're going to zoom in on it, and we're going to use fancy music on the globe and zoom in on and put words on it. We might even go to the science glossary and define a word or just throw it out there. Refraction. And I'm like,
refraction.
Yeah. And then I knew I'm in trouble. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the best they got to offer. And I knew it was the best they had to offer because they were well produced. They were like a, mainstream media television program, like real fancy, real nice propaganda that works on the masses, especially those of average to low IQ. And it works on the ones slightly above average also, because it's too scary for them to even think that they possibly could have to figure out the world for themselves and can't just rely on the government to spoon feed them and do everything for them and protect them from all these scary things that are just coming out from space to get you if you don't send your taxes and watch your TV and call flat earthers retards. So shorts and summary of that is flat earth debunking videos, greatest evidence for flat earth for anyone who's paying attention and wants to know the real truth.
The thing is, they don't really teach you how to think. They teach you what to think. That's more like propaganda and it's more like propaganda and indoctrination. You're supposed to have the right opinion, but you don't know how to arrive at that opinion. This is why people, have questions. It's like, how am I supposed to think that this is a globe when the evidence or the proof, so-called, basically reduces down to 3 things: curving lenses, NASA's lies and CGI, or a poor understanding of perspective, where what appears to be a flat floor is ramping upward, while you have to have cognitive dissonance and say that it's a ball that's curving downward and away from the observer. That doesn't make sense.
Absolutely. Yep, that's good. That is good. How you said they only have 3 areas of evidence. And what were the 3 you said? CGI. What were the other 2?
CGI, badly understood perspective, and curving lenses. That's really about it.
Yeah. CGI. I got to write that down. CGI, badly understood perspective.
And what was it called? CGI, badly understood perspective. And, just basically curving lenses that warp and distort the image, make the horizon curve when it's not, and stuff like that. That's basically it. I look at their pictures from space, and I'm like, is this a fisheye photo with like a black insert on the outside of the photo? It just feels like, they're just doing photo tricks and stuff. It really doesn't feel like they're really testing it with a laser. They have no straight standard. And even when you try to offer a straight standard like a laser, they're like, oh, lasers curve too. And then I'm like, oh, okay, so you're basically saying there's no way to determine the curvature of the Earth relative to a straight standard then. So how can you say that it's a ball? You don't even have a standard to measure the ball against at that point.
Yeah, and I think the more and more people, that's what I've noticed, and you've been at it longer than I have, Metalurk, but in the time I've been, in what you call the outreach aspect of Flat Earth, I've noticed more and more, they like you said, they only have those 3 things to even present as possible evidence, but then when they're torn apart so easily, by the people here and elsewhere and all the good people working on all the different fronts to try to explain the truth about flat Earth, they just don't have a leg to stand on. They can either start calling names, they can disappear, or they change the subject. That's, that they do. Some of them are really good at changing the subject and never conceding on anything, which that does work, in a lot of situations, especially people who are, maybe newer to the debate. And they actually, and sometimes, and it's not opposed to people doing that, like just shooting down everything they throw at you, and, going on to like 20 subjects in the course of 10 minutes, because that's all the Globers have, is to introduce a new thing, shoot that down. They don't concede that. They just say, oh, well, I saw curvature from a plane. Oh, what about the stars? Oh, what about the southern latitudes? What about this? What about that? What about the other thing? What about gravity? But that's all they have. They only have obfuscation. Yeah, scattergun. There you go. That's the word. Yeah, they just have logically fallacious arguments, which is why that is one thing I do really appreciate about this server, is even though I have been trained in logic to some extent by, getting a degree in mathematics, because we had to take logical proofs and mathematical proofs and prove mathematical things. So the whole black swan thing like that, that spoke to me, I understood it. But the fallacies, that was never something I'd heard of them, I knew something about them, but to see how common they are, and once you understand them and what they mean, that this is these people who come in here pretending to care about science, which when they say that, they think they're caring about reason and logic, because all they know is this kind of popularized political view of science. You know what I mean? Where it's on Twitter, it's we love science, Donald Trump doesn't. Yeah, oh, we are so into science. We're science cheerleaders. We love it. Whatever Neil deGrasse Tyson says must be great. Yeah, they don't even know what science is. They have no idea.
They don't have a systematic method. They don't even have a systematic way to think about the issue. They just parrot the party line. What is so scientific about this? How do we know that this is true? What's the philosophy? What are you thinking? That makes this true, other than them just saying that it's true. Where's the process mentally for us to discern the truth?
Absolutely. And that is why there is a free open logic course, which I'll find the link again, because sometimes I give it to the kids in the lobby. Of course, they probably never actually go and take the course. I recommend that they go, take it, and then come back when they're done. But these people, born in more modern times, I feel bad for them, because there's so much information available. Like you said, they don't even know where to start. You can't possibly know all facts. You don't need to know all of them, because you can easily look them up. But if you just learn, here, I just put the link in the voice text, how to, reasonably evaluate arguments, you don't need to have every, fact at your fingertips, and that's what we are trained to do here, isn't it, Meadowlark? We don't know what people are going to come in with, and then you have to listen to their argument, try to ask them questions about it. If they're hardcore Globers, of course, we might be poking holes in it. But I've found even just asking people about their argument, asking them questions about what they're saying, not even refuting them. That's a more classical, method of thought, or dialogue. Kaneka, just a minute. We discussed this in the check-in, didn't we? How you're not going to interrupt people. We're going to take turns. Oh, he's already gone. That was just a hit and run. Well, at least he said something that was true. That's an upgrade on the trolls, isn't it, Meadowlark? They're coming in here and trolling that the Earth is flat. I like it.
Mm-hmm. I think basically they just look at it as a status symbol now. They're like, you're anti-science if you question vaccines, if you question the Rona, if you question this, it's us against them. Because they just look at it as a political battle to defend whatever the hell science says, supposedly science so-called, whether or not there's a systematic method for discovering whether what they're saying is BS or not.
Yeah. Discernment is really the big key here. But most people don't understand discernment. They don't even realize it's a thing. And so they just memorize and memorize and memorize. They have no idea how to even begin to discern something.
Yeah, they really don't know how to think about anything, especially for a long term. Like we didn't just believe in this one day. We came through this through a lot of study, a lot of introspection, a lot of sleepless nights in some cases, quote unquote. We had to think about the shunning, the ostracization, rearranging everything in our world and just mentally thinking about this in a new way. This wasn't arrived at lightly.
Those sleepless nights were not in quotation marks for me, Meadowlark. They were very real. I'm glad that. What?
It's tough. I won't lie. It is tough.
Yeah. Velser, I'm glad you're back. I talked to you on Ladies' Night.
I remember.
Yeah, good to see you. I remember you told us about how your mother first introduced you to the concept, which I found interesting, because I have children that I guess I kind of related to your story, but tell me if I got it wrong, because it's been, almost a week now since we talked. But the way I related to it is like my kids kind of hear about Flat Earth kind of in the background, like me talking about it. And I address it with them directly when it comes up, but I don't give them, they wouldn't be able to come on here and debate the Globers. That's not even something I want them to do. But I remember you saying you understood it as a truth, but you didn't necessarily have the tools to logically explain it to other people. I don't know. Am I mischaracterizing you, or is that what you said?
No, that's very, very much on point. I was raised with the belief versus so you know how people are raised in the belief of the globe? Well, I was raised in belief of the flat earth. It's basically that difference. I didn't understand it, but I believed it.
Yes, and I know that and then I actually did keep listening on YouTube after I left. Others were giving you a hard time about that belief word. But now that I heard you explain it some more, I understand what you're saying. And you probably understand now that the reason why people were giving you a hard time is because we get that in here. We had a guy yesterday that came in I love science. Science is the greatest thing on earth, but I'm willing to respect your flat earth beliefs. I'm not here to make fun of your beliefs. They use that to kind of denigrate us as if they have the facts and we have the belief, which is why people are defensive about it, because we know the globe is the thing that requires complete faith and belief. You have no verification. You're believing in something that's the complete opposite of what you experience. And you lecture us about our beliefs when we're the ones sticking to the flat and stationary earth, which is all you've ever experienced. We're sticking up for your experience, Mr. Science Lover, and telling you, if you love science so much, how about go out there and observe the actual earth where you live and stop plugging your brain into the boob tube. So that's why people get offended about the belief term, but I understand that that is not the way that you were coming at it, and I think your way actually is a thing we will see more in the future. And I've said this before, there are going to be more people jumping on the bandwagon of the flat earth. We already see it. When it first started, and I wasn't there when it first started, people, they had to really understand it because there weren't a lot of people out there, and I'm talking about people who started, being content creators and kind of explaining it to the world. A lot of those people, they had to know it inside and out and explain it in a logical fashion. And then there was an era of just a huge pushback of professional Globers coming out of the woodwork. We had Friday night fights here on the server where it was constant battle between globe and flat, globe and flat, globe and flat. And then the Black Swan came out, which was I consider that to be a, harbinger or a hallmark of demarcation point of a change in the tide of the battle, so to speak, even though I'm not saying that was the reason, because I think all the arguments in general were tightening up about that time, January of 2020, where all those Globers just kind of ran away, and now they just hang out there on their Glober server talking to each other about how smart they are, and they say, oh yes, you're a Glober, so you're smart. Oh yes, you're a Glober too, you're really smart. Oh, thank you, I bet you're even smarter than me, because you know we live on a globe, don't you? Oh yes, only smart people know about the globe. So anyway, but here in the actual Flat Earth server, we care more about facts than belief, don't we, Meadowlark?
Well, I mean, there is a little bit of belief too, because belief helps start the knowledge process. It definitely is a start. But I think they kind of feel like we're disrespecting all these scientists by being Johnny come latelys or Joanne come.
Hey, I have no problem disrespecting all those scientists, just to put that out there.
Well, I mean, we're looking for the truth. And, they kind of want respect and deference for this ancestor worship, these, scientists who said stuff in the past. And I understand that. They work hard. But what they're saying doesn't make sense anymore. Maybe we could talk about this, from a different perspective. I mean, it's so religious. We stand on the shoulders of giants. I'm like, that sounds like ancestor worship to me. I mean, sure, they're not our ancestors, but scientifically, we have to give these people all this deference. Well, what if we got it wrong? You know? I guess they think of it as a form of blasphemy to even challenge the globe or Eratosthenes or Newton or
Yeah, I was explaining this to a group of friends yesterday. The whole flat Earth, well, the whole globe model and how it's completely fabricated. And they just told me that the reason that I cannot find curvature of the Earth is because I'm just one person, and there are thousands and thousands of scientists and thousands of years where they have proven it, and it just probably costs way more than I'm able to put up. And so there's no way even one person is going to be able to find the curvature. And I'm insane to even go up against it.
And that's when the collective crushes the individual. Because the individual wants to say, hey, the emperor has no clothes. And everybody else is saying, shut up and go with the flow. So at that point, the collective makes it so that the individual can't even move or innovate or think differently. It's really sad. There's a hatred for the individual free thinker, the person who goes against the group and questions. And I think some of this is by design too. I think it's really sinister when people can't even think anymore because of the crushing weight of the communist collective.
Yeah, that is the sad thing, is that they, have used their study of human nature and psychology to just, work against people and humanity. And, like, as you mentioned, I assume this, like the smoke-filled room study, I've talked about it before, that this phenomenon you mentioned where people, are afraid to go against the group. Like, I understand it. And I feel like I am probably a person who has been in the past and probably still is not that sympathetic toward it. Just because, I don't know, for whatever reason, I don't have it, But I understand it's a reality. Like this smoke-filled room study is basically illustrated, in it was a psychological study where they had the target individual thought they were interviewing for a job. So they went into this waiting room, and everyone else in the waiting room, who it looks like are just people also, filling out the application for this job, are actors. And so then what happens, like partway through while they're filling out the application, they start blowing smoke out from under a doorway. So there's a closed door, smoke billowing out from underneath it. All right. So you think the building's on fire, right? That's what you think. So what they found in this study, 9 out of 10. Okay, so the person, and they're all on video, looks around, sees the smoke. Then they look at the people around. They don't do anything. All right, they don't run away. They don't say anything. Their first thing is to look at the other people, and the other people are, because they're actors, are just continuing to fill out their form and ignore the smoke. They might even look up at it and then go back to their paper, right? And so then and different people react different ways. Like some people talk to the other people and they're like, oh, do you see that smoke? Like, do you think we should do something about that? Should we get some help? And they're like, oh, no, it'll be fine. Yeah, we're perfectly fine. And then they go back, to their filling out the form. And 9 out of 10 of the people, Meadowlark, just sit in that room while it's filling with smoke if the other people aren't doing anything. Because even to save their life, potentially, they won't go against the crowd. It's the saddest thing you ever saw. 1 out of 10 will be like, I'm getting out of here. I'm going to get help. I'm going to go find out what's happening. 1 out of 10. That's what we're dealing with here. People not only won't investigate the truth if they're afraid of ridicule, they won't even investigate the truth to save their life. And that's what they're taking advantage of here, and it's sick.
Well, they know that the collective ultimately is what you need to have the support of to go and do stuff if you don't want to be alone. And so it can be intimidating if you go against the crowd to the point where people think that you're, a crackpot, or they don't feel comfortable working with you. So it is understandable. But, sometimes, you gotta point out that the emperor has no clothes and go against the flow of the collective, or all these people going one way. You gotta point out, hey, we're about to go off a cliff here. Let's think about this differently. Even if there's initially a risk, sometimes they come to your side, sometimes they just, beat you down with a hammer, if you stick out like a sore thumb.
Yes, and who is it that finally stood up and said the emperor has no clothes when the entire town was watching their naked king and just being like, oh, he's so great, look at those beautiful clothes? Who was the person that stood up in that crowd, Meadowlark?
A sweet, innocent child.
That's right. Yep. So there is some hope. There is some hope. That's why they do try to corrupt their innocence so young. But if you are a parent, they're your children, your responsibility. They're put on earth here. God's blessings to you. You're responsible for their education, their welfare, their health, everything else. The state has no control over your children, even though they try to keep making you believe and consent that they do. You can do whatever you see fit to educate your child about the truth of this earth and to preserve their innocence. That's what people used to always do. Preserve innocence and shelter their child until they were ready to deal with the harder truths of the world as they get older and get to be teenagers and so on. Yes, you can introduce some of those harder truths. Children do not need to feel they have the weight of the world on their shoulders, or that they have to save the world, like the Greta Thunbergs of the world, where the hell her name is, putting them out there. Like a child should fix things. Like you just said, they can fix things. A little child shall lead us, but they don't need to fix things by getting involved in adult political battles. They fix things by the innocent, beautiful view that they came to this earth with, and not having it corrupted by all these adults with their lies.
I mean, they keep people so emotional. They don't give people the time to sit still, think, and really go through an issue. And I think they get the kids so soon with the schools. The globe is right there. It's in the movies. And they provide subtle cues to say that, thinking about these topics in an unapproved way is beyond the pale. Look at the fake news, anti-vaxxers, flat earthers, people who question the moon landing, conspiracy theorists, QAnon, conservative white people, white nationalists, even when back in the day it was just civic nationalists or just plain nationalists. People who dared to say that there was a group of people that were the founding stock for a nation, and that a nation therefore had the right to import people that were compatible, that wanted to assimilate, that were part of that history or not, based off of its choice. Even people who question the narrative of globalism and the way that this is going to work when you import people so fast they don't assimilate anymore. And you get fifth columns that are treacherous and no longer have any loyalty to the country. It's just watching the whole world just disintegrate. And you're labeled this bigot psychologically or beyond the pale for daring to question, hey, what the hell's going on here? I'm black and I'm wondering what the hell's going on here. And you can't question it without just being beaten down like a sore, a hamster that's sticking out in one of those old Hungry Hippo games or whatever. The moment you stick out, bam, 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 stop thinking, comply, obey, or you're out. It's insane.
Absolutely. Velser, what do you have? So I know you said you were like talking to some of your friends and like kind of struggling with explaining the flat earth, or like not, like their challenges were kind of like, you weren't sure how to respond to them or something like that. Like, have you found, like, since you kind of started studying it more, is it getting easier to talk to people, or did you stop talking to people?
Oh, absolutely. It's easier, but they have in their minds that there is no proof that needs to be found because it's already found. They even demonstrated to me that a simple Google search can show a video showing proof that the Earth is not flat. against a bunch of Flat Earth Society members. You know, they just have that belief stuck in their head, and it's difficult to get them to realize it's just belief.
So do they not even recognize, like if you try to point out the absurdity to them, that their only proof for this alleged globe model is a Google search and images that can easily be doctored, or, you know, propaganda
I'm just a
that,
conspiracy theorist.
yeah. Oh, so they don't even recognize the absurdity of their position is what you're saying.
Exactly.
That's too bad. That's too bad.
It is.
That's very unfortunate. Yeah, because especially like your generation, like not, I don't want to like I'm not like dissing your generation, like, oh, your generation's the problem. I'm not saying that in that way. I'm saying it more as a sympathy thing, like the screens, you know, have been everywhere since you guys were born, you know, like when I was young, like, yeah, we watched TV for sure, but it was like, there wasn't really that much on. My parents never got cable. So it'd be like 3 channels on the antenna, you know, and like, so we just didn't really hang out with the screen that much. We didn't have computers. So I feel like you guys are at a disadvantage because they think the screen is reality, because that's what they've been kind of told their whole life, that it portrays reality. And even when I was, you know, a young adult, like getting my teaching degree, it was always said, like, you know, never let the students use Wikipedia as a source. Always make sure to verify everything with 2 independent sources, and make sure you check, you know, the validity of your source and so on, and, you know, use primary sources whenever possible. You're talking about historical documents and so on. And now it's just like all that's out the window. I don't even hear people talking about that in academia anymore. I just hear people like using, you know, and especially not at the high school level. Kids don't even, the concept that you shouldn't use Wikipedia as a source is not even,
Google,
you know,
Google
it's
fully
not even
embraces Wikipedia, and
Yeah.
whatever Google embraces is the narrative, actually. So if you go to any YouTube video, for instance, and it's saying anything that goes against the narrative, they're going to have a Wikipedia article for it.
It's so true, and a lot of it is just testing the narrative. You know, I learned a lot just by breaking out of the narrative that, you know, these sources appear to be pushing all the time. You know, and I look for information as well. You know, I look for the narrative that they're pushing and the amount of information that can be found in these sources. But like you say, Wikipedia is part of whatever establishment narrative is out there. I mean, people were talking about stars and famous people. We're talking about the inability to get into pages that were about them, their own pages, and edit out, you know, lies and misinformation on their own pages. And so even Wikipedia has an editorial bias. And a lot of the people on these threads push a narrative with what they will or will not allow to be, you know, shown to the public. And so people need tools of discernment even with that. But if the person doesn't want the tool of discernment, a lot of times they're not ready for the truth. You know, they're ready to be taught what to think, but don't really have a systematic way to determine, okay, this is a bit more valid than this. You know, they say it's on the evening news, or most people believe it, therefore it would tend to be true, as opposed to like a deeper, you know, analysis. Like, you know, okay, is this consistent with what I saw over here? You know, is this, you know, as valid as this other piece of information? Is this jibing and coming together? Do we have kind of a conflict here? You know, like take vaccines, saying vaccines are safe and effective, but there are doctors that say that it isn't. How do you reconcile that? They go, oh, well, the medical consensus agrees. Well, what's the basis of their consensus? Do they have studies? Are there testimonials to go with what the studies are saying, or are there moms in tears saying, you know, I lost my kid after this vaccination? How do you reconcile that? Do you just say, oh, they're just anomalies, or do we look into this further? You know, stuff like that. Also, they took down the channel Vaxxed for the second time.
Oh, you can't have anything like that.
Yeah.
That goes against their religion, man.
They want people to take whatever the hell's in that vaccine. And that channel got taken down for the second time, even though it was just a testimony channel where they'd go on a bus, interview people, and say, how have vaccines affected you? They had like hundreds of testimonies from doctors, nurses, and they took that down. I guess it was dangerous misinformation too. And also, who are the truth makers? They're saying we're going to do whatever the CDC says, basically, or the WHO. Well, these organizations may sound official, but they're bought and paid for by the pharmaceutical companies too. There are specials that you can see about how even they're bought and paid for and how corrupt they are. There was a special I saw right before they took down the video of how some of the papers are bought and paid for by the pharmaceutical companies. They'll market and farm out ghostwrite papers that review their own products. And so they'll hire somebody to write a beneficial review or a beneficial paper about their drug and find a scientist who might be loosely affiliated with the study, have them sign off on it with their name, and really just market a paper. You know, it's not even an organic paper where the scientist was like, okay, I did a study and this is what I found. It's they paid these people to write basically a favorable review of their product. And so you have bought and paid for science, you know, backing up these pharmaceutical drugs even. There's corruption even there. So, you know, this is on so many levels. We need to research what's going on here and see if this is consistent with reality.
Yeah, I actually wrote something on pharmaceutical products recently, but you 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 would think that people could just look around them and look at perhaps the obesity epidemic, where 3.5 billion people are fat or overweight or obese, and just looking at that should tell you something. It should demonstrate that the food that we're eating is bad, and if it's bad, think about that. Why is the food so bad? Is it just that we're eating too much? I don't think so. A lot of people eat less than they should actually because they're trying to lose weight. And let's move apart away from that actually. The cancer crisis and all of these other diseases. Who do you know that actually doesn't have a health issue where there is a common pharmaceutical solution? Almost everything has a pharmaceutical solution, and people are dependent on so many drugs, which force them to become dependent on other drugs. Anybody can see that if they just look around, but they don't. Actually, we've come to a point where people don't think. It's very that simple. That's why they don't realize they don't think.
Well, can we form our own narrative? If I just go out on my own and formulate my own narrative, is it going to match the one that you give me, or is it going to differ in some way? You know, can we look at the V40, the simian virus with 40 parts of the genome or whatever that they use to cook these vaccines being found in cancer cells? Can we talk about a possible correlation between vaccination and an uptick in cancer? The testimony of even vaccine doctors back in like the 1800s and 1900s saying cancer was unheard of before vaccination. You know, that vaccinated people will be sickly and unhealthy. Can we talk about modernity, the radio towers that are everywhere, and how that can even have an effect on metabolism? You know, these 5G death towers blasting us on a cellular level, you know, this electromagnetic stress leading to a different metabolism of glucose and you know, making it harder to lose weight or to metabolize certain things. Can we talk about that, or do we have to ignore it to get an iPhone? Can we address these problems with the proper, you know, solutions? You know, because if I know that these vaccine products are, you know, bonding to my DNA and or these 5G death towers are cooking me and, you know, messing with me metabolically, okay, well, then I can address the problem properly. I don't just have to think that I'm just, you know, fat. And it's this act of God, this actus purus that I can't address. You know, that's what real science is supposed to empower people to do, you know, with real action and real solutions. But all we're getting is a narrative that doesn't even give us clear action. Also, you find the truth in many unexpected places. I was looking at an ex-vegan video, you know, and veganism is a choice for people. They want to have a moral way to stop the harming of animals. But this vegan talked about how corrupt even the farm and cattle and dairy industry is. That they take old candy bars beyond their expiration date, grind them up, and feed them in the feed to fill up the feed for cows and cattle. And there's your health problem right there. If they're not being fed high quality, nutritious grass, but are effectively being fed high fructose corn syrup and sugar with little to no nutritional value except maybe some of the nuts that are in there or whatever. This is insane. I had no idea, some of these correlations that were out there. And I found it in an anti vegan video from Zverich when he was talking to somebody who got out of the vegan movement. You find the truth in so many unexpected places if you go other than where they tell you to look. He talked about even the vitamin supplement industry being corrupt. And I'm like, they got that too? And he said that these vitamins and supplements on a molecular level, something about them needing to be left-handed and right-handed in the right amount for your body to properly absorb it. And he said that they're not very well regulated. They don't test their product for the right amount of left-handed or right-handed configuration molecularly or whatever. And so your body sees this supplement and it doesn't even know what to do with it. It's like, it goes in and out unabsorbed because it's not the right formulation or whatever, supposedly. And I'm like, I never even heard about how to think about this stuff. I was never given the tools of discernment so that I could really figure this out on my own. And so, it helps to go to different places and see, what sort of narrative you can craft on your own.
That was well said, my lark. I have to go take care of the children. So it was great talking to everyone this morning, and I hope everyone has a great day.
Oh, always a pleasure.
Yeah, great to see you and hear you. So I'll talk to you later.
See you soon.
Bye.
Is nobody talking? Hello, Belser. How's it going? It's awful quiet in here. How's everybody going? Whole room full of people and no one talking.
Cock-a-doo! Anybody in? Is there anybody there? Mic check, mic check. Anybody there?
TBR1, I got you.
Who's that?
This is Carr. How's it going, brother?
Carr. How you doing?
Pretty good this morning. How are you?
Yeah, very well. It's what is it? It's just gone midnight here in Japan. Coming up a 1:15 midnight, Friday morning, and you're just Thursday morning. Is that right?
That is correct. It's 10:15 right now.
Right, so it's Thursday morning here, it's Friday morning here. Wow. So what's your plan for the day?
I'm working right now.
Yeah, I thought as much. Yeah, I thought as much. Yeah, you'd be working. And what time do you finish? What time do you get off? Yeah. What time do you get off? Well, that was Carr. Not able to talk because he's working. Oh, yeah, it's very quiet these days. No heliocentrists to talk about and debate with. Try to explain to them how the Earth is not a spherical ball spinning in the vastness of space in the vacuum. Yeah, go
on. I was watching YouTube.
Yeah, what was you watching?
Man, if I tell you, you're gonna go crazy.
No. Go on. What are you watching?
Drag queens reading bedtime stories and, being school teachers.
Oh, that's all right.
All right. No,
Good material for your children.
that's sick, man. It's sick. Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I see.
horrible. This state we are in, it's horrible.
Yeah, it is. Said least. I was just watching Dave Weiss, his latest video, and he's got four guys from England, and he's introducing them to the logic behind the flat earth truth and the absolutely ridiculous globe heliocentric model. And, he's laying it down simply for them to understand it. And some of them are just not picking up. One or two are. The others are one or two are okay. The other two are just quiet.
About an hour ago, I saw a video on YouTube. I don't know, something about gravity assets or whatever the title was. But it was that experiment with the spandex table, elastic table, where you put a ball and it bends, and they say that's the space-time curvature bending, blah, blah.
Stupid asses.
In this experiment, they had a big metal ball, which they were letting fall from a track. So this ball was rolling on this spandex,
Yeah.
And a ping pong ball, then it was thrown, and normally it's supposed to be spinning around that ball,
That's right.
But actually, that doesn't happen. When the big metal ball is moving, rolling on that spandex, it will pull the ping pong ball very fast towards it and then throw it away off the table, It never spins around it.
It's in the way. You're in my way. Get out of my way.
That's
Get out of the car.
That this globe model cannot work because they say the sun is moving 500,000 miles per hour, or
That's right.
The sun's moving apparently faster than that as well. About
1,002 miles an hour. 2 million miles an hour. Ridiculous speeds.
Well, when you add in all the other fucking movements with it, it becomes exponential, right? Like it's almost like like the speed the actual object itself is going. If it's in an orbital pattern of its own, and then it's also going with the whole galaxy.
Yeah.
It's going so fast.
That thing does not happen, the orbiting. It doesn't happen when the big ball is moving. That's the thing.
Prove it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the thing. We can't prove it, can we?
Yeah.
Everyone's asking about the planets, like, in this Dave Weiss video I was watching a moment ago. Do you believe in the planet? And I'm thinking, no, it's not I believe. I don't believe. Planets not something to believe in.
Exactly.
I don't carry belief with the planets. And I said, when you look at the planets, they've been tarted up. They're tarted up by NASA, and NASA tarts them up. Because when you look through a regular telescope, they're just shimmering lights.
Yeah.
But you look at NASA's images. Yeah, go on.
I don't even care if they look like the way they look like through NASA's images. I don't care. Because I have looked at Jupiter, or in Jupiter. No, wait, is it Jupiter? The one with the gas cloud, the one that's made of glass, right?
That's Jupiter. You got it, Jupiter. Back on.
I've looked at Jupiter through a much more powerful telescope, right? Than what most people use, and it does somewhat resemble some of the images they show. Nowhere near as, but like I can,
nowhere near shot.
But so what? So what? If it does, it doesn't fit the image. They say it's gas. They say that circular bit that's always there is a storm, which makes no fucking sense because storms just don't. The point, a storm is movement of gas, an atmosphere. It's not like stationary, or slowly changing. It's quickly changing. But I don't care even if they look exactly how they do in their photos. What does that mean? What does that matter? It still proves nothing about their nature. We only see things in 2D, so we don't even know that they're necessarily spheres. All we see are images, even if we can see them that way, the way they show them.
The colors of those gases
make no sense. Like, where's the sun? Like, you would have to prove that those gases in proximity also have gases inside of them that glow with those colors. I don't know of gases that glow beige when they have light emitted into them.
Me neither.
Beige
and you can't
gases,
see through them. Yeah.
Yeah, like it would make more sense if it was like neon and argon colored, right? You know what I mean? Get right? Imagine
absolutely right.
That's in very. It's in an electrified state, plasma. State.
Exactly.
Yeah, to have that.
But for it to have rings and rings of color, and then colors, like if it was from the light charging up the certain gases that we don't know about there, but they claim to know all of the gases, and all of the gases.
All they know is.
But none of those gases react in that way to light, to glow in those colors, other than maybe the red light spectrum. But then that would be based on proximity to the source of light itself, and we would see a hot spot of color, and not in like a hot spot of heat. I mean a hot spot like of the leading edge of that sphere to the leading edge of the light source, right? The closest part to the light, you would see a portion of lit up. You see a portion that would be more lit up, that would be adhering to the light spectrum that's closest or able to
in the middle.
It. And then the stuff furthest away around the outer edges of the sphere,
dimmer,
in relation directionally to the light source, would all be red. So we would see like a red part, and then we would see like a slow change of color to the light spectrum that's like maybe like green. You'd probably see like green and then a slow change, tapering of the light spectrum outward if it was a ball of gas.
Right.
And it would have to be colors that also can be charged up by light to even be in a colored form.
What's amazing is that gas can form into a spherical ball. Anyway, in the first place, I didn't think that was possible.
Wow. Well, if it did even, right, just one solar flare from the sun. Like the whole idea that the sun, apparently, if we were to move, let's say, even a little bit further away from the sun, or even a little bit closer, or one of the other planets,
we'd be fucked.
We'd be fucked, right? Well, the idea that apparently one solar flare can happen, right, or one fluctuation of on an orbit, or a piece of, let's say, a planet could break off, and that would change its mass, and that would change the whole of the solar system as we know it. The fact that none of that's ever happened, and the fact that we've never had a solar flare, that means that one day the temperature all of a sudden just goes up by like 25 degrees, right? They talk about global warming, mate. The thing that you should be really worried about would be
these solar flares. These solar flares actually they can happen, but they did. They never happen.
They happen frequently.
They happen frequently.
They happen frequently. From 1969 to 1991, there was 27,000 and so many solar flare events. So the Apollo missions coincided with such. It was impossible for them to say that they avoided any solar flare event. Impossible. They would have been hit with like 14 per day, and that's just on a generous average.
Yeah, that's
Right.
you mean a less than generous average? Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
sorry, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah,
Yeah.
a less than generous average. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So
yeah,
you know,
I mean, the time of that journey, they must have been through many of them.
they would have been killed. Listen, they would have been killed. That's the thing. Fried and killed.
Carbonite.
Yeah.
Dude, listen, you're not telling as well. People can't tell me, right, that a simple. So listen to this, right? I know there are more factors, but so at the top of a mountain, there are actually less gases for, let's say, the heat to be trapped in, for instance, right? And then there's less surface area on the peak of a mountain, right? For there to be induction of heat into the ground, for it to then obviously leave the ground back up to me to experience the heat.
Right.
So I can be at the same, so distance-wise, if we take two different locations, my distance to the sun from where I am, according to their model, is, and at the height I'm at above sea level, and then
let's say you're at Everest. Everest heights. Let's just say.
Let's just take two different places, like one place in Spain, for instance, and it's literally like 48 degrees there, right? You can be at another place where technically, in the Alps, you're literally, I know this is to do with the tilt, but I'm saying because they're so close to one another in Europe, you can literally be just about 10 feet difference in height away from the sun in terms of distance because of parallel rays and everything like that.
Right.
And also because the Alps mountain is so much higher. I can't remember all the details. But then there's a difference in temperature of like about 30 degrees. I just don't understand how.
Yeah, I see it,
that
for
works.
example, in my country, in Romania. In Romania, we are at the 45th parallel.
Okay.
And in the summer, it's very hot, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Even we had records of 50 degrees, you know.
Yeah.
But in winter, it's also very cold. We have also big mountains, so there is very green land and big forests, you know.
Right.
But if you go to Austria, those mountains,
not too far away either.
the Alps, yeah, those are different mountains, the Alps, and these vast majority, they are not so rich in forests, you know. They don't have such big forests, and they are much colder.
You need to speak louder or get closer to your mic, mate.
Yeah, so
you're a bit quiet. You're coming in quiet.
The climate in Austria is much colder than us, you know.
Someone needs to get.
It's much colder. Did you say?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they are also, Austria is not so far off from the 45th parallel. I mean, Romania is much more to the north than Austria, you know.
Yeah, that's right. It's further north.
Yeah, and it should be warmer. It should be warmer in Austria, you know.
That's right. This is it. It should be, but you're saying that it's warmer in Romania. Amazing. Isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Unpredictable. Not unbelievable. Unpredictable.
Yeah, and when
usually unbelievable, unpredictable.
You go to Switzerland. That's crazy, you know.
Yeah, that would be
very
crazy.
cold.
Mind you, the Swiss Alps look really good in the summer. They really do look nice.
I couldn't believe how warm it was when I went to Austria and Italy on the border, snowboarding. I could not believe how warm it was. Like, it was insane. like, because I went towards the end of the season, the snow season, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, there's still a shit ton of snow, and it was still snowing, right? But like,
yes,
mate, it was boiling. I come back with such a fucking tan. It was unreal. Like, it was really, really did, man. Well, mate, I was snowboard. I bought, like, you know, I had my salopettes and you know, I had my, you know, Gore-Tex gloves and all this shit. You do still need to wear gloves.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, and I had my, you know, mate, I ended up literally the first day, my jacket, took it off straight away, didn't want it.
Yeah,
so I was snowboarding like in a vest. I was snowboarding in a vest.
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, I've done that. Yeah.
You do have to wear salopettes though. You do have to wear waterproof trousers, and you have to wear like and gloves because it gets cold. The ground. I mean, like when you end up, you know, like the snow's cold, but like it's warm enough. Yeah.
But in the afternoon, I've seen pictures of women in bikinis. On snowboards.
June, you can do it naked. I'm saying, but like you can't wear a pair of jeans because they're gonna get wet, and then.
Yeah, no. You don't wear jeans. No, it's silly. But I've seen them in bikinis.
If you spend an hour,
snowboarding.
If you spend an hour or two, you don't feel any cold.
No, you don't. No, I mean, I must admit. I mean, I've been in minus 24. That would be with the wind chill factor, minus 17. Yeah. But I don't wear any heavy snowboarding gear equipment. I don't. Mm-hmm. Everything's thin and light, and just maintain agility. I just keep agile, and I'm all right. You know? Yeah. That's it. I'm sweating. I've had to stand up sweating. That's another thing.
Dude, you know if you're having a good workout when you're having a swim, is when you sweat when you're in a swimming pool.
Yeah, that's happened to me. Do you know what? I was surprised
in the sea
that I could actually sweat swimming. You know that?
Yeah,
that surprised me. Yeah.
Yeah, mate. No, yeah, I remember when my dad said it to me. I was younger, or my mum might have said it as well. But like you know, you're having a good workout in a pool or swimming when you end up sweating. You know what I mean? Sweating your tits off, like literally.
Yeah, and you know that because it's rolling down my face.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that shows it shows that actually there's another function to sweating other than just cooling you down. Because if you're in the sea, literally I'm on about in the sea. Yeah. If you're in the sea and the sea's only 14 degrees Celsius, that's incredibly cold. Like being in 14 or 12 degrees Celsius water feels like you're in minus 10 outside. You know what I mean? You get used to it pretty quick because it's fully touching you everywhere.
I was going to say that. You do get used to it pretty quick. Your body adjusts.
Yeah, so like, you know, going in the sea in the winter in the UK is actually quite dangerous without a wetsuit. But I have done it a lot of times. But you have to make sure you're moving. But like when you can go in the sea, like, you know, just before winter without a wetsuit on, and then you're swimming, that you don't need to sweat at this point to cool you down because obviously your internal temperature is different, right? So it's removing sweat because of your internal temperature. But what I'm saying here is like the fact that you're encapsulated by literally freezing cold water, right? This should be enough to cool you. You know, this should be something that would cool you. I'm just saying that when we exercise, sweating is also something that's definitely to remove toxins at different times. Because, like,
exactly.
Well, I've known people that have really bad diets and sit around and game all day, and like they sweat and they stink really badly, and then and they're not exercising at all, and they sweat and stink badly. Do you know what I mean? So like,
and then toxins are piling up.
But then I'm sweating less when I'm like, you know, doing a load of exercise. So I'm just saying, like, there's a different function to it other than just cooling down. We sweat at different times, is my point, other than just by being hot. You know?
I think sweating is a side effect of the lymphatic system, which is...
Gibby, can you get closer to your mic? Gibby, can you get closer to your mic?
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, you're always very quiet, my bro. It's far too quiet. And you have such a soft voice as well.
I think that this sweating is triggered by the lymphatic system, because the lymphatic system is angrenated by movement, physical activity. The heart does not pump this white fluid which is in our body, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, sweat.
I like the sweatiness anyway. I like the sweat myself. That's when I'm at my most liveliest, when I'm alive, when I'm sweating. Yeah.
Yeah, it's proof you are alive. You work. You are doing stuff.
I feel good.
Yeah.
Sometimes I go to the beach. When I've gone to the beach, I've gone for a jog, come back and just dived into the sea straight after a jog. Such a wonderful feeling, man.
Oh, there's nothing better than diving into it's not even and just jumping into a swimming pool is not the same as jumping into the sea. I don't care what anyone says.
Into the sea, man.
Into the sea is so much better.
Yeah.
Swanson Flatwater, I had to mute you because you're hot micing. When you want to be unmuted, just like at someone in the live stream, like, or DM me or something, buddy. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, sorry about that. I wonder whose music that was.
Also, jumping into mountains, lakes, high altitude lakes. In the summer is very hot.
Yeah.
But the lake is very cool, you know.
Cool.
Yeah, bro. Fucking right. I love that stuff. Yeah, man. Like,
it's the reverse in winter in Japan, when you got the snow-covered mountains, but then you got the hot spa right in the middle.
Mate,
of all
that place. That's my dream, to go to a hot water spring, place in Japan.
It's wonderful, man. Honestly,
and play with the monkeys that go there too.
Yeah, bro. Smoke a split.
That would be in Hokkaido.
Mate, I'd pass one of them a cigar or something. I don't care if it's animal abuse.
They probably would have nicked it before you would have passed it. Exactly. They would have nicked it anyway.
Exactly. Mate, do you know what happened to me once? Yeah, listen to this. A seagull gin, it fucking flew past me, and my man, literally, the seagull, it grabbed my jumbo sausage, not battered, a jumbo sausage, grabbed it out of my hand, and it's flying off with a jumbo battered sausage hanging out the side of its mouth, and like it literally looked like it was smoking a cigar. It looked like it was smoking a cigar as it was flying away. I was so pissed off. I was like 10 years old or something. And I remember just being like, I think I was that annoyed. I just threw my chips on the floor as well. And then I can't remember if I did or not.
They would have come on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. In Japan here, they're well versed to meeting humans in that case. They actually fly, and all you got to do is hold up that chip in the air.
They'll take it out of your hand.
Yeah. As they're flying, you know.
They do that here.
They're hovering there. They just take it out of your hand. Brilliant, man. Yeah. We used to
seagulls are vermin, though, man. The seagulls, I hate seagulls. Worse than pigeons.
When you see the ones in Japan here, you see them. They're clean. They don't act.
Oh no, they're clean here, bro. They are clean where I live as well, by the coast.
Don't act like vermin. I mean, for me, they have.
No, they don't act like vermin, but like what I mean is like they're just annoying, bro. Like.
Right. Okay. Yeah. They're annoying. Yeah, they can be.
And they do if they can get in a bin. If they can get in a bin, they will drag the stuff out everywhere, dude, I promise you.
Yeah, I've seen that. We have that here in Japan, exactly. And we got crows
that's what I
don't
like.
Crows are doing that as well. We got crows as well. They do.
They are just so cocky.
Straight into the bins.
What'd you say, Drace?
Yeah, seagulls are just so cocky. They'll be like,
they are.
Like, I want this stuff. This is my stuff. And you're like, no, this is I'm eating this.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wasn't that in a Disney cartoon? Mine.
Exactly, bro.
The only time I ever inadvertently chuckled at a Disney movie, I was like, "Oh my god!" Because I live on the coast. I hate seagulls.
Mate, right, listen to this meme, yeah? So I hate seagulls with a passion as well, bro. Like, I live in an area, I live on the coast as well, right? But they home to areas as well, because I'm still like a good, 15-minute drive away from the beach, right? So, but I'm on the coast, you know what I mean? Like, there's a river over there, but they stay here because it used to be a dump nearby, right? They stay here, and because they sort of like home here, that this is where they're born. But you're not allowed to shoot them where I live. It's against the law.
Yeah, you don't want to shoot them anyway. You don't want to shoot them anyway.
Yeah, well, I would. No, Jin, where I live, we would shoot them 100%. If we were allowed to, I would shoot them. I'm allowed to shoot pheasants, pigeons. I'm allowed to shoot crows.
Pheasants. Can you eat seagull? Can you eat seagull? Is it edible?
It's not about that, mate. Listen, but they can eat. They eat things and destroy things all the time. They rip things up. Like, they shit everywhere. They shit all over cars. They target people as well. Bro, trust me, they dive bomb people as well, mate.
Oh,
but you're allowed to shoot their eggs. Listen,
they're territorial.
Their eggs.
They're very territorial.
They will
That's
also
one of the
remember
issues.
people.
Yeah.
They are recognizing people and pooping on the specific people and specific cars.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
See, what's funny is I love swan and I love geese, even though geese and swan are the biggest jerks of all the birds.
They're wankers.
Yeah, they are absolute wankers. I have been attacked by a goose so many times because we have wild geese here. So, and we also have some swan.
Swans.
Yeah, and the swan are like, I may be pretty, but I'm a goose.
Yeah. Well, for some reasons, like, I've been not attacked that many times by geese and swans. For some reason, they never fuck with me. It's probably I've usually got a dog with me, right? But they don't care either about dogs. You can train them to be like full-on guard animals. Swan and geese, right?
Oh yeah, they're actually awesome family pets.
Well,
they really are.
The river where I live, we have one of the biggest congregations of wild swans and geese that occur in, more of swans, not so much geese, but it's one of the biggest congregations of swans. They end up there, like, I don't know when it is, but I remember twice I've been to this certain place, and I'm telling you, it is like an area along a river, and it is in these fields, and we're talking like 2,000 acres of just swans. Side by side, and I remember just like walking through there, like, oh my god, they didn't attack me because I think they just knew that like I wasn't a threat because there was just so many of them. They just didn't care.
Do you know what the American version of that is?
No,
it's called the Great Tarantula Migration.
Yeah, there you go.
Look it up. That terrifies people. The Great Tarantula Migration. Yeah,
the actual tarantulas.
Yes, actual tarantulas. Millions
of
them.
Cicadas? What about the cicadas? Even those, when the emergence year is, and then the cicadas, is that what they're called?
Cicadas, you mean?
Yeah, they make a buzzing sound and they get...
Yeah, cicadas. You're talking about the cicadas. Yeah, we have them here. Man. We have them here in Japan. I mean, they fly into your heads. They fly into your face.
Yeah,
they don't bother me.
They're like the scariest looking non-benign.
Massive moth. Here in Japan, the kids go around collecting.
I like moths. No, cicadas aren't the same as moths. They're
but they look like them. You see, but they make a louder shriek. But the body's similar.
See, moths don't bother me at all. Moths don't bother me at all. But those cicadas, I could tell, would wind me up a bit.
Yeah, no, they're just noisy. That's all. But that's part of their life. They have a very short lifespan. Very short. They don't live long.
How big are they? Yeah, of course. That's why it's like the mayfly, right? Yeah, mayflies are very interesting. If you look into them, they're crazy.
That's right.
All those type of emergence animals are crazy. There's like something called the 36th year of emergence, where their numbers, like go up by like some species of emergence animals that come from the ground. There's sometimes their numbers after every 36 years. I can't remember the exact numbers. It's like 8 years, 16 years, and it keeps going up, right? But there's like there's a certain emergence year and certain subspecies and species of these animals their numbers go up from the time before they emerged, times by like 20,000 times the amount. Like, it's really weird, bro. Like,
fucking hell. I tell you, the worst one are the locusts. Now they're the ones that you want to worry about, really, because they do destroy your harvest and your plants and your produce.
Yeah.
The locusts, they eat everything in sight. Locusts. Lucky we don't get them in the UK or here in Japan. Luckily.
Oh, mate. To be honest, it would be a really good day to go out and commit crime. Is the day all the locusts come out, because people don't go out. Like people, and the same as the cicadas. These cicadas, people are so afraid of them they don't go out, and a load of crime happens because of it. Like because it's hard to drive around and stuff, so people go out and do like massive burglaries and shit. And you can just get away with anything. You can just get away with anything when it happens. People look at the crimes that occur. They're very specific. There's less crime, but it's specific crimes that do go on. Because people take advantage of that sort of shit, don't they?
Burglaries, yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
No one's allowed to stop them.
Well, yeah, most people are in their house, but the people that aren't in that house, and people, burglaries usually occur. There's always intel before a burglary most of the time, So yeah, if you're not in and that shit's going on, you're away on holiday. You're gonna get burgled, and probably they won't get caught. But yeah, they're very noisy, those cicadas. I've noticed that. And what else was it? What else is it that actually, I think, destroyed a whole facility, an American facility? It was like ants. It was ants. Set a fire to a whole facility. You know what I'm on about, me?
Yeah, I've heard of that. I want to say it was a type of honey ant, but I can't remember.
Yeah, they get attracted to the noise of the motherboard of the computer.
They actually get attracted to electrical fields.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, man.
Because we used to have on our water pump, we would used to have to go out there maybe once a year, and it's be like, hey, why don't we have water anymore? We have to go out to the water pump, scrape all the ants from the breakers, and then it clicks back on.
They're like little electric junkies, aren't they? Then basically,
yeah, they are.
Like, give me the electric.
Could that be them trying to stop? Could that be them trying to stop the electric?
Nah, I don't. No. Because if you turn it off, they just go and find more electric somewhere else. Like, well, I suppose then, yeah, our job's done. But like, no, they enjoy it and they're tolerant to electric. But their bodies, when they go to electric that's too powerful, they do get killed. And then their bodies build up and up and up, and then they become like dried out, and then they become like a tinder. Their dry shells become like tinder that lights and then sets whole buildings alight sometimes. Wow. But there's like a type of fly that interacts with them to tell them where electrical currents may be as well. I swear I read that. I saw that. I could be chatting out my arse on that one. Could be mixing up two other things. But I know that ants have pheromones and they can interact with other species of things like tarantulas and stuff. And is it tarantulas or a different type of spider? There's something that, ants use pheromones to talk to one another, but there's another species. That's it.
Aphids.
As what anteaters, anteaters?
Yes.
Ants can let off a pheromone to tell lions nearby that there's anteaters in the area. So if an anteater comes and starts attacking an anthill in Africa, they let off a pheromone that lions can smell, and the lion will come and either chase it away or attack it and kill it.
And eat it.
I find that amazing.
Very awesome information.
Communicating with the lions. Look at that.
Isn't evolution amazing?
Yeah, evolution's great.
We have Sabu Mafu in here. He wants to defend the globe, I think.
Wow. Well, that's interesting.
Let's unmute him if he's...
Let's help him along.
He wants to defend the globe. Well, you can't defend something that's imaginary.
You can't defend the impossible that doesn't exist. That's for sure. But let's see how well he tries.
Hey, Zambumafu is a very, very good person to talk to. Be very, very nice to them, okay?
Yeah. I'm always out to be nice.
Was that sarcasm?
I just started laughing.
Zimmerfu. Be nice.
Oh, crack. Did you just see that DM?
Yeah.
He just refused to
It's
speak.
not my fault, dude. It's not my fault, right?
I don't know,
It's not totally my fault, dude.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I feel like she asked it for it.
Yes, it's not my fault.
She did kind of. It seems like she asked for a dick pic. Yeah, I'll be honest.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Ask and ye shall receive.
So, yeah, Swanson, you're unmuted. I didn't unmute you. Who is it that wanted to speak about the globe? Sorry, defend the globe.
Yeah, unless.
Yo,
oh, maybe they got nervous or something.
Yeah, who was it?
It was Zumafu or Zumaboomafu or something like that.
But they've left. I'm imagining they got called out.
Zumafu.
Yeah, they have to go to school, but they promised to be back.
Oh,
hey, so full disclosure, this person is their family works for NASA. Okay, so they're really curious why we exist, and they're actually very nice and cordial.
Okay, well that's it, and we shall be.
Yeah.
Super.
All right. I'll make sure I'm a proper dick to them then.
Yeah. Are they here now, or they're coming back?
No, they left. They're coming back. They got to go to school, and then they're coming back.
Okay.
Does anyone remember that kid, DLA, Disability Living Allowance? That's not what it means, but that's what.
I remember him.
DLA.
Yeah, I can't.
I kind of miss that kid. I think he's quite a good conversationalist for a kid.
I mean, Octane Weasel is basically like DLA.
Is it? Ah, cool. If he's basically like DLA, then I look forward to it.
I mean, they're just total cognitive dissonance people. They've been here for a really long time, and they just pretend like our points don't mean anything.
Yeah. No.
Got to stop.
Yeah, they've got to be educated on, accepting the fact. No matter where they lead, the facts are the facts. And that's what your life's supposed to be about, isn't it? You're supposed to be living for real, not living a belief and pretense and fantasy. It's all wrong. All wrong. No physical evidence of this globe. No physical evidence. And that should really ring alarm bells to everyone. Here's the statement. There is no physical evidence for the globe. Mic check. Can anybody hear me?
No, we can't hear you, Jen.
Okay, right. Better get a new mic.
Nah, I can hear you, dude. I just had to go on mute for a second. Yeah. My shopping just showed up. Mate.
Okay,
Mimas, are you still there?
I am still here.
Yeah.
I'm about to cook up some food in a second. I'll send you. I'll put it in the live stream, a photo of it, to see if you guys like the look of it. Some smoked duck, right? And I'm gonna.
Nice.
I don't know whether to make some bami goreng as well, which is like egg fried noodles.
How do you deal with how greasy a duck is?
With a duck is.
Mm-hmm. Or do you work with it?
Depends. I work with it usually, yeah. Like so, I just it depends because you can obviously you can skin it if you wanted to, and not have any skin. But I like the skin on there, and usually what I would do is I literally just get the whole duck, mate. Put it inside of my big wok that I've got, which is the temperature on it's like really good. Like because it's not a wok on a hob. It's not on a stove. It's like just a wok that's heated up by an element that's very powerful. And I literally just because the fat though is the fat from the duck itself. It keeps that supple. So what I do is I just put the lid over the top of the wok. It's got a glass lid, right? And I put a tiny bit of fat in there, like a bit of vegetable oil or olive oil. And then you just turn that up high heat quickly and crisp it off very quick, right? To make the skin a bit crispy. And while you're doing that, any of the fat that comes out, and then some of the fat that comes out, you can just pour that away and then chuck it in the oven for a bit, or but with tin foil over it, and keep some of the juices locked in. Like, do it that way. But like, it depends as well. Like, if you shoot a duck like mid-season before it's like fully fat, that's a whole different thing. The meat's more the meat's more
lean.
It's leaner. There's less fat. Yeah, it depends what type of duck it is. It really does.
Yeah.
It all depends.
Yeah, I like my lean duck. I don't like these fatty ducks.
My
Mate,
name
no.
when you're really
I cut
close
all
to
the fat off. I don't really deal with the fat, to be honest. I don't eat the skin either. In Japan, that's a delicacy here, but I don't like it. No thanks. You know, you go to the Chinese restaurant here, and you ask for crispy aromatic duck, and you get crispy skin. You don't get the meat. You just don't get the meat. But I say, thank you. I don't want that. I want the meat. Yeah, thank you.
I like Peking duck. Peking crispy Peking duck.
Yeah, you guys already talked to Superfluous?
Superfluous. Well, he has control. I think he's a flat earther. I'm not sure, but
I mean, I don't know. I was just asking if you talked to him.
No, I haven't spoken to him yet.
No, I haven't.
Superfluous, you there, mate? Yeah, no, I will do.
Come on, Superfluous. How you doing?
Superfluous, you have control of your mic, buddy. You're able to speak. Just give us a hello, or if you're listening, just pop in the live stream a little word to say I'm listening. But can he speak? That's alright, Leaf. Nah, that's alright. You ain't talking. Yeah, the reason I thought he was a flat earther, look at his picture, Riggle. Jesuit conspiracy.
I mean, seems a little woke at least, but I mean, you don't assume shape.
No, I'm not.
You know?
No, I'm not going to assume that. I'm saying I thought he was a flat earther, potentially, because of that. The Jesuit papacy is the head of the snake folk. Alright, cool. Raised. Wait there.
Have you ever eaten somewhere in England called the Sherlock Holmes Cafe?
I
know those Sherlock Holmes Cafe.
You've been there? Have you been there, Crack?
Place.
The Sherlock Holmes Cafe? The Sherlock Holmes Cafe.
Oh, no, I haven't been there yet.
I've been there.
Nope. Is it in London?
It's in London, yeah. And I had some
Baker
duck.
Street?
I had some roasted duck there.
In Baker Street.
Yeah, it's on Baker Street.
I want to go.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I didn't know it existed until now.
I went there in 2000. So it was 21 years ago.
There's actually a plaque there where he's supposed to have lived, but he never lived there really.
Yeah.
You know, plaque. Yeah.
So I went there, and that was the first time. No, that was the second time I had duck. First time I had it in a Moroccan restaurant that's here in Savannah.
Right, you had duck in a Moroccan restaurant. Okay.
Yeah, I love some Moroccan food, man.
Yeah, me too.
And it's an authentic Moroccan restaurant. They get like belly dancing and everything.
Yeah, I've been to Morocco, so yeah, I know. Really nice. I had diarrhea there, didn't I? I had diarrhea for 4 days.
Bad luck.
I had a good time. It's just that, unfortunately, the water didn't agree. The water they used to wash the salad. Yeah, I still kept eating. I didn't care because I knew if I didn't eat, I could become very, very sick. So I just kept eating. Didn't panic at all. Didn't take any medicine either. I knew what it was. But yeah, did you enjoy the duck then? Yeah.
Yeah, what was that like?
It was delicious. It was quite good.
What type?
What did
Wait,
it come?
what type of duck
What
was
did it come with in the Sherlock Holmes Cafe? What did it come with?
You know what? I want to say it was
a riddle.
It might have been orange or tangerine. That was kind of the base that was with it. But it was roasted, and it had caramelized the orange on the outside.
Yeah, they do. They caramelize the skin.
And they had roasted it with the skin on, so you peel the skin off, and then you eat the stuff inside.
Yep.
Man, I do remember. I thought this is oily, but it's delicious.
Yeah,
it really
is. Typical Sherlock Holmes style, that isn't it? When they caramelize it like that, and then peel the skin, and then you get into the meat. Yeah. I don't eat the skin, man. No thanks.
Yeah, to be fair, I love the skin, mate. I love the skin, bro. Like, if it's cooked right and done, wait until I show you in a minute. This stuff the way it looks when I make it. All right. Oh,
yeah. It's a delicacy here in Japan. They love it here in Japan. Chicken skin and that. Chicken skin, duck skin. They love it.
Have you ever had duck feet? Chicken's feet.
I used to eat it in Nigeria, but no, I don't. Why am I eating chicken's foot when there's all that meat up there? I don't go for that. I don't touch the feet. I used to in Nigeria as a kid, as a boy growing up, but as an adult.
As a boy.
All right, boys, I got to go. I'll talk to you later.
Nice one, man. Enjoy yourself.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I probably won't get to eat any of them. They'll all be gone. I don't like the cheese ones. I like the red ones without the cheese. Right. No, sorry, Jin. I was talking to my cousin, and yeah, I prefer the ones that are like Ritz, You know, they're just salted. The plain Ritz salted crackers are amazing.
Okay, Ritz biscuits. My dad used to like those.
They're nice, aren't they, Jin? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, my dad loved them. My dad loved them, man. And I ate them in the 60s. That was when I first came into Ritz. In the 60s, because of my dad. My dad loved them. Yes, used to come in a cardboard box. And now they sell them here in Japan in neat packages. Very neat. 2 packs in a cardboard box. Whereas back in the old day, they used to come in a red box and then this kind of like waxed paper. That was it. Paper bag inside the cardboard box. And there they are. You just take one out and eat them as you go along. Really nice. Oh, but you know, back in the day, they used to advertise them with like cheese, olives on a cocktail stick and that. No? Yeah.
Say that again, Jin? I didn't hear that last bit.
Yeah, they used to advertise them with cheese and olives and tomato on Ritz cocktail sticks.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, mate. I don't know what I like them on their own, man. Well, not on their own. I like them with cherry. You know, baby cherry tomatoes. Yeah.
Yes.
Cut them in half.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of salt, Himalayan salt.
Yeah.
All over the top of it. Yeah, quite a bit to be honest.
Yeah.
Brazilian rock salt. Oh, mate, Brazilian rock salt or Himalayan salt, mate. On top of cherry tomatoes.
Yeah.
On top of with some plum chutney. On top of some Ritz crackers.
Yeah, or pickle.
Boom.
Pickle. Branston pickle and cheese was always a winner with me. Branston pickle and cheddar cheese. Scottish mature cheddar cheese. And you're well away.
Yeah, what are you saying, bro?
Yeah, basically, there's a stuff called Brazilian rock salt, and it's not like crystal clear, like pure white. Best stuff. Get yourself meat, lovely, anything, and literally rub it. It's all over.
Right.
Massive stick, roast it on. Be the best.
He is like a professional chef as well, and like he does cook banging food. My cousin, like he really does.
Yeah, once you've got the knack for cooking, it's all easy stuff at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, mate. To be fair, I'm really good at cooking. Yeah, for someone who is not trained in it at all. Like I just naturally know what to do, but I'm good at chemistry. So.
Yeah, I mean, a proper common sense approach. You should be able to survive it quite easily in the kitchen. You know. Don't panic cook. That's the thing. Never panic cooking.
So I'm not letting you speak when I'm on here. When I'm here. It's alright, brother. Don't worry. It's alright, mate. No, it's not that. Listen.
Uh-oh.
Mate.
Okay, I can hear you, Jack.
Yeah, no, I
Just
muted
like-
myself. I had to
Ah,
mute myself
right.
for a second, yeah. No, that you're so dumb. But yeah, right, so what's your favourite meat to eat anyway, Jin?
My favourite meat.
Obviously, other than whale and shark. I'm just fucking joking.
Okay, yeah. Let's have a look. It's difficult, isn't it? Because, like we were talking about goat, I like goat. I like duck meat. I like chicken, of course. I like beef. Yeah, deer. So it's quite a lot. Can't say I have a favourite as such. I like all those meats, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, like I'd say I love duck, mate. Duck is one of my favourite meats. I'll admit it.
I like duck too. I do like duck when we
Duck
can get
is-
it. Yeah. It's
duck
duck,
is up
isn't it?
there.
Yeah. And I love it when it's crispy aromatic duck and it comes with the black bean sauce. Those little pancake things that you roll them up
Yes,
in.
mate.
with-
Duck
with
and black
shredded
beans.
leek.
Oh, mate, I love black bean sauce.
Yeah, man. And you just paint.
We actually.
Yeah, it's great stuff, man. I used to love
No,
that.
I've got black bean sauce in the cupboard, mate. I have, and I've got duck.
Yeah. My wife
I'm about to
got it.
make
We got
some
it
duck
upstairs.
and black bean sauce.
Yeah. We have black bean sauce upstairs as well. It's nice,
mate.
man.
We got any?
Shredded cucumber, shredded leek. All right, and then what else do we have? And then you just roll up the duck, shred the duck, roll it up nicely. All right.
Yep.
Grab your pancake, black bean sauce with the spoon, and you spoon it on nicely.
Yeah.
Put the leeks, your cucumber, and then the duck, and then you roll that up, and then you pop it in your mouth. I pop the whole lot in. To get a nice
of course, mate.
explosive
Like
flavour.
one go, mate.
Most
All
people
at the same
bite
time.
it, it's got to be in one go. It's
All
got to be
at
one
the
go
same
because it's all
time.
shredded. You can't get a clean cut. You're
Yep.
dragging bits and pieces out. So I just pop it all in one go.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah, just pop it all in. Wicked, man. And the explosion of flavours. Oh, yeah. And that duck just comes over wicked. Comes across really nice.
Yeah.
Comes across that tongue very nice.
Well, I'd say one of the best things you can do is when you get like a big flank fillet of a piece of meat, yeah. Even with venison, I don't like the taste of venison, right? Like on its
go
own
on.
too much to make it because it's a bit like rich, but like to make it sweeter or whatever. You can get like a big fucking fillet of venison, right? If we can keep a bit of fat on it, ideal. This is the way I've had it. Roll it up. Listen, you roll it up. But this is how I would do it personally. But people don't mix venison with rice ever. Get black bean sauce, right? Put it in a pan. Thicken the black bean sauce up so it's really thick, right? Then get some garlic. Put garlic inside of it and some ginger. So it's thick. So it's almost like a
nice combination.
Like a tartar. Like a tartar, and then get the big long flank bit of the fucking venison. Put it inside with a little bit of rice inside, not too much, and then roll the whole thing up, stick some skewers through it, and then roast it. Slowly roast it, and then boom. Yeah, and and then Wellington pastry as well if you want on top. Yeah.
Sounds good, that does. Yep. I remember when I first had duck, it was here in Japan. I never had it in England, but here in Japan, man, and it was like 50 quid, right? And I tell you how big this piece of duck was, yeah? It was like the size of...
How much did it cost you, Jen?
50 quid, right? Listen to this. 50 quid. You know the digestive biscuit? Digestive biscuit.
Mate, yeah.
That in diameter, right? And the thickness of about three digestive biscuits thick. That is all you got, right? With a little bit of garnish and some gravy drizzled on the plate. And the plate was massive. And this deer looked so small on that plate. I asked the guy, is this the kiddies portion? For a joke.
Yeah, mate. Was it like a... What? That sounds like a joke. Man.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. But
I bet it's fucking better a bit.
It was between me and my wife. So I cut it in half, gave my wife half. We ate it. So nice. We had to order another one, because it was like we didn't eat anything. Do you know what I mean?
Oh my God.
Yeah. So we ordered another one.
Down in the south here, bro, like, it's hard, like, I know people that have been to prison for shooting deers because they corral them onto their own land. Right. They run them onto their own ground with off of National Trust land, using ridgebacks and cars, and then they fucking shoot them and that, and get dogs to attack them. But like, yeah, you end up nearly going to prison for that. Or he did go.
Well,
did
I explained to my wife that you can if it's royal meat, you can because back in the day,
yeah, Jim, what he did was this.
Back in the day, you could be killed for killing the Queen's property.
Of course.
Yeah, I explained that to my wife.
Right there.
There's a big stag.
Only the rich.
Jen, one sec. Yeah.
He's seen the big stag on trust land. He chased it in his car with his to land with kill it on. Dogs grabbed it, pinned it on. He came up to the gun up the head, and he got caught by a helicopter.
Wow, helicopter!
Yep.
Shit.
Yeah, mate, he got nicked by the people in the helicopter. They landed it. They landed it. Right. They like shining a light at him and that, and then they landed the helicopter and then arrested him.
Yeah, I mean that's it. I mean that's a crime in itself, as far as they're concerned. I mean it's a crime that they're nicking him, as far as I'm concerned. But serious, isn't it? I mean, back in the old day, you'd lose your life for that.
Yeah, well, he got a 2-year suspended sentence, so he didn't do any time for it in the end.
Oh, he was lucky then. Just think back in the old days, back in the day, people who had deer would keep it very quiet. You wouldn't even tell your neighbour that you had it.
Oh no, yeah, of course not.
In case they slipped up and then someone found out,
Oh, dude, you can go and steal a sheep from someone's land here, where I live.
Yeah.
Because Devon sheep can be worth quite a bit of money, bro. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's nice.
But you can go. If you go get you go steal 5 sheep. We're talking like that are ready to be like butchered. You go get 5 of them.
Yeah.
You can easily get about how much do you reckon you could get for each sheep if you had 5 sheep? Yeah. No, I mean like butcher them yourself for the whole thing, like 5 of them. I'm asking my cousin, he's butcher.
Yeah.
For each one. Yeah. Right, so you can make anywhere from 500. Anywhere from £700. Yeah, so if you're going, it's not hard to fucking steal 5 sheep either. But you can either make 700 quid for all of them if you sell them outright at the beginning. Yeah. But you can make back 5 grand if you sell them all butchered.
Wow, $5,000. Look at that. Yeah, you see, sheep lamb, man. I used to love that. Roast lamb on a Sunday, parsnips, Yorkshire pudding, roast potatoes, lamb gravy, lots of Bisto gravy. Yeah, man, you're living there, and that's Sunday dinner.
I feel like lamb needs to be served more with citrus type of flavors than mince.
I would agree with that. Yeah,
I think it's more
I
tropical.
used to have it with mint sauce as well. Mint sauce, but yeah. It would go down.
There's a different, either Mediterranean style or Caribbean or African or Middle Eastern style is how lamb and goat should be served. I don't agree with the English way of serving it with well,
it's quite nice. I never turned my nose up at it. I'll tell you that. Everything was killed, including the bones.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Right, wait there. Right, so what were you saying, bruv?
Where we live, lambs are expensive if they are killed in the area. So local can sell their lamb for say whole lamb, £20 a lamb. But if you get it,
yeah, that's it whole and intact, obviously. But once you butcher it, obviously you can make so much more once you know how to cut meat up.
Devon, if you're ill and you've got breathing problems and you live in this holiday.
Yeah. The atmosphere is the best. Yeah. I know they do. They advise everyone to come here if they're ill.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have fluoride in our water added because we.
Oh, of course not.
Because Southwest Waters went to court with the company that was trying to add fluoride to the water because they tested the natural levels of fluoridated water, and the natural levels of fluoride in the water were high enough, so they weren't allowed to add any unnatural fluoride or extra fluoride.
Yeah, well, I was under the impression, because I was born in England, that England didn't fluoride their water. They used the chlorine and stuff, but they never used fluoride. And when Leeds was trying to introduce fluoride into the water, there was a massive protest and disapproval of that idea. That the mayor of Leeds contacted this guy called Richard, I think his name is Richard Bryson, who used to work for the BBC as a reporter, living in America, working at the Rockefeller Center. And he asked him, what did the Americans think about fluoride? And he said, I don't know much about fluoride from a hole in the wall, but let me have a look and I'll get back to you. He ended up writing a book on the dangers of fluoride, a bestseller known as the Fluoride Deception. Okay, so England really doesn't really fluoride this water. They don't fluoride it, no fluoridation.
Well, they do it. Jin, there's cases where they've done it in certain areas up north and that, and a few different places.
That does surprise me. That does surprise me because England.
But certain places have done it because what it is, there's a base layer of how much fluoride naturally is in there. Yeah, right.
Yeah, naturally.
There's fluoride naturally in the water, but the point is that there's certain areas, because there's a baseline established of how much there should be. That basis was based on the waters in Devon, but our levels are high anyway because of the natural amounts are high due to the algae and the fucking seaweed. But the point is because they use that baseline, and then you go inland to places like Wolverhampton and all that shit, right? They don't have the same levels as us, but it's natural for their levels. So then they've ended up adding unnatural shit because of that, because they don't meet the baseline.
Yeah. Well, it was met with a lot of disapproval, strong, heavy protests. They just about accepted having the nuclear plants just up the road from them. So there was no way they were going to have this fluoridated water. And Richard Bryson wrote the book, and it was a bestseller. And it came out, that Britain doesn't really fluoridate its water. It was in the list of countries that don't use fluoride in the water. The reason why the US have it is because they use it in all their weapons. Fluoride is used in the weapons of mass destruction.
Well, it's not quite like they're putting fluoride powder in there, though, Jin. Right? It's just quite nuanced. Every weapon has fluoride in it nearly now.
Yes.
All the newest types of missiles, Sidewinders, AIM-9s, Exocets.
That's right.
Because fluoride is used in the production of making aluminium.
That's correct. And then the waste product from that they're using to put into their weapons. America also buys fluoride from China and Japan. Japan sells America its fluoride. And the Chinese fluoride is really bad, man. I saw a documentary on how it was packaged and that. It just looked terrible. You know, it's just something you just, you know. So the Americans have got it hard, man. Got it bad. They got it bad, man. But this guy, Richard Bryson, wrote the book. He couldn't believe how it was like going down a rabbit hole, obviously, for him. 2004.
What's his name again?
Like Richard Bryson, the fluoride deception. I can send you the link.
Oh, I know what you're on about. Yeah, I know all about that. Oh, sorry.
Right, yeah.
Mate, my butt, mate, honestly, I'm gassy today. Sorry, people.
No worries.
Mate, I couldn't stop that from coming out, and I got a pain in my stomach, and then boom. That's another thing about Japan, isn't it? They never look at you weird for farting on a train in Japan.
I know. I'm always looking, man. I think, where's your manners, man? Coughing and splattering. Come on.
But is it weird to fart in front of the people, though, Jin? I know that holding it in is actually really bad for you and makes you constipated because you've got gas in there
Let it out under control. Let it out under control.
Yeah, I get that. Let it out slowly. Don't do it really loud. But I mean, like, for fuck's sake, man, you know, like, it is a good thing to be able to fart when you need to because at the end of the day, you know, a little bit of unpleasant smell for a minute for everyone else, as opposed to what? What's the opposition to that? The opposition is keeping the gas and farting there all day to where then you can't fart. And actually, that amount of gas pressure that needs to come out, right? And I've really looked into this. You have a certain level of gas pressure. Oh, I have a really small bit. So if you've got a level in there, bro, that's enough that it's trying to force its way out, right? That isn't a good thing for your body because obviously anything above it is under gas pressure to an extent higher than what it should be. That actually does cause irregularity with the bowel.
Yeah. No, the Japanese have looked into that as well. That's why they just let it rip.
You should eat all yours.
Yeah, no.
They just let it rip. Part of nature, you know. As they say in Japanese, shogunai. Don't worry about it.
Wherever you be,
don't worry about it.
Wherever you be, let your wind run free.
That's it. If you can't keep it in, let it out.
But like, I do agree though that people should do it respectfully in the sense of like don't just don't fart with your feet. You're on a train with your arse next to someone's head while you're stood up. Like there's a certain level of respect to it, obviously.
Yes, or whilst you are consuming, that's not good manners either.
Yeah, walk away, go toilet.
Yeah, do something anyway, you know. But no, people are not just let it rip.
Yeah, and people sleep in public. In Japan, people just go to they're in a train station. They got their laptop in their bag, everything. They just go to sleep, just sat there, bro.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I've seen pictures of people laying down, on a bench,
that's
businessmen.
Right. Yeah, I've seen it myself. Come on, man. Look, I saw one businessman lying in the middle of the bus terminus. You know where the bus go around and they park up. Terminus. Yeah, he's in the middle of the road. No one troubled him. I had to wake him up. He was drunk. I got him off the road, man. You know? Couldn't believe that.
Hell.
Yeah. Business suit, briefcase, like you said, laptop, drunken out of his head, in the middle of the bloody road, spread eagled. And I thought, fucking hell, what is the matter with these people, man? So I said, excuse me, come on, hey. I woke him up. I said, sit down. I walked him over to the to a wall where the bus was, and I said, sit down there and recover. Fuck. No one helped him.
Right.
Everybody just walked past.
Bit of administration.
Yeah.
Someone new in the room.
Okay. Hello.
Goofy's Goofy Kool-Aid. Goofy's cool, Sid. You have permission to speak if you want to talk. I like your profile picture, man. That's cool. Lego. I do like those little Lego pictures. So yeah, Goofy, if you want to talk, you're allowed to talk whenever you like, buddy. If you just listen, that's fine. You're VC verified, so you can speak whenever you like. But yeah, man. Let us know if you've got any questions.
Welcome to the server. Welcome to the server, Goofy Kool-Aid. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. You've landed on your feet. The best server on Earth, where you can learn about the flat Earth and the heliocentric model. So the ball is in your court, as it were.
Oh, mate. I haven't got them plugged in at this moment in time, but this new headset I've got is amazing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Logitech G Pro X. Amazing.
Okay, I've noticed a lot of these flat earthers here just going through headphones like they're going through toilet paper, man. What's going on? Shit.
Because it's hard to find good ones.
I'm surprised to hear that, really. You know? Headphones.
Gem Panda's screaming voice blows them out.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I haven't been in there with my new mic yet, mate. This isn't it. You're not hearing me on it right this second. And once I get my computer back and I'm using the blue voice, mate, everyone's fucked then. That's why I don't debate in Gem Pandas. I just talk about bullshit stuff. Like the last time I was in there, the last time I was wait there, I'm gonna plug my headset in a sec.
Nearly there. Let me finish.
Right, the last time I was in Gems, I fucking just basically spoke to him for an hour and had him going around in circles about what belief and proof was.
Oh yeah, he was trying to do that to me, you see. Right.
Oh, mate. But he was the one who got triggered in there, not me. And I didn't even. To be honest, I was half asleep and I was just kept.
Yeah, I think I might have been there when you were doing that because he's been asking that of late. You know, what is the proof of belief and knowing? What's the difference?
He's been walking around in a straitjacket ever since.
He's escaped from the nut house, but he can't get himself out of the straitjacket. I bombarded them today with a little bit of the old. Let's see if you can remember this. Do you remember where this is from? Right? Are you listening? Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we are outside the building now, and as you can see, it's raining debris. So much debris that we've got to get out of the way. What am I talking about?
Say it again.
Okay, I'll say it again, okay? Here we are outside the building, and as you can see, it's raining debris. So much debris that we've got to get out of the way.
Oh, you're going to have to tell me. It sounds funny, though.
That's 9/11.
9/11. Fuck's sake, I was just about to say it as oh, my God.
Yeah, it was outside the building, yeah, and he was talking about the debris coming down as the building was imploding, and then he had to run out the way, didn't he? We got to get out of the way. He made me laugh.
Yeah, man. I don't really remember seeing that, but
Yeah, that was well documented. I think it might have been on.
Shit! What's that?
Loose Change. It might have been an excerpt from Loose Change. You know.
That was nice in there today, though. Something happened.
Yeah, they kind of mellowed out of it.
Branch.
I like
asking about English.
Branch was a little bit sober. That's why. A little bit on the sober
We
side.
got in a mellow mood for about an hour, just chilling with each other, just like here, just talking. It was good.
Yeah, that's good, mate.
Happens every now and again, you know.
Yeah. They still told a load of lies, though.
Yeah, they can't help themselves. They've got to.
Yeah, they still told a load of lies. That's the thing.
Sometimes I think they don't know how to fully tell the truth and be 100%. Maybe it's like a weird disease. It's like literally.
Wrong with these
like
people. I mean, what is it about them that they can't look at the information, look at the logic? That it's clearly there's something odd here, and they choose to believe the lies.
Because then they'd have to be like a flat earther or something. Because that's something they don't want to be, right?
They don't
want to be that.
No, exactly. Yeah.
I think you have to lie to yourself a bit to stay mainstream and, i.e., normal. You know? Once you start taking an alternative route, it can get a bit weird at first.
Yeah, I just look at the logic of things and the science behind it all. That's what makes sense, doesn't it? Really, and if you've got some understanding in the topic matter, be it electronics, engineering, mechanical, science, if you've got some knowledge, then that's going to help you through as well. The facts are the facts. The truth stands up by itself.
100%. If you've got no practical applied know-how, or you've got
right?
Yeah. Well, even my dad said that to me because he's like a mechanical engineer. He was a supervising foreman at General Motors Holden. So the whole thing's practical applied knowledge. If you don't have that, all you have is theoretical concepts. That's it.
Yes.
You got no practice,
right.
no know-how.
Yes, I agree.
Nothing's been applied.
Jesse Ventura said this of the American government. He said the American government has got like over 16 million secrets. He goes, you know what? That means they know everything, and we know nothing.
Yeah.
16 million secrets that we can't know. He said that the taxpayer, the American citizens can't know. So it would mean that the government know everything and we know nothing. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, it's a big, thick door. Big vault.
It is a massive vault door, yeah.
I even wonder, like, some of the so-called elites and stuff. Because I've even in England, like, I got to know like a couple of millionaires there.
Okay.
They weren't any more clued in.
No, well, they're not going to be, are they? They're going to be spoilt for money, and they bought into the system that they believe in.
That's it. Like they were good with money. They were good with money, and they had basic worldly experience like everyone.
Of course they
would.
But
nothing like classified.
Ah, yeah. Well, I mean, okay, yeah.
See what I'm saying?
That still doesn't surprise me. Just because you're a millionaire doesn't give you the key to that world of knowledge.
Yeah.
Not unless you become a Mason. You've got to become part of them. You've got to join them.
Yeah.
And then
it gets weirder and weirder the deeper you get into it.
Exactly that. Yeah. If I had my millions, I wouldn't go. No need to go anywhere near them. Just enjoy life. Help people that I can help around me, and that's it. I don't need to know that. We already know they're no good. What do I want to go there for? Waste my time with them people. Yeah, right. Or with those people, should I say? Hate that. Yeah, I just don't get it when someone can be a multimillionaire and then be skinned. After like 5 years, they're skinned. Oh, what happened? What happened?
It's happened to a few people who've won the lottery. Like they win the big bucks.
Yeah.
And because they're just not used to having all that money, they just spend it on stupid shit. And then, like you say, in 5 years, they're broke again.
Yeah, what the fuck happened there? You know what I mean? That's stupid. The interest alone from the big bucks would keep the interest would keep you going, wouldn't it? The interest. Just the interest alone from those millions would keep you going every week. And at the end of the day, you don't have to spend that money every week. What do you need? You know, really. Fucking hell. Does surprise me how they become skin. You know?
Not everyone's got someone in their life that's practical that just pulls them aside and says, "Oi, you might want to invest some of that, you know, for a rainy day."
Yeah. Or you might just want to leave it there, let it just grow and live on the interest, which is so many thousands a week. Now you're going to be spending that every week. You're going to be doing 1,000 or so a week. Do you need to spend that money? Right? No, you don't. So enjoy your life. You've got your future children that's got money for your family set up for life. Not just you, but your family. Bloody hell. Clueless fuck. But mind you, the way this crypto thing's creeping in, digital currency. I mean, did you hear the other day, last week, somebody bought a piece of artwork. And when I say a piece, it comprises of 5,000 different images known as everydays for $69 million. It's digital. So you'll never actually feel it in your hands physically. A digital art, £69 million. Dollars, sorry. At Christie's, it was sold for. Somebody bought it. Some guys, 5,000 digital images of daily life. Nothing special. But he got $69 million for it. You look it up. Every day's digital image. So it's not something you can hang up on the wall, you know? It's digital. So you're looking at it on your computer or whatever. Isn't that mad?
You can print the digital image and hang it on your wall whenever you want.
Yeah, I suppose you could do that, but I mean, come on, man. Do you want to do that? Are you going to do that?
I've done that.
Really?
Yeah, I've made a few T-shirts. I've got
that's cool, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, images like off my computer, and I've got them printed. They turn out pretty well sometimes.
Yeah, but would you spend 69 million on 5,000 different images, daily life?
Depends.
69 million. I don't care if I was a gazillionaire. I would never do it.
I think art's a good investment. Like if it's good art, it's never going to devalue.
Tangible art, yes.
Yeah, I'm not knocking art at all. Admittedly, art is art. But this is where we're going anyway. Digital art now, 69 million, the most expensive. This guy is supposed to be one of the richest artists in the world now. Who is
it?
I can't remember the guy's name, but the guy's work is known as Everydays. So if you look up Everydays, $69 million, it should come up.
Okay.
Yeah. Everydays, 5,000 digital images sold at Christie's. Sold at Christie's for $69 million. Forgotten the guy's name. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Not Banksy.
No. He's not really a famous artist, this guy, but because he's got 5,000. Go on.
Is it Will Gompertz?
No, not him. No.
Ah.
I'll recognise the name when I hear it.
Okay.
$69 million at Christie's last week.
Mike Winkelmann.
That sounds familiar. Mike Winkelmann.
It says artist Mike Winkelmann, known as Beeple.
Beeple, that's the man. That's him.
Right.
I told you he rang a bell, didn't I? That's him, yeah. I know my artists.
Beeple.
That's the one. Yeah, Beeple, that's the one. And he had 5,000 different images made into a collage, and he sold it for $69 million.
Took 13 years to make that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I just went, wow, man, what is the world coming to, you know?
So somebody took a bunch of pictures and they sold it for a huge amount of money?
Yeah, 80. It's even more
that's
Aussie
right.
dollars. It's nearly 90 million for Australian.
So I can just put a bunch of pictures together and I can get $90 million?
You could over 13 years, yeah. I've got 10 years worth. I wonder what I'd get for mine. Very interesting shots.
Like click on the picture.
Yeah.
Wow.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's amazing that somebody would pay money for that.
That's what I'm saying. 69 million. This guy, I don't know who it is. We don't know who it was. They never let us know who it was, but he paid. And I was surprised.
That's the thing. Who's paying 69 million for some digital fucking art?
I know.
Like,
gotta
maybe
get
it's a
into
big drug
Christie's.
dealer. I don't really see the use case.
Yeah.
This guy.
You know what I mean? What's the use case? Like, what's the utility besides hiding your money or something?
Yeah.
It'd be a really good way to transfer money between your bloodlines and stuff. I'm buying his artwork that this complete shit for 90 million.
Yeah, money laundering. Yeah, you got a point there.
Yeah, I went into an art gallery once in Melbourne and I asked how it gets priced, how the artwork gets priced. And a guy ushered me out the store.
Oh, they do. As they do, yeah.
Why wouldn't he tell you how they get priced?
He got really triggered.
That's private business.
Really offended.
They can't
really
tell you
offended.
That's a trade secret.
Yeah,
that's a trade secret. That's why.
I was working for the newspaper too, and he got real pissed off at me.
Yeah, that's what they would do to you in England.
Because that shit's all a fucking money laundering operation is what that shit it really is.
You got it.
Because you got to have a white piece of paper and call that like thinking and sell that for $23,000, but your buddy has to buy it. See what I mean? Now you just paid him 23 grand.
Yeah.
Or he paid you 23 grand that he owed you, but you sold a piece of art, so
yeah,
it's okay
legal now. That transaction.
Well, yeah, art is just like made up shit, just like money laundering.
And because it's art, it doesn't fall under a lot of taxation that normal transactions do. So it's perfect for illegal stuff.
And that's probably why the whole thing was made in the first place.
Yeah.
It's why my dad got into tattoo business, because he argued that was just art. He's just doing art on people. And so we didn't have to pay any tax on that. And then he could just fabricate the books however he wanted.
I'm going to have to become an artist.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Look at this thing.
I am an artist. I'm an artist of problem solving.
Yeah, especially in your job. You know, you want to start taking pictures of the befores and afters of what you do, you know?
I'll get fired. We're so secure there, it's ridiculous. Like, you're not allowed to take pictures inside the building or anything, and I walk around with my phone taking pictures all the time, and people are looking at me like they're going to tell on me or something. Like, get away from me.
Well, that's your personal record, isn't it? It's your personal record of your life. Can't stop.
Well, certain people are allowed to take pictures, and like operators aren't, because we don't know if they're taking pictures of blueprints or stuff like that.
Yeah.
You can't do that. I like walking up behind people when they don't know I'm there and filming them. It pisses them off so much.
Yeah, you told me that before, Edwin. Yeah.
Just sit there right behind them, sneak up on them, and I just film the operation. And they think I'm filming them, and I'm not. I'm looking for like a switch light to go on and off, but it pisses them off because they think I'm filming them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at this piece of, what do you call this? This is madness, isn't it? Crazy. Would you buy this? Come on. Would you buy this thing? $69 million. Look at this. What is there that's worth anything?
I can't even see it. I see a bunch of little colored squares.
Yeah. But
that's what we're supposed to see?
No, there's images. They're proper images. If you enlarge it big enough, you can see this everyday life. Just everyday, ordinary situations. That's why it's called Everydays. 5,000 days. Just ridiculous, though.
Yeah, well, can't even prove that he did it in 5,000 days anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, you can, because each shot should be date stamped.
Yeah, but isn't it one image now? Or
well, yeah, but then you want to see the original.
Yeah,
that's what you want. You want the original.
And can you fuck with your dates and then just save it?
Can you do that? Can be time consuming.
No, because you'd have to take a picture of the picture to do that.
Right. Yeah. So no.
Data is stored in those pictures forever.
That's right.
What you could do, pull it up on your screen, take a screenshot of it, bring it into like Paint, save it as a PNG, and it should lose all the data. It'll just be on the date that you made it today if you did it.
Yeah. It was that they said that in order the way this picture keeps its value is because it's time stamped and it's stamped and it's unique. There's only a one-off of this. There's no, and that's it. And he's got it. I mean, it can't be copied apparently. I thought, really? Yeah,
I call bullshit.
Yeah, 69 million. So Beeple is now as famous as the British revered artist. His name is Hockney.
Yeah, David Hockney, right?
David Hockney, that's right. Now, David Hockney became super famous when he revealed that they had cameras in the Renaissance period. The Renaissance, okay? Because he did a collage in his studio from period where the paintings were very much 2D. The paintbrush, look up, okay? Then the Renaissance period, he termed it as the pictures were correct in that the proportions of the face, the eyes, and the nose were perfect as if a camera took it. And then after the Renaissance period, they fell back to before the Renaissance period. And he did that in his studio. Really, really good, documentary to watch. And there was two technical systems they used. Bits of kit. One was known as the camera lucinda and the camera obscura. These two bits of equipment were used by the famous artists during the Renaissance period, known as the secret knowledge. And they were making money hand over fist. And the funny thing is, when I went to the Arts Museum in 1970, right? What was that, 1969? Yeah, so it would have been 1960, 70. With the Elemental, we went to the British Museum and the British Arts Gallery. Okay, and I remembered saying to my teacher that the artists had really good eyesight, didn't they? And the teacher said, yeah, because I said, look at these pictures. They look like they're real, is what I said. Because they looked lifelike, big size, Everything was perfect. And I couldn't understand how they did that. I was very impressed as a kid, thinking, man, because modern artists couldn't do it. I've seen the pictures. They're not as good, right? And the reason why they were that good was because they were using the camera obscura and the camera lucinda, but they kept it secret. I mean, the artist would have this book-looking thing like a Bible, but it was actually a camera hidden in the book, would you believe? Such was their technique. I'll post the documentary because it is a brilliant insight into how they deceived, the people back then. I've got it bookmarked, because I've watched it so many times. And the first time I saw it was maybe around about 2006, 2007. I watched it on BBC. David Hockney, very famous British artist, revered. He's bisexual, he's a bit gay, but he lives in California. But, he's famous British artist. Yes. There we go. The secret knowledge. Here we are. Let me see if I can post this to you guys. Go back. Okay, here we are. Okay, I'll post one part of it. Come on, that's it. Live stream, okay. There you go. It's not the first time that I've posted this, by the way. I have posted it before in this server. I'll do it again. I think this might be the fourth time I've done this. Because I find it fascinating that back in the day they had cameras, but they kept it very, very secret. Renaissance was the period, the era of deception. The new knowledge, as it were. I've posted 3. I think there's about 8, but you can find the rest yourselves. Very interesting.
This is a Ripper too. So that carries on from what you're saying, Jim.
Oh, they cheated the whole time.
See this?
Yeah, they cheated the whole time. That's right. That's right. The great masters.
I could have drawn that shit with a camera. I would be a fucking famous artist.
That's right. That's right. You see, but I didn't realize. Remember, I went to these art galleries as a child. Okay, and I was very impressed with what I saw. Obviously, I was impressed because I was saying to my teachers that I said that the artists back then had good eyesight, is what I said. Eyesight, right? I'm only a kid. I'm only going by the impact. And I said, that because modern artists at the time couldn't draw that good. They could never draw that good. They were never that good. Never that. You can't do it that perfect. You can't. Even Hockney said it. The pictures during the Renaissance period were correct, he said. And that's a specific word he used there. Correct. As if to say, not a mistake in sight. Although if you look closely, you could see some mistake, but you had to look close. Get up there with a magnifying glass. And he highlights that as well. To detect that they were using such devices. But the eyes and the face, even the armor, the armor of the day was all shiny. How did they get that shine so perfect? It was almost like photographic quality, and they were using paintbrushes. Man, I said, how did they do that? Could never work it out. It was like real. I said,
you just color in the picture.
Yeah, but it's still difficult, isn't it? It's still difficult to mix the colors. You've still got to mix those colors right, to get that detail right. The image is projected onto your screen. via a mirror onto your screen and it's upside down. That was another clue because there was always a specific size, you know. But the detail was incredible. Perfect. All the ripples. They got the ripples right, you know. But then there was a clue, like one hand would be bigger than the other. And then there's a clue. Yeah, or oversized heads on the body sometimes. That was another giveaway. But yeah, so if you watch that documentary, man, I'll tell you, it's a brilliant insight in how they, as Radwin said, they cheated. Yes, they cheated. Now, other artists like Constable and that they didn't use that technique. They drew what they saw with their own eye. Constable and lots of scenery, landscapes. They didn't use any camera, but it's the portraits and that that Renaissance period. They cheated, big time.
Oh, big time.
Yeah. There's a picture of the woman pouring out the milk. And that milk looks like it's pouring right now and then, you know? Then there's one with the famous chandelier, you know? And the golden chandelier in the middle of the room. And how do they get that? Those angles. How do you project?
It's weird that no artist can paint like that now, really. I mean, unless you're some kind of weirdo that can memorize shit.
Yeah,
but
no artist.
Nobody can paint photorealistic.
No one could paint realistic before the Renaissance period and after. And to watch the documentary is to watch that history unfold. And the way he laid out all the famous paintings before the Renaissance period, okay, you know, Picasso and the like, and then the Renaissance happened. Sorry, Picasso would come after. So you had before the Renaissance, then you had the Renaissance period where everything's picture perfect, pardon the pun, and then after that it went back to normal 2D, and then you knew something was up. You knew something was up, and then
that's probably how they did all those big portraits that are in castles and famous people have done of themselves, and they don't even know that that's happening because they can't see what the artist is doing.
No, they can't. And I tell you,
because the artist is behind a wall, probably.
That's correct.
To block the light out.
Sometimes they're in a massive key, you know, the keyhole camera. They're in the massive one of those, but in a room. So the person's image is being projected from a mirror onto the canvas. So the subject is just sitting there still, totally oblivious to what's going on. It was known as The Secret Knowledge. That's the name of the documentary as well. The Secret Knowledge, only known to a few people. You know, like I said, the guy would have this camera Lucinda. It looked like a book or like a Bible, but it was all in there, all enclosed. Yeah, man. Cheats, as you said. Yes, they were cheating. Now that I know that, I wouldn't pay so much money for them because they're cheating. You know, the value just drops considerably. Now that I know how they did
all those paintings' value should be dropped by now.
Thank you. Now Hockney gets interviewed by an American in America, okay, because he's living in California, and the interviewer, this American, you could tell that he didn't like the fact that Hockney had revealed the secret. He didn't like it. You could tell by the tone of the interview that Hockney had revealed the truth, and it was just, how do you know this? And how did you know they did that? And how did you know? It was all, how do you know? Without wanting to accept. It was more like an interrogation rather than an interview. Yeah, he came under fire, Hockney. He came under fire for bringing out the secret of how the masters did it. And a stroke of genius was just laying out all those pictures across his studio. And he's got a massive studio, right? And when you see it laid out with all these pictures, it's just like a map. And you're looking through the 1200s, 1300s, and then from the 1400s onwards, things started to change. Hello, hello, hello. And then back when it dropped down to like the 1600s, it tailed off back to normal again. So you think, yes, clearly they cheated.
Notice they weren't drawing spheres and stuff.
No.
Planets.
No, they weren't going towards that at all. Didn't touch the flat Earth. No, wouldn't dare. But yeah, man. I strongly suggest you watch it because it's very entertaining. It's from the BBC, so you might get a little bit of entertainment there in itself. I posted 3, so you just got to search for the others. They're there. Yeah, great documentary.
Got a meeting.
The interview later on, yeah. The interview with Hockney is only 3 parts. It's a 3-part interview, that one. Part 1, and it's all about 30 minutes long. Each part's 10 minutes. But the one about the actual looking into the Masters, that's like 8 parts. And again, they're like 10 minutes each. Again, a good, interesting. I enjoyed it. Seen it several times. Just because of the way it's been delivered and how he exposes it all. It's just, yeah, man. Such liars. Even back then, they were lying. The days of Copernicus and that. Telescopes and, Galileo and all that. Yeah. That's when they hatched the heliocentric model. Was in the Renaissance period, by the way. The era of deception. When I first heard the word Renaissance, I thought it meant something good, Yeah, new knowledge, some kind of transformation. Suddenly some things are going up. But it was all deception all the time. Burning of the books. A lot of book burning happened then as well.
show you some icebergs and.
Anybody out there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Jim CBR1 here. How you doing? Flat Earth Solar. What's happening?
What up, man? Cool, man. You got a question, Truth?
Yeah, it's not related to the flat Earth though. It's something else. Since nobody was talking, I figured I might as well ask. I'm in the process of buying a Bible, and I wanted to buy the most complete Bible I could find with the most accurate translation, and I want all the books that were left out by whatever council that decided to leave some books out. So I was wondering if anybody knew what that Bible. I'm leaning towards the Ethiopian Bible, but I was just wondering if anybody knew.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't know where to go with that one. That's out of my league.
Yeah, I was doing some research into it. I saw that there was some other kind of Bible that's a Catholic Bible, a different translation, and it has extra sentences in some of the verses that were left out of the ones that are revised and things like that. And I was very interested because there's a very important verses that kind of really change things. So I'm very interested in those kind of things.
Right. You might have to wait till someone else comes in that might be able to help you a bit more there. I am unable to help you there.
No worries, man. It's good to hear your voice, though. It's good to hear from you, Jen.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you too. Yeah, man. Still there, fighting the good fight. Keeping it flat, keeping it real.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sirree. You better believe it, mate. I'll tell you. I enjoy that.
I used to be such a Star Trek junkie.
Oh, so did I. But I was the very first generation, the very first one, which was released in the 60s. Yeah, yeah. So with Leonard Nimoy and William Shrapnel, his name is. Yeah, Shrapnel. And the rest of it. Lieutenant Uhura and who is it? Solo and the Russian. What's the Russian? I keep forgetting his name.
Chekhov?
Chekhov.
Yeah.
Chekhov. The young Russian named Chekhov.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chekhov.
Yeah, man. And Dr. McCoy. Dr. McCoy, he was good.
Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor.
I remember. Yeah, Dr. McCoy, yeah, Jim. I used to call Captain J. Jim. And I remember collecting all the toys from the cereal box, the cornflakes cereal box. You'd get the mask on the back, and inside you get all the toys, the phasers and the communication piece. Yeah, everything. You know, couldn't wait to finish one box to get the next box. You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes a cheeky one and open the box and put my hand in and drag it out without anyone looking. I did that once or twice. Because sometimes you get the same one all the time. You know, you get the same one, you know.
You know,
Yeah.
Star Trek really sold me on a mission. You know, they had me sold.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
bad.
why would? Well, I
I
mean,
wanted my own space shuttle. I wanted to float out in space and bump some Dr. Dre and smoke a blunt on the way to Mars or something.
yeah.
I had these
To boldly
dreams,
go
and
where
now
no
I
man
can
has
just
gone
abandon
before.
them because I know they're not.
I was well into space, well into it. Yeah, but I was well into the space thing for a while. I stopped when Star Wars wouldn't go away. Star Wars just kept coming back. You know, I couldn't believe how many times they repeated Star Wars and just never ending. Yeah, look, we've had kids and Star Wars is still there. I'm thinking, wow, I actually bought them the R2D2 key rings and that to put on their little rucksacks. You know, Star Wars Lego. Yeah, I stopped Star Wars in the 80s. I stopped all that space stuff. Got enough. Still believed in it though, just didn't pursue it. I had other interests. Yeah. Army cadets, Army life took over, dropped the space stuff. So that was the thing. Yeah, my life changed a little bit there.
CBR1.
Yeah, how you doing, Dave Ingle? How goes it?
Guess what I got for Christmas when I was 11 years old?
Telescope.
A little action figure, Major Mason, the astronaut. He came with the moon buggy and everything.
Right.
It was cool.
Yeah, I got.
His name was Major Mason, and that alerted.
It might have been the same thing where my astronaut, you'd hook him to the door, and you pull the string, and you'd shoot up to the top of the door, and you let it, you relaxed it a bit, and it would come back down again. I can't remember the name of the astronaut. Not Stretch Armstrong, but something like that.
Mine was a little action figure, like the size of a G.I. Joe or whatever.
Yeah, mine was the same, like a G.I. Joe. And he put his spacesuit on, and he had his backpack, and the back would attach, a string would attach to the top of the door. You'd hook it on, and then you'd pull on the string so it's taut. It'd shoot up on the string, and you relax the string, and it'd come back down slowly. And then you could attach him to his hover kind of like levitating bike kind of thing. Sit on that and hook it to the bottom of the door, and you pull it taut, and it would ride along the string that way as well. Brilliant little toy that was. 70. Yeah. Can't remember the name of the.
Do we have any defenders of the spinning ball space monkey religion on here right now?
Definitely not me. Not me. I am not one of those.
You're not here to defend the spinning ball space monkey religion, yes, sir.
Heck no. Heck no. Oh my goodness, Cogdis is making me laugh right now.
Yeah, get them in here.
Get the
Invite them
Cogdisters in
into
here.
the server. Let's see if we can debate them.
The
Yeah, why not?
Cogdisters. Well, I mean, aren't they banned for however many days? I can't get them in the live stream.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Sorry.
I know. I get it. I get it, Jink. I get it, Jink. You're like, come on, yeah, bring him in here. You're excited. I get it. It's good passion, bro.
I get it. Yeah, get him in here.
Get him in here.
Them down. Bring them down here. We'll learn them. I suppose I could unban them, but I won't. Don't want to get into trouble.
Right? None of these guys that are in there right now, they're all just angry. You know, none of them want to talk.
Okay. The cat's got their tongue, have they? Cat's got your tongue, huh?
You know how it goes. You know, what's your proof? Oh, you're gay. That's my proof. Okay. Never mind, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yep. Got to get a whole new mix of them. I'm being a little successful. I'm getting a couple of them to just leave.
Yeah, because they know that their puns, you've just taken away their pun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or should I say you've taken away their ball?
Taking away their ball. Give me my ball back. Bully.
The flat earth. Definitely growing exponentially. That's nice. So we're doing okay.
You know, even William Shatner said science and science fiction are the same. Funny to hear him say that. They admit these truths in subtle ways.
Is it literally silent in here right now?
We were playing a silent game and you lost.
Dang it! Now I have to provide proof of the globe. Gosh darn it!
Yeah, let's see some heliocentric facts on the table right now.
Oh my goodness. Well, the pictures from space, gravity,
Pictures from space. I hadn't heard that one before. Shut the server down, Indio.
Light bends. A light also travels forever. So, I mean, that's obvious. Perspective is only because of curvature. So, I mean, man, I'm listing these off good. Wow, there's more than I thought. Let's see. What else do I got? The 5 layers of atmosphere. Shoot. ISS. Haven't you ever been on a plane? Come on. I went to a mountain the other day. I saw it with my bare eyes.
The ball.
Man, I'm on a roll. What else do I got? Shoot. I can feel it. I can feel us moving.
Billions of scientists have proved this to you.
Literally billions. Like for thousands of years, guys. Come on. The boats though, from the bottom down, up, the bottom up, they're gone. Forever. You can't even zoom them in with binoculars.
And don't be so logical. Of course, our atmos can exist next to a vacuum.
No, but but it can. Yeah, it totally can. Like that's proven.
Einstein and Newton and shit.
Come on, shadows. Come on, shadows though. Shadows. Let's go. Come on. The sun. If it was, the sun would light everything up. There'd be no day and night. Come on. And then obviously, if it.
Say that again, Brad. Say that again.
Oh, I'm about to get cracked down on.
No, I just didn't hear what you said.
I said, the sun. So it would light up. There would be no day and night, because the sun would light everything up all at once if it wasn't a ball. So
if it wasn't a ball.
Yeah, if it wasn't a ball, then the sun would light everything up.
Not technically. So how come the ocean is dark underneath, where it's light on top of the ocean?
Listen, I don't have to explain this to you. You can go look it up on the Google. The Google will tell you all the information. Okay.
Well,
And don't send us any memes, crack.
Right, so it's light attenuation, right? Light doesn't attenuate forever. It does eventually. Light basically,
no,
like a laser beam diverges, right?
No. Light goes on forever. It's proven because we can see the stars. Yeah. Okay.
Whoa.
And we can see the stars because it goes on forever.
That would be presupposing that stars are forever away.
Haven't you ever even looked at a telescope?
Yep, I've looked at one.
If they weren't far away, then we wouldn't need a telescope.
Oh, really? Is that the case? Well, how come we need How come we need telescopes to look at the beach? On the coastline, we need telescopes in order to look at the beach.
It's because of the atmosphere, bro,
and the different boats.
Come on,
but you get the point, right? Listen, light scatters as it hits the medium. Right, guys?
No, but that's only about the boats, though. Not with light.
But it's funny though, right? The globers think that the light attenuates through the atmosphere forever. Yeah. When they know, in fact, when they use the example of refraction, that light bends accordingly to the convexity of the Earth.
No. That's only
their mouth.
That's only when it applies, though. When it doesn't apply, then it does.
Yeah, it's selective. It's like being able to turn gravity off. Now their newest claim from Zanuck is that you can manipulate gravity because you can switch it off.
What the?
Oh yeah, do you want to know why? Do you want to know how? So the plane does the parabolic turn dive, right? and therefore the people have an experience for about 9 to 12 seconds of weightlessness, right?
Because they turn gravity off. Yeah.
But the issue is, buddy, is that's not turning gravity off, is it? Because in your paradigm, gravity is needed in order for said plane to do said dive. Because if gravity was turned off altogether, the plane itself, right, would float. So you can't then assert that, oh, we can switch gravity off by using the very thing that we're trying to switch off, i.e. meaning we need gravity for said plane to be able to descend toward the center of the Earth's mass.
No. Don't you know about specific gravity? It's specific gravity, bro. Okay? The gravity outside the plane is still on, okay? But inside the plane, it gets turned off. Gosh, perspective, bro. Come on.
Negative. Specific gravity and perspective. I've never seen those two things misappropriated so badly in my life.
Sorry, I didn't mean specific gravity. I meant selective gravity. My bad.
That's all right. Just be more specific next time. Mate, what happened to your rolls, dude? Your rolls are disgusting. Oh, mate, I'll sort that out later.
Oh, shit.
There's not enough of those. If I see you with too many rolls container ever as well, you will get banned. You do know that.
I didn't do it, okay? Blame Ravenous Brad. He's the one that took him off. Okay.
Brad,
I told him. I told him too. I was like, don't do it. Crack's gonna get mad at me, and he's like, no, I got you, bro. I'm like, no, and he still did it.
Yeah, he did it. He did it.
That was brilliant.
He did it to get at me. He did it to get at me, the petulant child. Fuck you, Brad. Fuck you, Brad.
Yeah, who needs ballers to start an argument?
Yeah. Well, I mean, geez, at least we, have the proper information to bring forward.
But listen, just to clear this up for everyone, this idea that light attenuates forever at its maximum luminosity is just so ridiculous because it's tantamount to saying that laser beams don't diverge, which is one of their claims as to why our laser tests apparently are inaccurate. So if laser beams, which are concentrated diodes that then are pushed through a form of crystal, right, a diode, that concentrates light to a specific point, meaning a laser, said laser diverges after said distance, right, meaning the light itself splays out. It attenuates through the atmosphere scatters the very light itself. So the property of a laser, which is focused light, which is true non-divergent and non-crepuscular form of light in terms of from its origin, right? It's one focused point of light. That in and of itself proves that light diverges. So would a laser be visible forever? If we look at it, no, because it will diverge to the point to where the laser itself, if over a long enough period or a long enough distance, right, the laser itself will eventually not appear if we're in an orthographic sort of position, meaning we're looking at this from the side, right? Eventually what will appear is what? We will start to almost see the laser as if it were to be disappearing because it's scattering and diverging so much that the eye will no longer be able to pick it up. Yes, if I get a camera and take a long exposure shot of the pathway of where the laser is going and diverging to, I may, over a short period of, a small time-lapse photo, because now the sensor's letting in the light over time, might start to pick up that divergent beam. But this is the exact same thing. That doesn't mean, but that's what the eye sees is no laser beam. So that's darkness, right? That's what we experience with our eye. So the same way, I would even say that in fact, due to the atmosphere, the light source doesn't necessarily even have to be local. We don't have night and day just because of a localized light source. We literally have night and day because the light source in its 12 o'clock position above the atmosphere attenuates through less of the atmosphere when it's at 12 o'clock And then, as it moves further away and has to, at an angle, attenuate through more atmosphere, this is the opposite of sloped armor on a tank effect, where, you know, the sloped armor so that it was thicker but still thinner. This is the same thing. It's looking through more of the atmosphere at an angle when we see the sun go down to the horizon. That's why we start to get darkness. That's why when we see the sun no more, we still have light, because the gas is charged up itself with the different light ray spectrums that are more penetrative. That's why we see red skies as the sun has disappeared from our view. But we can't see the sun anymore because its light is not attenuating or able to attenuate all the way through that atmosphere at a luminosity level that is able to achieve something that we would consider to be daylight. So technically, it wouldn't matter even if the sun was further away or closer. It just simply speaks to the nature of the sun, that the sun cannot attenuate forever, that light eventually scatters out to the point where we no longer see it as daylight. And then we take long exposure shots at nighttime, guess what? We start to get light. Thermal imaging even as well. There's a different form of a spectrum of looking at things, not necessarily light, but thermal exchange, thermal heat. You know, what is heat transferred in? Gases. These things are directly linked. Again, same thing with, what is it, the moon that lets off light when we are at nighttime using night vision? Is it necessarily the moon with infrared light? Or infrared light also comes from the sun? Who is to say that that long light spectrum of infrared, that we're not receiving it from the distant sun that we cannot see? Who's to say that it's coming from the moon? Because when I take a long exposure shot using infrared at nighttime, I don't see a bias of light from the moon's directionality as opposed to where the sun just left my view. I actually see a homogeneous image that shows a same luminosity level across the board, which would suggest that maybe the infrared may be actually coming from both sources at an equal amount, meaning that maybe the two things that produce light at that time, the moon and the sun, are at equal distance to one another from the Earth's surface. That's pretty interesting, right? Or that maybe the luminosity...
Yeah, but that's just like your opinion, man. I'm just kidding.
But yeah, this whole flat earthers, basically, I feel like flat earthers need to readdress in their minds why it is that we have day and night all together. Because I feel like we're pigeonholing ourselves by saying it's extremely localized light and it's like a spotlight on the ground and you don't see the light forever,
True.
right?
Yeah, definitely need to take into account what you're saying too. I've been doing that lately, obviously not in your articulation, but talking about how light doesn't travel forever. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if we know about the divergent properties of light, then we know that simply that light could be attenuating forever and could be going forever. But who's to say? We're talking about the level of light that we're able to see, where what we would say is daylight. You know, daylight doesn't exist only when the sun itself is in view. You know, you can see perfectly fine 20 minutes after the sun leaves the horizon, because the whole sky is charged up, and light rays are splaying through it and diverging through it.
Right, because the sun is over the curve, but the light is still coming over the top, right?
With the gas, well, look at argon and neon. They get, these things get charged up and they show luminosity. Obviously, that's different. It's in a different form, right? But gases themselves adhere. Like, is the actual water in the sea blue, or is the sky blue? Think about it. Which one's blue? The water in the sea, or is the sky blue?
I mean, I'm under the impression that the sky is actually, that the firmament is blue. So.
What's the number one retinol brand most by dermatologists?
But I mean, I ain't got nothing to prove that except for them rocks that were found. So.
Everybody quit talking again? Am I disconnected?
I can hear you.
Rocky Curves, what's up, man?
Not much. Just listening. I still see a problem with people reifying stuff and trying to make everything physical. But other than that, it's interesting.
I was curious, did you take the Grand Canyon seeing the stars through it?
Yeah, I give up on it. No ballers are willing to buy it. I think they realize how silly it sounds. They just don't want to
take the bait, did they?
No, they don't want to. Like, they want to believe it, but they don't want to prove it to themselves.
Right. I was just curious. I thought that was a brilliant. If they want to prove their globe, there it is right there. Go for it.
Well, it'll still work out to affirming the consequent, but they'll never see it because, there's land past the Grand Canyon. So, we don't see an orthographic view. They'll never see through stars below the horizon,
Just the fact that they think they can see stars below the horizon is hilarious to start with.
Right, like the elevation change isn't what I'm talking about. Like, you got this big gash, right? The Grand Canyon's a huge gash you can see from miles away. We don't even have to worry about refraction at that point. We should be able to see stars below the horizon at some point.
If it was a ball, it should happen, correct? They would have a lot of stupid nonsense arguments, whatever.
Has anybody I thought up an argument they could use, but it's nonsensical, but I just wonder if anybody's used it to claim the black swan is actually proof of bending pseudo-Ramonian force space.
I think I've heard something similar to that, but go ahead.
Right, like then they'd have to tie it to like the inertial movement of Earth, Which, I mean, like I said, it's all nonsensical. But, it'd just be interesting to hear what I'm trying to argue. Because then you'd be arguing for a geometry that's not geometric. Or, well, you'd be arguing outside of Euclidean geometry. That'd be interesting.
You're making shit up, in other words.
Right, like curved is straight. White is black.
Level is curved.
Yeah. Straight is curved. Yeah, that's one of the big things I worry about with the electric universe argument, because I don't think a lot of people are listening to what they say on that one when they say they're working with curved linear. Like that's you're giving a description of relativity with that, That's what Einstein was asserting.
Yeah, I see your point there.
Right. So it kind of worries me, but it's all interesting to talk about. So I like listening.
All good. We're just waiting for some defenders of the spinning ball space monkey religion. They don't seem to be coming around here too much.
I think I figured out a way past the 3 points. Anybody want to try to ask me, and I'll give what the ballers should be saying.
Okay, here we go. Give me a when, where, and how did they measure the curvature of the Earth any time in history up to today? Go.
The curvature can't be measured because we don't exist within a Euclidean geometry.
I guess I'll let you elaborate on that.
Well, because Earth is moving at an inertial velocity within an asymptotically flat universe, we would perceive Earth as being flat.
So you're saying because the Earth is in motion, we can't measure the curvature?
Right, just like looking out your window when you're driving, things to your left and right appear to be moving faster than the scenery in front of you.
So essentially, since we're on a spinning ball, we can't measure the curvature of the said ball. Is that what you're saying?
Damn it. Yeah.
Okay, so that's still a belief. Point 2. When, where, and how the motion of the Earth proven. Go.
It would be impossible to detect the motion of the Earth from the non-inertial reference frame since it's not an actual deviation.
So we'll chalk that up into the belief category. Vacuum of space existing next to a gas pressure system that keeps us alive. Go. Without a container.
You know, that's still a hard one. Because any
That's why we
demonstration.
asked.
Yeah, that's still a hard one. Because you'd have to redefine gas pressure and say that it's because of the inertial velocity of gas, which brings it back to your first assertion. So you could make a good circular logic argument.
Essentially, you could come up with a lot of word salad and bullshit and still not prove that you can have vacuum of space next to a gas pressure. Am I correct?
Well, see that's where you'd have to redefine gas pressure. Yeah, you have to say that that pressure exists because of an inertial velocity. And then you're just begging the question that everything's in motion when you do that, and then you point at the sky.
The entire globe construct is circular logic, basically. So.
Well, yeah, it's the only thing circular about this Earth.
Yeah.
It's their logic.
Yeah. The only spherical or curvature related item is the actual logic used to explain it.
Yeah, it's really when the radius went away, you can't argue for a globe. The best thing they can do is just walk away. The longer they stay in this, the more pain it's going to cause them.
We're kind of in the same boat because I can remember in 2015 when I was first looking at this, and I went out to the lake and flashed a mirror sunlight reflection across 8 miles, and I was like, bye radius, this ain't a ball. I don't know what it is, but it's not a ball.
Well, that's part of the honesty of being a flat earther, is just being able to say, I really don't know what's going on, but I know it ain't what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying for 6 years. Hopefully that completely fell on deaf ear. Not many people want to hear about it. What does it matter? It doesn't matter to me, blah, blah, blah. It's the basic foundations of your existence. If that doesn't matter to you, then carry on,
Right. Well, it's who cares? I'd like to know, but I can still exist and not know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like that famous guy. I'd rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned, right?
Well, that's what they got with heliocentrism. That's exactly what they got with heliocentrism. They can't question it because the minute they do, it falls apart.
Yeah, once they pull one little card out of the house of cards, the whole thing comes tumbling down. Right? They got to keep it all intact. Selective gravity and all the nonsense.
It is an eloquent model. I'll give them that. It was.
It's well put together. Yeah, I got to admit that.
As far as physical explanations, you're right. As far as physical explanations for reality, I don't think we're going to come up with. We're going to have to pretty much redefine the wheel to explain reality now if we wanted to try.
Just is what it is, man. People don't want to accept that, do they? If they let us explore the whole place properly, maybe we'd find out some more answers. Now we're prohibited freely exploring all of our existence.
Well, that's one thing I talked to my wife about, because she doesn't really give a shit what the shape of the earth is, pardon my French, but I did talk her into when I retire, we're going to charter a boat and test the boundaries. You know what I mean? We'll see how far we can get.
Oh, you're going to sail off the edge, man. Watch out.
Well, no, we're going to go until we can't go no more. We ain't going to go in a circle.
Go till you see till the military convoy pulls up on you. Logan.
Right, maybe we'll make it through. Maybe we'll make it through, though, is what I'm saying. Maybe they won't care that much to be looking at that moment. Maybe they'll be lulled into whatever, empathy. And we'll be able to, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't know, but hell, it'd be fun to try. Even if we do end up, like that's what I said, after I retire, who gives a shit? You going to imprison me for the rest of my life? That's what, another 10 years? Fuck you.
Yeah, I've had, obviously, pipe dream fantasies about, 1,000 boats all going different latitude or longitude lines, whatever you call it. All going south. They can't stop us all, could they?
One of the problems is they're going to...
that comment, bro. Gangster.
One of the problems is keeping your heading straight, because you're not going to have any point of reference. You just have to kind of trust that you're still going straight, which you could just be going in a big circle like they've been doing for 600 years.
Yeah. If you believe the Captain Cook story, he bopped around the whole 60,000 perimeter. Thought he was looking for a way around an island. It's supposed to be 12,000 miles or so, if you believe that story. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, but like I said, I'd like to test it one day, what's the worst that's going to happen?
They sell it pretty good here in Australia.
Australia doesn't exist. I'm just kidding.
Sorry, bro. I forgot.
You can't be talking to us right now because you don't exist.
Yeah, I forget. I'm probably one of the evil spirits, from down under. Unbelievable. Does Australia
When was the last time you had a Vegemite sandwich?
I don't eat Vegemite, bro. That's disgusting.
Okay.
Have you tried it?
An Australian is not a Vegemite fan. No, I've never tried it, but I don't think I would like it. Description.
Yeah, it's salt and vinegar. I mean, a lot of salt.
Australia was one of my proofs when I was a Glover, saying that the sun rose in the southeast and set in the southwest. It was back when I reified the sun into a physical object and, try to apply models to everything. Yeah. But that was back in the day. That was when I thought I was so fucking smart.
The problem is what they've done to us. What I think is they've made us think material and everything physical. That's the biggest thing. The mind is boxed in for physical. But what you see up there, just say the sun or the moon, is not even a light.
Well, that's one of my beliefs. That's one of my beliefs now, is that the things we see in the sky, not including planes and things that we put up there, are exist within the mind of God now, and we just assign whatever meaning we decide to assign to them. Yeah, but we don't know. We've never been up there.
We don't. No, we don't. And that's the thing. That to me is like a higher being of the order. How it exists, why it exists, we don't know. But it serves a good purpose for us. If I'm making sense.
Yeah, he put, it's obviously there for us because we're seeing them. If he didn't want us to see them, then he wouldn't have put them there.
Yeah, and trapping everything into a box, making it physical material, it's what shatters the mind and the soul. And very few people can come back to this kind of thing.
Well, you know that how a lot of Globers will say that's impossible on a flat Earth. It's like they're putting limitations to God, really. When it, they're like,
That's
God can't do that.
Yeah, beautiful point, bro. That's what I say to everybody. Even if it's controversial, like, oh, the name of God, and who knows the name of God? Nobody. Nobody's been there and came back. You can't put a limitation to him. You can't put an image to him, because then, as you said, you're putting a limitation to a creator that is only loving. He loves you. He just wants you to wake up. That's all it is.
I was going to say a lot of the problem is I didn't understand what love was until I had kids. And kind of that's what broke my whole little atheistic love affair with, claiming the only thing I know is I don't know anything. Like, you can know that,
Yeah. But
love.
that's a beautiful thing
Yeah.
that you did. That's beautiful. It's hard, but it shows love.
I'll be right back. I got to do
from the heart. Yep. No worries, bye.
Everybody has the right to remain silent, but do you have the ability?
So I'm trying to suffer my face. What are you up to?
Right now, I'm in Kentucky, USA, driving down a country road. It's blue skies. It's pretty dope.
Oh, lovely. Kentucky.
Kentucky's like Midwest, you know where it's at, kind of like middle of the USA, more toward the East Coast.
Oh,
so we're like 600 kilometers from the East Coast, something like that.
Just a little bit east of the Mississippi. Oops. Just a little bit east of the Mississippi.
Correct.
I keep on getting Kentucky confused with another state. I don't know, boy.
Live from California, here's Sunny with something profound.
It's completely flat on the plane. The surface seems to be completely horizontal on average. Yeah, no motion detected over here. Back to you.
We do have various topography. We got mountains and hills and valleys and shit, all right?
No doubt.
Okay.
There's some surface undulations, topography going on.
Correct.
There's some greenery.
Some greenery. Actually, there's more trees here in this area than there ever has been. It used to be a desert.
And they're saying that we're ruining the earth, huh?
Yeah, and it's all completely green. It's pretty amazing.
Greened out.
So everybody's supposed to be starting to get their $1,400 from Biden. So I haven't got mine yet, but we'll see.
Check. I'm already spending it.
You know, that alone should worry people that they're just willy-nilly printing money and sending to people. I mean, they're only sending to average people like a small percentage of the total bills. I mean, who knows what fat budgets they're building up on whatever, you know. It's all fiat currency, but it's a whole different discussion. We're looking for spinning balls, space monkey, religion defenders. Anybody on here right now?
Any globe is that what you said?
We need spinning balls, space monkey, religion defenders. That's what I like to call them. Got that from QE.
I got disconnected.
Anybody from Planet of the Apes?
Any Planet of the Apes members? We're willing to talk to representatives. We're waiting for representatives from the Planet of Apes. We know you're out there, so just come on in. Let's have a little discussion.
We'll sort it out.
Yeah. Anybody thinks Planet of the Apes was a documentary, please join us.
I'm raising my hand. I think it was a documentary.
Sometimes I just think I can't believe I used to believe all that bullshit. Just never even thought about it. Really.
Mm-hmm.
Never
properly
thought about it. Put it that way, right?
I know. I was kind of nonchalant about it. I was like, "Oh, look at all this space stuff. That's very interesting." Well, I guess the experts just figured it all out. And wow, what a fish story!
Got it all figured out, right? Don't have to worry about it.
What a fish story, though.
Can't trust smart scientists in white lab coats. Who can you trust?
I mean, yeah, if that was a fish story, think about the elaborate fish they were. You know, this fish has got freaking painted on. It's freaking got little dangly jingle bells from its gills, and
Wait till the new theory comes out. I already know what it's going to be. What they're going to sell to the children. It's going to be Aquaman.
well, they're gonna all the kids are gonna know it's flat.
I hope so, because the next evolution thing is Aquaman. I already know.
Yeah, I don't see how that. It's fucking incredible. I don't see how they're doing any of this.
They can't, because there's so many gaps in the monkey thing. But Aquaman would make perfect sense.
It's almost like they're saying, just shut up and don't think for yourself. Stop talking about reality, or else we're going to lock your ass down. And apparently they just did.
Yep.
So now, what could their next step be? Lock it down more? Go ahead and try. I don't know, man. It's insanity.
2025, bro. Remember? I told you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see if I can find the document for you. That's written by them, to them, for them. 2025. Unless we stop spinning around and stand up. What do you reckon, Sonny?
They're writing things in the news. Sorry, they're writing things in the news like, "What if the Earth started spinning faster?" Yeah. What if it was spinning at? What if it was spinning at all? And what if it's not a ball? And
bro, are you serious? Did they say that on the news?
yeah, they're questioning. They're going, "Wow, what if this happened?" I love how they start everything, and even the people that come on here, they care about that stuff. What if this? Well, you ask them how something was actually done, and they answer with, "Well, how it could be done is this way," or "How I would do it is this way." No, that wasn't the question. How was it done? By someone. They don't even understand. Oh, I would just go out there and get some sticks and shadows myself and use this Stone Age tech.
I'm just going to put some toothpicks on the ground and measure everything.
The people, the characters from the Flintstones were smarter. Literally. They knew the Earth was flat.
It's flat, yep.
They weren't messing around with that. They were like,
even Men in Black knew.
I know. The guy's like, yeah, these people think they got it all straightened out. They just got a good bead on everything, don't they?
500 years ago, everybody knew that it was flat. Now, look at him.
Now we're in this dang movie talking about freaking aliens. That was a big truth drop.
But that was just... when I used to sometimes sit down for, I don't know, half an hour if my dad or my brother were watching something like space, it used to irritate me. Because I never bought into it. And I look at it and I'm like,
oh no.
What is this?
NASA fanboys. Kind of irritating.
Like, my mates used to be like, oh, let's watch this movie, that movie. Everybody. I hated stuff like that. I'd rather watch some bullshit Rambo movie, you know, that's fake as fuck, but rather than space, I don't know. It used to irritate me the most. Like flying around in a vacuum. I'm like, there's nothing there. And they're flying around. in the speed of light. And I go, what is light? This was when I was fucking 15, 16. Okay, did they catch it in a bottle? And then what did they do with it? How did they measure how fast it was fucking going? You can't do it. Never made sense to me, I don't know. Never. But Scotty was always there to beam everybody up. So that was alright. You got any new tunes for us, Sonny?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Do you have any new tunes for us? You got the guitar there or?
No, I haven't really started yet. I'm having a kind of a late start. I was up till like midnight on the Discord. I can't get off of it like the rest of us, and I end up getting back up at like 1 o'clock and eat some more, listen some more, and then try to go to sleep.
I'm due for some sleep, bro, because I think I've been on here like for 2 days straight now.
Isn't it the middle of the night for you, or is it just early morning?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's like, fuck, I don't even know anymore, bro.
It's what?
Oh, God, I don't even know anymore. Fuck. Oh, it's been like 48 hours, bro. It's like almost like 6 o'clock in the morning.
It's almost 6 in the morning. Well,
yeah, it's
that's
like 20 past.
That sun is racing over your direction. It's almost overhead for me now. Quite still southward, of course.
I better lay down before I start like tipping over. Before the sun comes up.
Yeah, that's no good. You gotta get some rest, man. Get enough rest and hydration and food and stuff. Yeah.
I just ate like before. I've been drinking water, which is good. But we had a good talk before, which was alright. Like,
yeah. Now, in these slow moments, I was reading Samuel Robotham's book, and I kind of was doing it for a while, then I stopped.
Yeah, have you read the what's his name, Thomas Winship's?
Well, that's another one. That's another one, isn't it? What is his name?
Yeah.
Thomas Winship?
Yep. I've got them all. Yeah.
Where is that document?
That one's awesome.
My favorite one of those old books is King's Throne. Gerard Dixon pretty much lays out how they started making up shit about the sky and how it, you know.
Yeah.
What is it called? King's what?
So,
what was it?
It's called King's Throne. There's an audio book on Eric DeBay's channel.
Oh yes, I have that. No, I have that. I think I have that video. I don't know if it's a book or someone reading or what it is. I forgot, but King's Throne. Go ahead.
It was published in 1922. You know, just a few years after Einsteinian shit hit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a well-read, well-researched author that pretty much lays out the case for how they made shit up about the sky.
Check it out. 20 acres in New Mexico, $199 a month. 20 acres.
Wow.
How much?
$200 a month for 20 acres, people.
Wow.
There's land out there. Like this is some of it's rugged, open, arid areas, you know, but so what? If you can go start out by parking a freaking couple of trailers on it, RVs, whatever, anything you want. $200 a month.
Sonny, I'm telling you,
That's a good point.
If we don't get together and buy something like that,
If we don't do it now, like now's the time. Right now is the time.
Yeah.
However broke we are, and I am really broke.
Yeah.
But if 10 or 12 people got together to build a little community on 20 acres,
yes.
What is
And live
10,
like
between
men.
10 people? That's $20 a month
That's nothing. Yeah.
for your own land.
Yeah. That's
Think what you could do with the rest of your money with that. You could build your own houses.
Yep.
Man, I need to get people together to do this. This has got.
I'll put in. I'm not even there, and I'll put in.
See, I would do it right now. I would be willing to cut all my ties here, and I would be losing some benefits. Well, they say it's benefits. I don't see it as benefits anymore. But that I couldn't do that. I could. That would be like almost half my income, though.
Mm.
So I would need help. And that is quite a large piece of property. There's smaller sections, 5 and 10 acre pieces in different states. From California to New Mexico.
Is there places where you can buy it?
Yeah, man. This dude right here. All you do is it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy. You just contact. Hold on. You just contact the buyer. This guy's got all the information. I'll put it in the. I'm pretty sure it's okay. Nobody's going to care if put land information, right? Yeah, so take a look at that website, the YouTube channel. This one's from 3 days ago.
So this is what a place or a YouTube channel? What did you say?
Yeah, I put it in the text, the voice text.
Okay.
At 24 minutes after. Once I have enough people, let me know. Send messages to my DM if you're listening to this and you want to do something like this. Because even if it's just sitting there, it's a place you could go bug out if you had to, right?
Land is land. That's it. So I can't put it any more plainly than that. And if you want to be good people, you need to build your own community. I like the way that you come around to it, Sonny.
Can you imagine what the sky look? Can you imagine what the sky looks like there at night in New Mexico?
Have a look.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah. I think because I'm on like a repeat, yeah. Something so I keep on saying like a broken record.
It's all right. You're just tired, bro.
Well, that's the only way to change something. Good people have to come together and leave little biases aside, like.
Bunch of land down there in Kentucky too, and Tennessee, Arkansas, Missouri, South Carolina.
I would leave the place to pick up to you because I do not know the topography there. I want to send you
a lot of it probably looks like the more temperate areas of your country. As long as you're not too far, as long as you're not too far inland, just like there, probably here, like even in California, we have Death Valley, and then Nevada and Arizona deserts. it's huge. It's a huge desert. So some parts in the middle are really difficult areas to survive in. There hardly anything grows. But if you're, a little bit closer to some greenery, which there are even in this little picture, looks like there's a few trees here and there, and could start an orchard.
Like,
have your greenhouses start growing food right away, and just like have all the food you could possibly eat.
I hope people message you, because then we can find out how much we actually need and probably where to go.
Because I'm getting ready to just go ahead and do it, like regardless if I have to sacrifice in order to start it up. I don't care.
Listen, I'll help, bro. Even though I'm here, like.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of response we get. Some people are already settled in where they're at, so that's good, But there's others of us that are not comfortable where we're at. It's gonna take some motivation for us to like get it started. That's the hardest part for me, is starting it. Like the thought process that needs to be done, but one of us just needs to just go ahead and snatch a piece of property up.
Yeah, listen, we can.
Now, if we could do that together, that would be really freaking great.
That'll be the best way.
Mm-hmm. So I'm
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
I was wanting Sonny to repeat his idea of what he's wanting to do. I missed that part.
Oh, okay. Of buying a piece of property, because I'm looking at this rural vacant land that's for sale for very reasonable. Like, for instance, I put from this one guy, and I've been watching his videos for a week or two. This one is 20 acres in New Mexico for $199 a month. 20 acres. So if 10 of us or 12 of us got together, that's only $20 a month for 20 acres in New Mexico or another state. Take your choice. But there's some of these places that are big pieces of property that could be used as a place to go bug out, build homes on it. And you could pretty much do anything you wanted to. We could go build greenhouses, start growing food, yeah.
Are you suggesting the idea of a commune, or more like a post-apocalyptic kind of retreat?
Commune.
Well, whatever you could do, whatever you could use it for, whatever you want to. But just saying, if you have a piece of property that you could just go drive to, if you needed to, you could just go bug out for a while, park RVs in there. After some time, build some homes, build some infrastructure, put some septic tanks in,
Right, so you're talking about getting that would be like getting a swath of land and then sectioning it off according to the people that have interest.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And it would just be an agreement. Yeah. So it would be, you could make a contract, you could draw up a contract for the initial investors, and $20 a month, and that's a bit for actual property.
Yeah.
So
there's already contracts that exist. There's already a template for contracts like that. It would be similar to a timeshare, except it wouldn't be. You just have to get rid of the language of the timeshare, because it would be equal ownership, but then you would portion out sections of land at a time.
Yeah.
That's easy done.
You could split it all up. You could go measure it. We could all do that together. It would be a freaking great experience. And it would be something that would be there for the future.
Exactly.
So
it's something there for people like-minded that want to do good. As I keep on saying, thank you, Sonny, for backing up for what I've been drooling on about for so long. I'll be the first one to put money in.
Go ahead.
I was going to say there's something else about that too, because if like the doomsday prepper people that are
the end of the world.
Yeah, I know a couple of them. Yeah.
Right. Well, even if you are prepared as an individual for the end of the world, if you don't have a society to help support you,
I know,
in some fashion, you're not going to make it long.
I wouldn't make it. I wouldn't make it on my own. That's the part that is the most challenging, because I've tried to be a loner and it doesn't work, man. Like,
well, we're not designed to be alone.
Exactly.
I know.
And the other thing is, if it's the end of the world, doesn't matter what you pack, what you stash, it will be the end of the world. But it's not the end of the world. It's the end of the age.
And if there was a group of people together, then at least you would have each other. You could make do with each other. We could all end up helping each other. Whatever, someone's got a deficiency somewhere, the rest of the group can help to solve those problems, and it all works out balancing itself.
It's beautiful, bro. Exactly. You don't need to eat 10 times a day.
Yeah, it can be done. I believe it can be done. I really do. And I think it just needs to be done. Since I'm the one thinking about it, it's really on my mind and on my heart. And it's something that I needed to get out. And I think it's a good start.
Come on, bro. You need to give me some credit. I've been splashing on about getting to get fucking ages. I'm like, people, come on, get together, come on. When we do something,
yeah, look at that.
Drunken monkey.
Look at that Earth
and
ship.
Sunny does it.
Look at that Earth ship. Yeah, Earth ship. Dabbing good. That's right.
Well, I would like to point out the failures of the commune was in the idea of group ownership, the socialist concept. Like, people are just, it's not, I guess, greedy is one way you can say it, but we have things that we associate with just being ours, like our wives, our children, our house.
Right.
And the idea of communal, a commune, strips you of your identity almost, and I think that's why.
But I don't think it has to be strictly like a commune. I mean, there can be.
Just means community.
I mean, it can be a community.
Words. Yeah,
I believe it could be self-regulated. I really do. Like,
society is self-regulated.
Well, yeah, but that's what I was saying is just like a commune, though. It's got the idea of group ownership, and that just it never
doesn't really work. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's why I was just saying. Be careful about that aspect of it, because
that's true. Well, I think there would have to be limits to it, I mean.
Yeah. The whole thing is about stopping greediness. Doesn't matter if it's socialism, capitalism, it's all because of greed.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't stop human nature, so you can't. It's folly to think you can change, that you can remove greed or any of these other human emotions. You can't. They're always going to be there. You're going to have to work around them in a humanistic and a human kind of way, like it's going to have to be. I don't know, because like I'm not an expert at this, but I know a little bit about like how to gather and organize and get a team working on specific things. Like, I'm pretty good at that, but other areas I'm not that great at. There's probably other people are better at certain things, or like certain organizational skills. Like, we all have our own talents. So,
of course, we're here to help each other. That is the whole point that I keep on harping on. Yeah, we're getting together because 90% of us thinks in a certain way, in a righteous way, in a good way, in a non-stealing way, in a non-corruptive way. If you wanted to be like greedy and all the rest of it, stay where you are and suffer in your jocks. You know? Oh, that notion that... Sorry, bro.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say one of the biggest failings in society now is that no one can trust their neighbors. You know? Like
yes.
They put so much
perfectly said.
Government protection that we don't really, we have a prison instead of a society now.
Yeah, that's correct. That's, yeah. Well said. I said it a bit differently, but yeah, it's just, that's what it is. It's the not loving your neighbor like yourself. That's the biggest mistake. Yeah. Trying to get one up on the neighbor. Why? He's your neighbor. You live with him.
Sonny, you should get the Road Warrior role.
So it's all stupid stuff created by the freaking monetary system, you know, and pushed by the mainstream media to make you think you need to have more and more and more. That you have to compete with your neighbor and all that crap. It's all a bunch of garbage.
Exactly. Sonny, I'll tell you something. I know for a fact when my great-great-granddad bought land on with the shake of a hand. They put 2 stones there. Was it like 2 stones in certain areas, and that was it. That was the marking, and nobody was allowed to touch the stones. That's it, literally. We've become worse than animals. This is why we're in that mess.
Yeah, I think one of the big problems is people don't understand what money is. You know, it's just it's an idea anymore.
It's abstract.
Right. It used to be tied to something physical. And like money on itself is not evil, but the love of that money has driven people to turn it into it used to be used in barter whenever you had a difference in value, perceived value of something, and that's how you would make change. Like if I had 2 chickens and you had a cow and I wanted that cow and you wanted my chickens, but it's not an even trade. Like,
yes, that's exactly correct. 100%.
And then we both perceive value in that money, so that the money that you give me on top of that, in change, I could then trade with someone else. But people started putting more value in the concept of trade than in actual trade. And that's where the problems are really digging in, because now you have people that are trading concepts on a market.
Beautifully put.
Like derivatives, that is such a rip-off market. Trading derivatives. Oh my God.
The whole thing's a sham. The whole thing's and people, I'm not even going to get started. I'm not even going to get started on that one.
Yeah. Well, Bitcoin is kind of built on the same scam too, because like, what is it? Like, if everything ended tomorrow, what value would it be to you? Like, can you eat it? You sleep on it?
No.
No. You drink it?
No.
Basically,
you can dream about it.
It's shiny, so I like it.
Exactly.
I blame women. I blame women for everything. No, I'm kidding. I love women. My mom was a woman. Come on now.
Yeah.
So is mine, bro. I second that. Oh god, that's the thing. Even like the people that are fooling to gold, this that. I go, bro, you can have the most gold that you want. If you don't have food and you don't know how to grow something or you don't know how to build something, you can't eat the silver or the gold. I mean, you can try, but you end up poisoning yourself and shit. So it really doesn't do that much good. As the brother just said, it was a concept to bridge a gap, and that then that was hijacked into gold and this and that, and then that was thrown away, and then paper. Let's use toilet paper to buy stuff.
Hey, I'll tell you what, in prison they use stamps because everyone's agreed upon that convention because they're not allowed to have cash.
Well, I'll tell you something, because to actually buy something properly, you have to use a stamp. Stamp is a value. That's in proper trading commerce law. Like, stamps are a must.
But isn't that what the first Ponzi scheme was based off of? The guy in
No. Okay.
I thought he was trading in stamps for the first Ponzi scheme and the perceived value of those stamps, and that's how he.
Oh no, yeah, I'm not talking about the stamps that the collectors ones. I'm talking about like normal ones. So just say if you buy something, you put a stamp on it, like an actual stamp that you will send a letter, and you mark it that you received it. So that finishes the trade.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I was talking about regular stamps too, because like the value of those
We're on the
stamps
same page, yeah.
fluctuate. You know what I mean? Like a stamp used to be a quarter in America. Now they're 50 cents. They say they're forever stamps, but not really. They don't mean forever. It's just but that conceptual value, he was trading it with no means of which to, no market to sell to. It was just the idea of the value of that thing, and that's where he got the Ponzi.
Yeah. But yeah, the stamp thing, I think, has been around for from what I could trace it back like a good 600 or 700 years. So when you receive something, you buy something, stamp goes on it. It's usually a round figure. So now it would be like a dollar, or before it might have been like 1 cent, because 1 cent inflation, whatever. And bang, you mark it, trade is resolved, and that's it. So the stamp has value too. And most stamps before that used to be have gold or silver on them. So you could buy stuff with it.
Hello, got anybody new in here? We have a VC verified superfluous. Superfluous. What say you? If anything. Alrighty then, back to silence. I'm sure if my mic was working.
What's going on, Dave? Yeah, it's working.
Thanks for that, man.
Yo, is anyone there?
Yo.
Yo, I came across something interesting. I just wanted to bring up with you guys. How does a lunar eclipse happen on flat Earth theory?
Man, that's a damn good question. We have no fucking idea.
I saw something about it, and I was kind of thinking, so I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, I mean, it's some weird shit. You know, when you go out and stare at the moon and what it does, it's like, what the fuck is that thing? What the fuck is it doing? I mean,
where's that shade coming from? The light's not coming from the sun's direction. It's all kind of wonky and stuff.
Yeah, it's like what's doing that? I mean, you know, we can guess, but your guess is as good as mine, really.
Mm-hmm. We don't know what it is or what the source of its light is or anything about it. We don't know what shape it is, what it's made of, what keeps it up there.
Yeah, back in the 1900s.
What the heliocentric say. Go ahead, Ernie.
I was going to say, back in the 1900s, they said it was made out of cheese. I mean, could be, right? Or is that just part of the TV propaganda? And why would they tell us that? Why would they make us think that the moon could be cheese?
Maybe they're trying to try to sell more cheese.
Maybe the moon is like cheese, like Swiss cheese. Maybe they're telling us that the moon is some kind of, I don't know, portal or a hole.
Into the Swiss cheese wormhole.
Yeah, maybe the mice did it.
Could be space mice. We have proof of that on the rocket. There was that mouse.
What we do know is that it doesn't work on the heliocentric model.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They don't know how it works either. They just make it up.
Have you guys heard some guy ate a bed in China song?
Wait, did you say someone ate a bed? What?
No, ate a bat. The song.
Ate a bat.
Oh, ate a bat. Okay.
So it's so good. I like it, man. You want me to play it? Now we have a silent moment.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. That's a wicked beat.
crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or sitting in a park caught a lot of people by surprise.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you can't go out at night. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you got no human rights. Someone ate a bat in China in a cave, now you're a human slave. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now the pharmaceutical companies get paid. Some bat in China, lock off the whole world, change things, rearrange it, or so we're told. Like the world's under a spell. The beginning of hell, yo, yeah. Any sci-fi movie that's seen.
A new world order.
Seen
Presidential
it.
decrees cascading from President Trump's pen.
Any horror movie that I've been.
And the rest of the world now figuring out what it means to
Run
be.
it.
Oh boy, this
Oh
shit
boy.
banging.
Cause things change, rearrange, and get strange. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now I can't get any toilet paper? Yeah.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or...
Better stay home, watch the TV. Better stay home, don't visit the family. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now my girlfriend don't wanna give me vagina. Everything's changed, rearranged, the whole world gone strange. Yeah, some guy ate a bat in China. Yeah. Someone from China ate a bat, and now you can't leave your house or go out the
New
back.
South Wales police are patrolling Sydney streets
If you
as
believe
residents try
that-
to understand changing social distancing rules.
I don't know, bro.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Oh boy, what another one. Big fat shit from the side again. Freestyling with the microphone, gear on my left hand. I'm in lockdown. What are the sounds? A little bit sad. Shit. Someone ate a bat in China. Can't go and get any toilet paper. The TV telling me that. Yeah.
Oh boy, you went dumb on this one.
Police are receiving some backlash for their aggressive approach.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So some guy ate a bat in China. I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah, someone ate a bat in China, and now I can't wipe my ass. Oh, shit.
Might have to go get some leaves from out back.
Guys, remember that video that people were looking at the rocket landing from far, and they were like, "Yeah, we did it, whatever." And look at the tweet that Elon Musk posted. Now he's saying it was just a simulation or something.
I don't know where it's from, right? Is it from the SN10?
It's from the video that we've been sharing here. Yeah, that's a good question. Exactly which one is it? But let's see. Because I remember people watching the landing and saying it was real. Some people, some Globers saying, yeah, that's real.
Yeah. I also saw some footage where they just cut into some was obvious CGI and then make it land. I don't know.
The simulation really struggled to make this look real. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, but again, I really saw some footage where they just cut it and put this into the so.
gotta look through my own post to find the landing of that. I mean, the video that shows that rocket landing. And they have people from afar celebrating the landing.
Yeah, there were people celebrating it, all right. They were just off camera a few yards away from the rover, celebrating the landing of the rover.
So, Jamsy, I found it. I timestamped it. So that's the thing I saw. 11 minutes, 40 seconds. And it does look like CGI. I mean.
But it has to be.
It looks so real, it has to be fake. Or exact opposite of that, bro. One or the other.
So I remember there was a tweet around that time that they were recording the landing from far away. And there was people like celebrating the workers, apparently, the people that build the rocket. I think I got it somewhere.
So have you guys tried to talk to Dr. McEgerton, BC Verified in here?
Yeah, we spoke to her the other day.
Fair enough. Back to Jimsy's rocket adventure.
What's up, Dr. Egg, bro? Get this, Hank. Dr. McEgerton thinks that they live on a spinning ball.
That's funny.
Oh, sorry, you're... Fuck's sake. Even I made the mistake. You're obviously Dave. Sorry, I've just woken up.
Yep, I'm still Dave. I have more.
Yeah, sorry. Apologies, but either way, McEgerton is still a filthy glober.
Look at this one, Roger. I think it's related to the same video.
Oh boy. Woohoo! Look at that CGI!
You hear the girl screaming and yelling like
What? Do you see that flame going up to the side, going upward? Sure.
Dude, it was free falling, and then it just stopped momentum with that.
Flips around. Yeah, and it just flips around just perfectly upright. How did it do that?
It's a huge rocket. It appears from the dust. See how dramatic.
Some kind of magic show going on over there.
But now Elon is saying it's just a simulation, but people are looking at it and celebrating. How can you do that?
It was able to do that because Vin Diesel's piloting it.
Because you see, it's a SN10. So which one is the simulation that he's saying? You see the SN10 in the YouTube video. It's just CGI, and Elon is sharing a screenshot of the SN10 and saying the simulation really struggled to make this look real. Haha! Why are people celebrating from afar if it's just a simulation?
Yeah, I don't get that. I wonder what they were actually seeing versus what we were seeing.
Probably just playing the fools.
Maybe a guy holding a model rocket standing in front of a green screen.
This tweet came out today, so before this tweet, people argued this was real, and now Elon is saying it's a simulation? You're messing with my mind. I'm gonna share the tweet so it's around. Where is it?
Good morning to all you beautiful people from New Zealand. Hope everyone is doing well.
I'm not from New Zealand, but I'm still beautiful.
Aye, that's the one, mate. I was just saying hello from New Zealand. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning. Beautiful people.
That's the one, brother. Cheers, mate.
I shared a tweet, guys, so it has 148,000 likes. Look at the tweet from the guy that he shared the video. It's very exciting when you hear the people that build it going crazy. SpaceX SN10. That's the rocket. They build the SN10 and they're celebrating that it landed. But then Elon Musk is saying it's a simulation. Haha.
It's fucking great, man. Oh, that is funny, bro. There's so many people retweeting, thinking it's real.
Yeah. And we caught it here. Like someone brought it up, like maybe like a few days after it landed, and he joined the server because once he saw the video, he was like, "This is not real." And he joined the server. He was looking for the topic and stuff.
That's good, man. That's good. People saying to see this shit is not real. It's a fucking lie, man.
Yeah, that video brought him to the server and to listen to the the Flutter side of things.
My. Yeah, I'm watching it now. It's fucking. That is some CGI shit, man.
Yeah.
It looks like the Chinese moon landing that they did recently. Oh, mate, that was hysterical.
Yeah, and you hear people arguing for it like it's real.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's so ridiculous, the cognitive dissonance in people, when they're faced with stuff they know deep down's not real, but it's because they've been brainwashed with this programming, as we have most of our lives from cradle to grave, unless we question it. And they're stuck on that fence, man. So hopefully they see some more cartoony shit, and then they'll start believing that this is all bullshit. But we will see, man. Most people are pretty stupid these days, so who knows?
Yeah, bro. Go to the first tweet that I shared, the one before the last one, and you could hear the people celebrating the landing of the SN10. SN10.
Oh, yeah, I've just found it. Having a look now. Thanks, man.
But it also looks like that video that someone is recording. It looks I don't know. To me, it looks really like whatever they were looking at. That rocket was put into, it was made like it was added into the video or something. Because now Elon is saying it was a simulation. So why are they celebrating the landing? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's some interesting stuff. It looks quite doctored. Not too sure.
Yeah.
I'll have to have a closer look on the computer. But yeah, that's pretty interesting.
But the people celebrating, what's going on? Like,
oh my days, mate! Look at all these retards in their fucking mask. Oh man.
that massive rocket falling at free speed and then just stopping momentum with a bit of, I guess, you see.
How dare you guys question the authenticity of our government cartoon? How dare you?
Question everything except
How
space
dare
and
you?
vaccines.
You took my childhood. How dare you?
You guys never heard that saying? Just question everything except space and vaccines.
No, I'm not questioning it. I think it's a wonderful cartoon.
Yeah, man. I hope they come out with season 2 soon.
There's no question about space. We know exactly what space isn't.
This is why I love this place, man. There's nowhere else I can go and like just have this type of conversation and humor with people on things that people just brush off as conspiracy nonsense. I love you all, man. Thank you all to everyone that's here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I feel the same.
Yeah, word up.
I've learned from many people in here.
Likewise, man. Like, I just finished a night shift, and it was pretty shit. I just come home and I wanted to hang out with some people that I got really no one to hang out with. There's a few people I can, but they're pretty brainwashed and sheeple. So I end up coming here to spend the rest of my downtime, and I love it, man. I wouldn't know what to do without this fucking place, man. You guys kind of help me keep sane in a bit.
I agree. Thank you as well for saying that. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's great. Thank all of you for being here.
Cheers, brother.
I look at this place as a little island of sanity in a sea of insanity, right?
Yeah, man.
It is truly insane. And some of my, like even my own closest family members, my brother is going off the deep edge. He's insane with the rest of the insanity. And I'm like, I don't get it, man. But I think it's as sad as it is, you know, like if even on the worst day, I can come here and you guys are still here, you know? So I just have to have hope. Some of those people, even my family members, they're dropping off on the wayside because they can't see the path, and they can't see it. Can't see it. I don't know what to do. It's beyond my power.
It's the most painful thing, man, to possess knowledge but can't bestow that to your own family because they think you're crazy. It's the saddest thing.
I know. I don't fucking get it, man.
We have a full beaner. Welcome, beaner.
Welcome, man.
We're gonna have Jemsy talk to you. Just kidding.
Sure.
The full beaner. It's kind of.
What's up, beaner? You can open your mic. Sonny like to talk to you. Beaner, are you there?
How's it going, guys? Hi there from Southern California.
All right. Cool.
Hello from New Zealand.
I got my name Full Beaner Jack. Well, for one, I am Mexican, but also because some of us watch Steven Crowder, and he's got a character on there. He's got a person on there, Quarter Black. What's his name? Quarter Black Garrett.
That's cool.
And some people say I look like him, so I was like, well, I'm not Quarter Black. I'm Full Beaner, so.
That's fun.
Yeah. It's all right. We all use our own made-up names in here, right?
Hell yeah.
So what brought you to the server, bro?
Oh, I was in another Discord, and someone was mentioning, dang, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is all lit right now. That was a couple days ago. And I didn't know there was one, so I'm like, okay, send me a link for that, and here I am now. So every once in a while, I just pop in, see what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. So you've been into the Flat Earth topic for a while, or what?
Pretty much, kind of. Like I'm in limbo, limbo of the site. I don't know. I can't really decide for myself unless I actually get on a freaking shuttle and fly out and see it for myself, but it's very interesting, no doubt about that.
You saying you get into the shuttle to go and see the Earth and make a conclusion based of that?
Yeah, careful, you might bump your head on the ceiling.
You might hit the ceiling, bro.
Yeah, may hit the ceiling, bro. Be careful.
Oh shit! What did I walk into? No. It's definitely very interesting. I'm not saying I believe that the Earth is round. I'm not saying I believe that the Earth is flat either. I really 100% don't know. So that's as safe as I can say.
Yeah, what we're kind of about here is we've been asking people for proof of the globe. So I would like to ask, like, as far as the globe goes, what is your number one top proof for yourself to make you believe that you're on a globe?
Just growing up with government teaching us in public schools. That's really about it. I don't fly anywhere. I've only flown for an hour, so that was very local.
Yeah, you realize that flying above the surface doesn't have anything to do with an actual measurement of the surface, right?
Yeah, I don't know at this point what I'm saying. I'm just...
No, it's all good. Good that you mentioned that you got that idea, that you might be living on a globe because someone told you, right? In schools, and that you could define that as what? Indoctrination, right?
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, cool. So what would you say your confidence level from 1 to 10 is in the globe?
Oh man, the more I read about flat Earth and other stuff that I've seen, like pictures and other things, and I think I'm more towards flat Earth. I'm probably 60-40.
So you think it's 60% or 40% globe?
Yeah.
60% flat? That's an honest answer. So
Yeah, pretty
so usually what we do is we talk to new people that come in to kind of set a level playing field, if you will, to even up to know that we're talking about the same thing in future conversations. So what we like to ask people, Full Beaner, is the 3 positive claims of the globe itself, what they tell us, and I'll just go through the 3 claims briefly, and then we'll go back and we can ask you and have a kind of a question answer session with no right or wrong answer, no gotcha or anything, just to find out in a snapshot what you know about the globe itself. So I'll go through these 3 positive claims. So the positive claims of the globe, they say the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So curvature of the Earth, they say we're spinning at 1,039 miles at the equator, and so we need detection of rotation on an axis, and then the existence of gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. So let me just go back and just have this conversation with you. Just be as honest as you can, just like you have been. In all of history, from ancient times up until or before actually the space age, when was curvature of Earth measured? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Okay. So
I know that there used to be maps where everything was just. I don't know. I don't know explain what I'm thinking right now. Mind you, I'm also a little hungover from yesterday, so.
Oh, no problem. I'll go easy on you. So some of the things that people provide as evidence, they try to say Eratosthenes from like 2,400 years ago or so had measured the curvature with sticks and shadows. But Eratosthenes, even if that was a real character doing those real things, there's no primary source data showing what he did, how he measured the distances. He presupposed the sun being infinite distance away to make his sun rays parallel. And so those are some of the things that people try to say, but that's actually there was a presupposition by Eratosthenes that the Earth was a globe. So he went out, whenever he went out and did that, and measured 500 miles from Alexandria to Cyrene, and then measured these angles of the sun and stuff like that. So it's a presupposition at its face. So we'll just go on. So you already said that pretty much what you know about the globe is just what people have told you, just like the rest of us here. Every one of us here learned the same thing that you did as well. So we're well aware of that. So no measurement of curvature. So would you say that the idea of the Earth being a sphere of that radius, if we can't verify it ourselves, would you consider that just to be a belief?
What, a belief that the Earth is a globe? That we're asking?
Yeah, on curvature.
That the ground you're standing on is curving.
Yeah. Because it would. I'm sorry, I'll stop.
Oh man, I don't. Yeah, at this point, I really don't know. I guess I could just say it's all on opinion now because no one has 100% facts.
Yeah. So it might be verifiable to someone, but we really can't say. I can't say that, like, because of what somebody told me. If I can't verify it myself and prove that this measurement was actually already done, then I just have to rely on what they said have some kind of loyalty towards this authority, appeal to authority, and just say, okay, I have to believe what you said because I can't prove it myself, right?
I mean, you don't have to believe because you don't experience any curvature. You don't observe it anywhere. So if you say there is the Earth is curving, is based on what you're saying, Sonny, and I believe because
right.
So have you ever seen the curvature, Beaner? Beaner.
That's funny.
You can call me Jack or Beaner. I don't care. It's all good.
Okay, Jack. Have you ever seen, observe, or measure the curvature of the Earth, of the ground you're standing on?
Nope. It just looks flat to me, unless you're on a mountain or something.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so perfect. So going on to the second point, which is the detection of axial rotation of Earth. So when, where, and how was axial rotation ever detected?
Yeah, no. It's all Chinese to me.
Don't know. Yeah. So, we'll get into these conversations, and what you're going to learn here is how to attack the globe model and destroy it at its foundations. And so this is what we're doing here is we're showing you that basically everything these people know or think they know about the globe itself is all just beliefs. So we don't have a detection of curvature or rotation. So moving on to the third point, gas pressure existing next to a vacuum without a container. So it's really simple. Can you provide a demonstration, Beaner, of gas pressure without a container?
Man. I don't do magic.
Right?
Yeah,
because,
no, I knew where you're going with that, yeah.
Because what would that be like? So I'm going to the propane store, and we have people in this server that know about gas pressure and selling accessories for gas pressure like LP gas. So I want 1,500 pounds of LP gas, but I can't afford the container right now. So I want you to park this 1,500 pounds of LP right next to this tree in my yard over here.
Yeah, I'll tie it down with a chain.
So right. So if it can't be provided, no one has shown us this evidence that gas pressure can exist. So they're saying we, we're here on Earth. We have gas pressure here on Earth at 14.7 psi at sea level, right? So that means there has to be a container because all the gas would rush outward into the vacuum of space because it's the second law of thermodynamics. And that is a natural law because it cannot be violated.
Yeah.
So the place they said was space, all this time they told us there was space that they could go to is a medium that is just like saying I live in Narnia with unicorns.
Or this mask protects me from COVID-19.
Exactly. The same kind of pseudoscience. They're using the same kind of pseudoscience. So awesome having the conversation with you. Thanks for participating in the 3 points. Welcome to the server.
Oh, yeah. No, thank you. Thank you very much.
And just now, how is your confidence level now after we finished?
Well, since we're all here in this one, I can't be lying to myself. I don't know. I mean, it's making me think more that, we pretty much are in a flat Earth and there's some kind of containment.
Right. So you were at 4 out of 6 before. How is that 40% looking now?
I think I'm more leaning to 8 out of 10.
So it went down to 20%. So you have 20% confidence. So now this is the beginning of the conversation where you get to ask us, where's our proof? Where's our evidence? And that's what we can show you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So this is just the beginning of the conversation. Yeah, welcome.
Nice. Well, I would definitely like to delve into this more, but right now I am at work, and I like to listen to podcasts and conversations while I'm working. And I do a lot of noise too, so that's why mostly I'm not really talking too much, but that's why I just pop in and listen.
That's cool, man. If you are at work and busy and you want to listen, definitely. But you answer, you spoke to us, so thank you for that. But the 3 points that Sony gave you, like the curvature, that they claim that the ground is curving, and the movement of the Earth, the actual rotation, and the world, the gas pressure that we experience. So therefore, we can breathe, right? We can take a deep breath because there's pressure around us. The necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container, because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert into the walls of the container, on the walls of the container. So
yeah,
it makes sense. It makes sense that there's no curvature because you don't observe it. One of your senses, your vision, you don't observe curvature. You don't feel any movement. That's another of your senses, right? You don't. Your senses don't tell.
Yeah,
your senses actually are telling you that you're not moving. Yep. And that's your vestibular system. Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead.
No, and the last one, the gas pressure. That's natural law. So you have senses telling you something that goes contrary to the claims of the heliocentric model. And the natural law tells you that there's gas pressure around you, and so therefore there's a container. And their claim is that the Earth is an open system next to a vacuum. So that claim goes against natural law. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's very logical. It's very logical. I mean, other than just being indoctrinated in schools, like, hey, everything's round, and I don't know, man. And then I was gonna say, yeah, I've had conversation in the past with other people playing on this side of the field, pretty much, telling people like, okay, when you look out to the ocean, then they tell me, yeah, the boat goes down. That means the Earth is round. And then I see videos like, well, they zoom in and you can still see the boat. It's just farther away, right?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so.
And depending on the conditions of the day, because if there's fog outside, you can't see 10 feet in front of you, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So depending on the conditions, that's the visibility. The weatherman, when he says 20% visibility, right? 50% visibility.
Oh yeah.
because of the weather conditions.
Pay attention also to the new Elon Musk videos of them shooting those rockets into space. Take a look at those videos and tell me they're not CGI. Just really advanced.
Bro, check my post for the last. Check my post. Let me see the hour.
That's actually what
look at his post,
looking for.
Ridiculous.
What tab?
Look at
We're in the
Elon
live
Musk's
stream voice
post
chat.
about
Just above
live
this
stream voice chat.
comms channel.
Look at my last post. That was today by Elon Musk. Look at the rockets that we've been talking about. Some people claim it was real. Elon Musk said in his Twitter, he said the simulation really struggled to make it look real. Haha. And that is the same.
Another one by Elon. That's almost like it's so real. It's so fake. It looks real or something. Whatever he said.
You got it, bro. That's the one.
Wow. Yeah, no, I saw the one where it landed on a platform. Come on now. It's like, what's going to pop out of there? Woody and Buzz?
Yeah, you saw that? That's hilarious. We've had people come in recently, like Gemsy said, coming in saying, I saw that, it looks so fake. I came into the Flat Earth server to ask you guys. So that's a good shot in the pool. I like that pool shot of the ISS with the divers and the different shades, and then
the green screen, and then the actual digitized image.
Yes, excellent job. I like that image.
Hey, I just recently saw the guys in the space station spinning one of those the fidget spinner things. and it's like, look how it looks so cool. It spins on its own and stays in place. And
wow, man, we got dollar store toys here at the space station. Nice.
yeah. So what's up with that? Is like, I guess, would it be like on strings or something?
To appeal
Gravity
to
affects everything else but a fidget spinner.
To appeal to the children. That's hilarious. Not really, but yeah, I'm gonna say hilarious.
And I guess, how far up there is the ceiling? That's another question I got.
That's a good question, but that will be in the speculation realm because we don't, at least us here, we don't have the, I guess, the technology to test that. I mean, probably the technology is available, but we don't have the resources or funds.
Yeah, we're not billionaires with our own rockets here.
Yeah, where they could shoot over 200 high explosives up into the atmosphere in the late 50s and early 60s, and go map it out with radio waves from it, the explosions bouncing off of the container. So they may have measured it, but they're not telling us that info.
That's true what these guys are saying, but there's also a encyclopedia back in 1958 that said at latitude 80 degrees there's a dome 13,000 feet high, and somebody did.
And that's in New Zealand where that calculation was based.
Right, and somebody did the calculation and did some math and said that at the top it would be 575,000 feet or something like that, but that's still speculation. But in that encyclopedia, 1958, and you know what? I'll post the link shortly. It said that there's a dome there at 13,000. Now, of course, it's all been taken out since then. I'll post the link.
They actually made it illegal before the Antarctic Treaty came out to actually have that encyclopedia you're talking about. And it was fucking burned all throughout the world, especially others that had the same information, because all encyclopedias back then kind of based themselves off each other, bouncing each other's information. And your estimation on the height, everything that I found from the old encyclopedias pointed towards 385,000. So it's quite interesting. They did have multiple tests. They had Operation High Jump 1946, Operation Deep Freeze 1955. NASA was then founded 1958. Borderline 1959 with the Antarctic Treaty. Operation Fishbowl, where they launched dirty bombs, missiles, all kinds of shit at the firmament, nuking it practically to try and destroy it. That was in 1962, 2 years before my old man was born. And then Apollo mission, when we fucking went to the moon in 1969. And apparently to NASA now, we cannot even actually pass low Earth orbit. And the moon surpasses low Earth orbit. So, yeah, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and we could reach Mars with rovers and shit.
And honestly,
but we can't get back to the moon?
Why would it make any sense that you couldn't go further than a certain area in nothingness? It's like saying, once I'm in a submarine in the ocean, I can't go left or right. I have to stay in like this little column. You can go left or right. Why wouldn't you be able to do that in space? Quote unquote space.
We see the problem there is we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
This guy mentioned about the encyclopedia that spoke about the firmament and books being burned. You know that this event of book burning happened in most nations. Like many places burned down, and places that were invaded, they burned a lot of the history of those places.
I have a video I made. It's part 2 of a Gutenberg video I made about book burning. I'll put that in the voice.
So
now, I've often wondered, how did that book get written in the first place? someone
because
that
it
you
was
would
probably
see-
part of the information that was passed as education or
Well,
information
prior to
talking
the
about
19th century, it seemed we lived more in a benevolent society, despite what we've provided information-wise by the Jesuit authors of society worldwide. It seemed like we lived in times that were more modern than we are now. Everything that we have now is suppressed, but they had it back then, and there's immense amounts of evidence of this. It's just ridiculous. Like, a lot of people know who Nikola Tesla is, but no one knows who John Ernest Wardwell Keeley is, who was doing the same shit Tesla was 15 fucking years before Tesla got into it. You know,
Yeah.
so it's shit like that. That's just like, okay, and this dude was around the 18th century, and there were many more dudes like him. Because Schultzberg,
many of the claims in the past is that people were crazy, killing each other in the past, and what you said about society being more benevolent, that word, I agree with you. They changed the story.
The point I was trying to make there is that how did those first people acquire this knowledge or this curiosity? Is that it's the human mind, and the human mind that observes their reality and starts to document it. So we capture that information into books, and we might burn those books, but I believe that we're still capable of finding that knowledge. We just set back 100 years or whatever until someone discovers it again, you know?
Yeah, but remember the fundings, the resources, the time, and the effort are being manipulated. So we don't have the funds to explore the world, right? Who's taking the money of this type of thing? Like NASA's taking the taxpayers' money. So we have to put the energy into work and pay rent and do all this just for them to make CGI videos and lie to us, you know? If those resources and minds were put into exploration, real exploration, and transparent exploration, you know, that everybody can know what was discovered and stuff, right? No secrets about it. Then we could be able to do it.
Imagine we were actually standing on the shoulders of giants. Imagine we were compounding that wisdom in real world. But we know that they're actually doing a de-evolution of man and a dumbing down of society by stripping a lot of that information away from, creating this new narrative which you need to follow. And if you're well programmed, then you believe everything that they give you to gobble up for your latest software update.
Yeah. You will need a real exploration and transparency to be able to have the correct information for everyone to see. But if we're being like, how do you say, confined in these regions, and then we're being fed certain cosmology, certain information, so what are we gonna know? Whatever we're being told, that's it.
I look back at a lot of our inventions, and instead of saying invented, it should actually be discovered or rediscovered.
It would seem we are rediscovering the connection to once what was. It really is the Truman Show, bro.
It's like I work in energy, and effectively everything in the energy space is always about suppression and maximum profit. And about rolling out Generation 1. We've already got Generation 5 in the makings, but we're still going to roll out Generation 2 and 3 and 4 until we reach 5 and maximize. And when you look into the story deeper, every time someone's created either close to unity or over unity, where you generate almost free power with less input power, then that kind of information got bought and shelved for 50 years, 100 years. There's inventions from the 1800s that were effectively free energy machines, and the patents are still listed. So, but it's hidden. It won't be spoken about anywhere. And it's in every industry that this occurs. It's not exclusive. You know, it's like the deceptions run everywhere, and it's always about suppression of stuff that could actually make life on this planet, on this plane, better, you know?
Hey guys, I want to thank you guys for the welcome and the intro. It was really fun. I'm going to be popping in here time from time, but I got to go back to work, so.
Right on, man. Nice to meet you. Have a great day.
Have a good one.
Hell yeah. You guys as well. God bless.
You too, man.
See, that's how a conversation is supposed to go, right? You know?
Yeah, I like that guy, man. He was cool dude, real honest, nice and truthful, and chill ass.
Yeah, real honest. I like that.
Went well. Good job.
So strange when people come in here and get that antagonistic kind of like approach towards us.
It's tough, man, for a lot of people, especially like when I started first getting into this, bro. Like your whole world just is destroyed. Everything you now know becomes a lie. It's like, okay, that's not real. Then what the fuck else isn't? You know? So people are very defensive.
It makes you mad. It made me mad. You know, it does make you mad. And you want to start lashing out at the information when it's really only ourselves that we're struggling with. And so you gotta let that go. If it's not true, it's not. If it's not real or it's not true, it's not provable. Then it's only in your thinking that it exists. Doesn't match reality. Sorry. It's a litmus test there.
How did you guys get over the peer pressure around you? Because there's I think that everybody has that, oh no, my family and friends, they're not going to like me anymore.
Personally, I was already so isolated at the time and going through a real kind of a severe crisis, actually, you know? And so then I discovered it, or it dropped into my lap, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know how I found it. But boom, all of a sudden it was there, and that became the most important thing, the most intriguing thing, and I just kept going. So it didn't really matter because I already felt isolated away from everybody anyway, so I was like, fuck it. I don't have nothing else to lose.
For me, man, I have never really given a fuck what my family think. I've always been a black sheep. So I've always been into looking at stuff and just thinking outside the box, because I believe the government's just fucked. I saw that from a young age, being a young Indigenous fella. And I was taught to question everything, man. Everything. And be skeptical about fucking everything, and look in depth as much as I can into everything. But my thing that pulled me over, bro, was my ancestors used stars to travel, and we as a people and a nation, we still do it. And we don't use technology or anything. We use purely just our environment and the stars. And those fucking same stars, they have not moved at all. Okay, and with all the knowledge presented to us through the system and heliocentric ideology, if we truly were on a fucking spinning ball on an axis, fucking chasing the sun early through space, those stars would be moving, bro. They would not be stationary. So that for me, just like it did everything, and I don't need anything else. But all this other shit does help, and it's just, oh my god, I gotta teach everyone I know. But people think I'm crazy, so you just put it out there, do what you can, be there for people when they come around to talk about it with an open mind.
Yeah, I was a sailor. I was a sailor from a young age, and so I have that in my blood, and yeah, I could live in an environment like that.
Pretty much, my story is the same as you guys. It's like I guess I was bound to the truth early on. There were certain subjects that I was trying to tell my folks about, friends, and it would they would leave me out of conversations, out of parties and things like that. So I was already isolated, and you know what? I had to figure out, was I the person who's wrong? Am I the one? Because it seems like everybody's not liking me.
Yeah. Am I the bad guy?
Am I the bad guy? And so I just had to I had to do my own soul searching. Yeah. I sat quietly, just thought about things, and am I the wrong guy? And then I came to the conclusion, I'm not the wrong guy. This 9/11 thing, something's wrong with these guys. And it was hard for me to believe that I'm the one who's right and the masses are wrong on certain subjects.
Yeah.
It took me a while to get over it, right?
Yeah, no.
And then
What
I
you
found
said.
this place, and I found you guys, and I'm so happy.
Yeah, what you said was really profound about about the soul searching, because I think all of us had to get to that soul searching part in order to get here. All of us that are here on the server on a regular basis, and are just participating with it. But then you have the people that are coming on. They're basically saying, "How dare you think logically for yourself? Like, what gives you the right to not believe what we believe?" It's like a very interesting thing as a study of human behavior for someone to come in here and have that kind of attitude towards people who are only realizing things about the nature of our reality and pointing it out to others, and they're pissed.
But I think,
well, don't
I think
forget
you were
that
describing
behavior is incentivized. That kind of promotion of reality. Even you could talk about wars or heliocentric stuff, and that stuff is incentivized, so people want to protect it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we all went through that exact thing that you were discussing, where you start to question, is there something wrong with my thinking?
Yeah.
Or is there something wrong with their thinking?
Exactly.
And it's hard as a person, like, you could never think that the whole of them are wrong. But then as you come to it, you realize, oh my God, it is that way. Oh my God. And you're left with a very staggering situation. Whatever.
They're all freaking wrong, and I was right the whole time. And then all of a sudden, this last 2 years, every batshit crazy thing, even the things that I thought were questionable or kind of just on the fringe of being off the reservation, have all come true. And so what are those people going to say now? What the hell?
They don't look at it honestly like that.
I know.
They look at whatever you're saying now that's going to happen in the next year as the crazy thing still. What happened now is coincidence, but you're still crazy,
So they're smart to be hanging out with us because we're predicting what's going to happen next, and we've freaking been right by a high percentage.
Did we find the curve?
We didn't find that yet. Isn't that?
You can't find something that it doesn't exist.
When I came in here yesterday, or when I was over at GEMS, I was convinced that by today we were going to have an actual image of Earth from space, or at least a way for me to go out and measure the curve. And all of you have failed at that. That's all I have to say.
Oh, gee, we hate to let you down like that too.
It's a failure for all of you.
We're really sad about that now.
You do not have eyeballs.
Couldn't bring
I
that.
do. I have eyes.
You can see, right?
I
Do you have
can.
anywhere that you can go and see somewhere that's quite far?
I have Lake Erie in front of me.
Perfect. So
It looks like an
can
ocean because I can't see the other side, and it's perfectly flat when I look out. It looks like an ocean to me. That's how big our lake is.
because we always reference ocean as level, like flat, right?
I guess.
Well, it's an interesting property of water, is that it has this leveling property, and that's why we need locks between different water heights, because the water in each body is level. So we need to raise inside of a lock to lift the level so that the boat can continue on the new water level.
Why can't we just have one end be higher than the other and just let them go slowly down, and you wouldn't even know?
Well, if it was a curving ball, if there was a curve, you wouldn't need locks, because the bendy water would just wrap around.
It would just slide down, and then it would slip all the way back in the rotation. It would go
I get it now.
all the way back up the other way.
Oh, now I get. Now I get it. Earth is flat now. Now I figured it out.
Now it's flat. Boy, and look, he's already got a Spartan roll. Boom.
Oh yeah. Whoops. I should have all kinds of rolls. I don't know what this one has. Oh yeah, this has a lot of rolls. Secret Queen, Wig Snatcher, all kinds of crazy shit.
Queen, how'd you get
yeah. Direct
Well,
real.
fuck,
Yeah,
cool, man.
that was
I want some
Crack
rolls.
Villain. That's Crack Villain. Just gave me every tag.
Don't worry. If you're here long enough, you piss off enough people, you'll be stripped of all your rolls and then re-rolled. Is that a word?
I'm
So
gonna
just-
re-roll a joint right. I mean, I'm gonna roll a cigarette up right now.
Re-roll.
I ripped the paper.
I
on my
assume you
cigarettes.
guys
I'm
have
gonna
all seen
re-roll it.
the Space Bubbles video.
Bubbles? Which space?
I just posted it in
which
a
one?
live stream.
Okay.
Space
Oh.
Bubbles, NASA water suit, dive buddies.
I love Space Bubbles, man. That's one of my favorites.
Where's Space Bubbles? I don't see Space Bubbles.
At 3 minutes after the hour in the voice.
You see bubbles in a pool. That's what you're saying. Bubbles in a pool.
Oh, I see it. I got it. No, they're Space Bubbles. Don't be trying to.
Space Bubbles.
Listen,
Don't
They're
don't
just
try-
bubbles.
There's not water in space, so don't call them. It's not like it's water bubbles. It's space bubbles.
Rad will be here all week. There's no bubbles in space, so those are space bubbles. That's
Those are
right.
gravity bubbles you're seeing. That's the proof right there that gravity does exist. Those are gravity bubbles. That's the gravity in space that people say they can't
Bubble.
see.
We're gonna create a gravity bubble team. Radwin and I are gonna be the gravity bubble team now.
I only want the curve. That's all I ask for. Sonny's very nice to people. I'm not.
Oh, I'm nice to people.
You're nicer than I am. I can tell you that much.
I'm learning how to be nicer
Because
It
people
works
want
better.
to go off in different directions, and then I have to start yelling a little bit or getting like direct.
Well, I do too when people fucking interrupt me. Flat earthers.
What do you mean interrupt you about? What are you talking? What?
What?
Wait there.
What
Hold
is
on.
it? Wait, what is it?
All right, so I'll be right back.
Don't come back.
Interrupt and then exit stage left, huh?
No, I just got off a fucking all day Teams meeting, so I'm gonna go grab something to drink. I'll be right back.
Oh, shut up.
You don't need that.
Shut up about your personal life. Oh, funny. These people are you people are the most fun to mess with, man. It's the most entertainment. It's hilarious.
We have how do you say this? Prio? It's almost like a troll name, but Prio.
Pithriol.
They are.
Pithriol.
Pitriol.
Pitri.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Pitriol. You can unmute your mic and speak to Sony or Radwin.
Mm-hmm. We'll take turns, don't worry. We're being nicer today, huh, Radwin?
Sony, search the etymology of the word nice.
I did, that's right. I did see that. I actually have that burned in my brain. It's not that nice to be nice. It's actually pretty mean. It's like you saying, you poor little imbecile.
Yeah. You're being such an imbecile. You're being nice.
You're such a, yeah, terrible. Don't try to be nice to me.
You can be nice to yourself.
Problem.
Don't call me nice.
People trying to be nice to themselves, that's the problem.
Why is Prio ignoring us?
Pre-roll.
You don't...
Pre-roll.
He left. He didn't like that.
I'm sorry. I didn't. I thought I had a pretty good Pithriol, but pre-roll sounds better.
We have Clem.
Clem. Didn't we have a Clem before?
KLVE.
Clev. Clev. Cleave.
Cleavage.
KLVE, your morning music show. Tune in to KLVE.
He's fishing on a flutter. Look.
Kelvy left too. Shout out to everybody in the Helio YouTube 24/7. Any commenters out there? Come on in and have a discussion. If you're commenting, yeah, stop typing. Just click on the link. Come into the voice chat, VC1, and someone will check you in. Trying to be a little more preemptive like that. And then they can come in and talk to Rad. Or Chemsy. Just kidding.
What was that?
It's funny sometimes. I appreciate it, because sometimes people pass the baller over to me and say, "I'm going to have you talk to Sonny now," and I'm like unprepared. I'm like, "Oh shit, don't know if I'm ready." I'm like, "Okay." I usually do it anyway until I realize it's like 5 p.m. and I never ate my lunch or breakfast. But anyway. Move around the household freely as you will. Get some nourishment or your favorite drink. Maybe some more coffee. That's it.
Where's the Globers? I'm gonna drive now. Whoops.
Did we find the curb yet?
Curb detected, error 404.
Ugh, figures.
Yeah, I found some curvature, but not on the Earth.
One listening out there, please, if you'd like to shut this server down, all we need is some scientific proof of the spinning ball space monkey religion. Thank you.
Where's our Glober here who wants to argue about shit? Get on the mic. I had a bad day, so get on the mic.
I don't think we have one.
Somebody's arguing with Trace.
Huh? Who's arguing? Oh, wait a second. Yeah.
Get on the mic, apparently. He just wants to make pot shots from the text.
Yeah,
Correct him on, which he then jumps on to a different topic, and now he's starting to cry.
The seagull scattergun approach. Okay.
I bet I had a pretty intense day. I'm ready for a Glober.
Alrighty.
To be fair, he's probably just got a broken mic because it seems to be common among globe believers. I'm just saying.
If you come in, we may have to hold Radwin back just a little.
I was told that this person has a family member who works at NASA, and we were supposed to be nice to him. Or her. I don't know which one.
Okay.
So
My dad worked at NASA. What's that got to do with anything? What?
My mum works at NASA.
My dad worked at NASA, right in Cleveland. What does that have to do with anything? You can go to space.
The space in your mama's belly is where you came from.
He's an engineer.
Somebody sent me an article yesterday. I'm posting it right now in the chat. This was proof.
So it's been probing Uranus since 1958. You just didn't realize.
Wow.
See, they know how to do this. They want to build an underground lunar ark filled with millions of seed, spore, sperm, and egg samples.
I guess to them, you wouldn't feel that, just like you don't feel any emotion.
Oh, it's alright. They're just gonna mix it with a fucking locked up giant, fucked up hybrid Crimea humans and release them on a fucking alongside Skynet. It's alright.
That's gonna be interesting. Wow, that's a trip. I don't think they can catch me still. Actually.
Yeah, we should be alright, but I mean, when the robots come, man, we're pretty fucked, bro. They're not very far away. I mean, these D-Wave motherfuckers, they are dangerous.
Take the battery out. Turn the switch off.
Throw water at it.
It should be easy to break something on them.
At the same time, they have a contest going on at NASA to figure out how to get food into deep space.
I build shit all the time, and if I put a metal rod into my machinery, that's it. It's over.
Yeah.
Just carry 6-foot metal rods. When you get near, you go boink right in your arm. You're done.
Even a sharp stick, a rod, yeah, or even a taser.
That would work.
So they figured out how to put egg samples, but they can't figure out how to get food into deep space. They need us to figure that out. They'll give us $500K for that.
Oh, bro, I'd love to figure that out. I'm a professional in figuring things out. $1 million per hour, please, mate.
Right there. That's more shit for. Look over here. Look over here.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, we're gonna keep you occupied doing this stuff.
The shell game.
Yeah. Look over here. You can.
That's all it is. Mm-hmm.
We're gonna. If you're the good one, we're gonna pick your design.
Then they just go on paying themselves as if they were doing something real, and they just get paid like they were doing it real, but they're not. And so I guess everybody now has plenty of money, so they can afford to give NASA $62 million a day. Okay. I guess you and your family got enough. You got all you need, huh? Everything's just great.
It's alright, the Fed covered it, but the interest rate's so high that no one can pay back. But it's alright, everyone's fine. Everything's fine.
Oh yeah, and we'll just keep floating these tens of $1 million a year freaking multi-billion-dollar a year sports teams and clubs with no fans, no concessions.
Oh, we have to have entertainment.
That is.
Yep, got to have the bread and circuses, right?
I don't participate in the entertainment, but I know a lot of people who do. The closest thing I come to sports is playing golf on my phone.
They're still trading players with $100 million contracts right now. Think about that. And the world is in the state it's in. How is that possible?
So created.
I was watching people drive with masks on today by themselves in the car.
I saw them outside walking with masks
walking their dog by themselves.
Fools.
Now I have to admit it was nice seeing my 65-inch TV delivered the other day by Amazon truck with 2 drivers, and they walked up and brought it in my house, and they didn't have masks or shit on besides the jackets. And I didn't say shit. I was like, "Hey, you guys want this curve? It does work. The LED's out. You'll have to get it fixed." He's like, "Hell yeah! Except if I put it in my truck, I don't have straps. It'll be a piece of broken glass by the time we get back." I have a 65-inch curve here. I'm just going to fix, I guess. I'm going to have a 65-inch monitor.
65-inch monitor?
Fuck yeah, that's what I'm going for right now. I've got a 43.
That's nice. I got
a 4. I'm looking at a 43 off to my left. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 monitors in front of me.
It's the best shit ever, bro. I went from a fucking 19-inch to a bloody 43-inch straight away. And my next one will be a fucking 65. That's actually what I'm saving up for right now, dude. I got my video card recently. So I'm very happy.
The one that's burned out the 65-inch Samsung curve.
That's crazy. I have a 32 inches, plenty big enough for me, man. You guys are just like space.
I got an 8-inch. That's pretty big.
No, 32 inch. That's big enough. I can see it even from my living room, 15 feet away. I mean, from my kitchen, I can see it.
Oh, a TV.
TV, yeah, like a monitor. It's a monitor. It's a dumb TV, actually. One of those smart dumb TVs. Yeah.
I have Rokus everywhere, and then I have other smart TVs. Little Roku TVs.
That's what this one is.
That way I can control it from my home automation system. You can change the channels and everything, or turn them on and off, which is nice. I leave them on and forget about it. Then I got to go all the way to the lab, turn it off, turn all the lights off. Well, everything's automated, so it'll just go off if I'm not here now.
Yeah. I don't have that much stuff around me. Not much electronics. A few things.
Well, that's my job.
Yeah.
Make cool shit. Finally got the job I wanted. Make cool things.
That's pretty neat. I'm going to have to go out.
I have to do bullshit work all day long, too. Like fucking add work centers to plants and dumb shit. But when it comes down to it, I have wide open. I can just send a file over and say, print this for me. And it'll be like a 2 foot by 2 foot 3D printed block. I can just say, print this, and then put a purchase order in. I need these kind of servos, because we're starting to develop automated systems at work that Operators won't even have to touch them now, just doing monotonous shit that they didn't want to do before anyway. We don't care if they're standing around as long as the machines are running. So to alleviate some of that, have the thing rack it for you. We're going to have parts coming off machines being racked by themselves.
I know I had a question for you. I want to charge like a lithium battery, 12-volt lithium battery that I'm going to carry on my bike trailer and charge it with a 100-watt folding solar panel that I can cart around with me until I stop. And so I want to go from a 12-volt solar panel that I fold out when I stop and then have that go into a controller and charge 12-volt batteries and then use a DC to AC converter to put my adapter on my e-bike battery to charge my e-bike battery. But that might not be that efficient, so I'm trying to find
it's not. You need to directly charge the battery on the bike.
Yeah, I won't do it while it's riding.
You have 2 batteries for your bike?
No, it's another $350, so I won't be able to.
That's what you need. You need to have that second battery. Is it you I talked to? No, D to the V has a bike like that.
Mm-hmm.
You pedal, and it's like a pedal assist. It's got a motor on it. Is that what you have?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so like I told him, because he talked about it, I said, if you wanted, you could almost put a little alternator on that thing and charge your remaining battery, your second battery, while
That's true.
While you're under assist, it will charge, and you don't have to pedal it. It'll be charging itself, and when you run out, switch to batteries, and then the other battery will charge up.
So I would just need
it's almost like perpetual motion, so you do have to pedal a little bit.
So those little alternator things, I just flip it down on either my trailer and my bike. I could do 2 of them and charge.
Yeah, I would do it. I would do it that way because that's alternating current coming out. You just change that into DC, and that's a piece of cake.
Yeah, I think some of them do create DC.
You just need a bridge rectifier to charge a battery. They don't need anything too special. The lithium might need timing on it or something, but
I would just need a step up. I would just need a step up that would step it up to the same thing my adapter for the charge.
Well, you got to make sure you got the right amount of current, or you're going to be trickle charging a battery for about a week to get it to charge.
Yeah, I don't want that. So I've looked at those little generators that you flip down on the wheels.
I would use an actual alternator. They spin freely. There's no resistance on an alternator because it's spinning in a magnet. You can take an alternator and spin it with your hand freely. If you could figure out a way to mount a little rubber wheel on an alternator and drop that down onto one of the trailer wheels, you would be able to charge a full 13.8 volts at a time.
That would be.
What
have
are you needing the battery for?
That's why your car battery, when it's completely dead and you jump start it and drive around for a half hour, you can just get in your car and go again because that's all it takes from an alternator. That's how strong they are.
So here we go.
Alternators are pretty neat. I got a garbage one the other day though, and it gave out after a day.
What, an alternator?
Guys, Pancake
install a new one.
He's a sniper, and he uses Coriolis to hit his targets.
Gosh, can you tell me how you shoot from south to north?
Pull the trigger. I'm not.
Earth is spinning.
I'm not the brightest man.
There you go. He's eating a sandwich at the moment, and sandwiches are flat, but just give him a minute.
You don't have to worry if you're shooting east to west.
Pancakes are flat too.
If you're on the equator.
They are in fact flat.
So is Kansas. Flat as a pancake. Actually, flatter than a pancake.
Australia too.
Hey, he's pretty cool.
Kansas was already measured by whoever, and Kansas is literally flatter than a pancake.
Pancake folks, just tell Flutter about the Coriolis stuff. I'll be right back.
If you blow a pancake up to the size of Kansas, the pancake's like a mountain range.
I want Spanish. No. Good boy. I know you.
So the battery's 48 volt. The output for the charger is 54.6 volts DC, 2 amps. That's what that's what my
Stunny.
Yeah.
What are you needing the batteries for? Is it to power appliances or lighting or
to charge my e-bike battery? But yeah, I can use it for other things too. I could use it to light my tent. Like when I'm camping, I could have full on 12 volt lighting.
because there's some really good lithium batteries at the moment. And even if you were, say, like a power bank, like a 40,000 milliamp power bank or larger on a very small micro scale, you could also charge up those things, which effectively could give you 30, 40 cell phone recharges or tablet recharges. Or
that would be perfect.
Carry a portable Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I think all I need to do is do that, just like I was talking about. I'll solar charge and maybe even alternator charge.
What do you need?
The batteries. And then
what is important to look at is the ampage of the charge controller.
Right.
So the charge controller, you get really shit ones that'll charge at like 2 amps or 6 amps or 9 amps.
Yeah.
But with lithium batteries, you can charge certain lithium batteries at higher ampages, which means you can put more into them quicker. So it's better to look for a better battery and a better charge controller. And then when you put a decent panel, you can fill it up quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You talking about the
That's
bike?
what I was saying. You got to watch your current. You've got to be way up there.
Is that Elijah? Hey, Eli.
Yeah.
What's up? Oh,
Hey.
if you're talking about
What's
the
up,
bike,
man?
what Solar's saying, definitely. It's just I don't know where you would find a different kind of battery because they're all the same. They do have the lithium batteries, but you got to know a little about, changing out the cells and stuff like that. It save you a lot of money, but I don't know of any that charge faster than, like, they all kind of charge around the same. Yeah.
What are you meaning in the specific e-bikes or?
Yeah, at the moment, like I've been looking to see like what's the most powerful battery, the best battery, the most amp hours, what chargers. Ultimately, they all are kind of like the same. With now I don't know the terminology for it, but I got the same bullshit AC adapter for my battery now that I did for the bullshit $600 bike I had.
Do you know what size battery, like what amp hour, and is it a 12 volt? What size is that battery?
Your battery? Oh, Eli's?
Anyone? What's a general e-bike battery size? Like, for example, a golf cart has a 16 volt, a 16 amp 12 volt battery. So it's generally that size for all golf carts.
My bike battery is 48 volts.
Wow.
Yeah, 48 volts is the voltage, and the amp
amp
hours
hours
is probably around 10 to 12. Because mine is I think I got 10 or 11 amp hours, and they go up to 16. Yeah, as far as I know.
What y'all talking about today?
The batteries and the bikes.
No, so what's interesting about the battery calculation is that your wattage is your volts times by your amps. So when you're working with a 48 volt battery, you can use less amps, but you still get the same watt hours out of the cell. So if it's like a 10 amp or a 12 amp, and it's a 48 volt, that actually means it's 480 watt hours available. But if you're using a 12 volt battery, that same 10 amps would only be 120 watt hours. So later this year, they're going to be launching 96 volt systems. So then you can even drop the ampage again, or whatever existing ampage you have, it gives you double the power.
So the battery is 48 volts, 4 amp hour.
Okay, so that's about
1 amp hour for 12 volts.
Watts.
48 volt, 10.4 amp hour, and that says 499.2 watt hours. I don't know what all that means exactly.
Hello, is this Flat Earth?
Yes.
Hi, my wife said go here, talk to them. She saw documentary about Flat Earth. She says I should do it. I don't know. I think it's fun. I mean,
it's fun.
What do you guys? Can you convince me? She says just talk to them and you'll know. I don't.
We don't want to convince you.
She sounds like a smart lady, by the way.
We don't need to convince you.
I don't know. I don't understand. My life in my school in Soviet Union, we learn the way it's fierce.
Nice try. Wah, 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 wah.
So can you guys tell me a little about it?
Is this Borat?
Yep, it's Borat.
I just think, when the sun, I see when I go to the beach, when the sunset, I don't see it anymore. Where it go?
Oh, it goes down in the water and hides.
No, you explain to me, please.
Goes in the water. That's how you get the clouds. It boils the water and makes clouds, steam clouds.
Don't make up.
It goes under the water and around the other side.
It's okay. I vouch for him. He is a real Soviet. It's okay. It's okay. My accent is better than yours. Come on. Let's go. You tell me. How is it a globe? Huh?
What do you mean, блядь, сука, блядь? Listen to me right now.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, gosh, it even got worse. Your accent even got stronger.
Come on. You have to stay consistent, my friend.
Consistent. I show you
consistent.
You're from a different part of Russia now.
Come on.
What part? You know nothing about Russia.
Give me a real try.
Sevastopol.
Sevastopol. Oh, my family is there.
In my don't even know where it is.
Whoa, this has gotten really good quickly, too.
I picked that out as soon as he started talking.
Gorbachev is his daddy.
Oh.
Village.
Who's your daddy?
Vladimir. Daddy? He is my brother. You know Mr. Putin? He is my brother.
Then where's your millions and billions of dollars? Putin embezzled billions.
I told my wife this is bullshit. I know it is.
Yeah, I know.
Those are the only words you can say. Yeah.
No. So here's the thing. What we're about is empirical, the really is level. So Tommy, am I talking to Tommy Whistle?
Yes.
Okay. So Tommy, can you tell us when the curvature of Earth was measured?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know when rotation was detected?
No.
And can you provide an example or a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so space, as they told you, so the space, as they told you, that they're going somewhere out in space cannot exist unless they can prove that they can violate the second law of thermodynamics. You don't have a sphere, no curvature, no historical measurement of curvature was ever done by anyone in all of human history. And no one has detected any rotation of Earth on its axis.
Okay, but what is this thing you tell me? It boils water. What is this?
No, he was just joking. He was joking with you. He was telling a joke. So don't.
Just
a
like
lot
you.
Of us, a lot of us are really funny in here, so we tend to try to try our comedy out on people.
Well, okay,
Kind of like what you're doing.
But then, how is the sun go away from my vision?
Because it just goes away from your location. It's a local light. It's not as far away as they told you.
But I know. I just think if Earth flat, wouldn't I still see it? So how is it?
Yeah, you will. Are you looking at? Hold on, Tommy. Let me see. Do you have VC verified? Can you go to hashtag live stream voice text directly above the live stream?
Red dot, the one right above it.
Yes, red dot. Pinned message.
Yeah.
Oh,
live stream voice text.
Oh. Live stream voice
is
text.
this all these images?
Yes. Go down to the bottom. Now you'll see where Drace, Love, Wisdom, Harmony posted several images at 42 minutes after. Down at the last one, you see the sun?
It's a quote.
Do you see the sun?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
the
posted
sun.
that.
I see.
Yeah, it looks like it's going over the horizon. Then when you zoom in, look, guess what? Didn't go anywhere. It's still above the horizon. All he did is zoom.
I mean, in this specific video, it's like this, but I see with my own eyes, it just go away. I don't see it. I only
if you
see
got
some
now
sunlight.
listen. Yeah, but if you zoomed in, it would do exactly the same as this image is doing. You would zoom in and you would see it's not gone beyond the horizon. It's still above. And then eventually it would get too far because it would go into what's called the vanishing point where you cannot process the image anymore because of the angular resolution. Your eyesight has limits.
Too far away.
Yeah. Thanks, Trace. Then look at the one on railroad tracks. You see that one?
And if you put your finger over the middle of that one there, the hallway sides go faster. If you put your fingers on the doors, the hallway center goes slower.
I don't understand, because even with camera, I can wait for the sun to go more low,
right?
And then I see even with camera, then it's covered maybe halfway.
Then did you zoom in?
Yeah, zoom in with camera.
What kind of camera do you have?
I have phone camera.
Oh, that's why.
That's not good
You gotta
enough.
go buy a P900 and try it.
It's only your phone camera is not. Your phone camera is only a little bit better than your regular eyesight. It's barely any better than your
barely any better.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I have glasses. I don't agree.
Yeah,
you don't. Your glasses themselves are probably better than your cell phone lens.
Well, okay, I don't know much about lens, but I'm just asking. You know, after sunset, let's say you don't see it with your naked eye anymore. You know, the minute or two after it's set,
Yeah.
and there's still the sky is still bright a little bit. Like it's not darkness. You could still see some light, right?
Yeah, it's called attenuation of light. Light attenuates as it goes through the medium. It doesn't pass through it forever.
Yeah, but I don't see the sun anymore. I just don't know.
Yes, because it's beyond your ability to see it. It's gone too
So
far
you're
away.
saying if I have telescope and I pointed where the sun was before the sun set, I would still see the sun?
Only up until the end of that particular device's resolution.
Correct.
So I would see the sun even after sunset?
No, there's many different things that play into the horizon. There's not just one thing. Each optic has a perspective limit or the Rayleigh criterion. So each optic can only see so far. The light itself can only pass so far through the medium. There's going to be clouds and stuff that's going to block it through the angle. So you're not going to be able to see it forever. It's just not possible.
I don't know. So you're saying the sun is there, but just far away? Is that what you're
We do know. We're telling you how it works. So don't say I don't know.
Are you
Tommy?
saying so the sun is still in the location where at the horizon.
This
but
is
just
this is
far?
all speculation
Tommy?
because we don't know how high the sun is.
Are you looking at any of the images I'm posting, like at 446?
This is all speculation, guys.
446 isn't speculation. That's their images.
It's not speculation.
I
that
see.
There
I
are
see image.
effects that come into play when looking at things in the sky. We have known effects. Like humidity does affect how far you can see. This is recorded. We know this. We drop it here.
But what he's saying that the sun is actually there, but we don't see it anymore.
No. The sun
It goes to the
attenuates. That's
vanishing
it.
point.
What attenuate mean?
The light stops. It doesn't travel forever.
So where is sun?
So the farther away it goes from you, the less light you're going to get.
If I can
So,
just add one
so
thing,
you say
yeah.
it's there, it's just farther.
Tommy.
Yep.
So then, the best telescope, I still see it?
No.
How many miles?
No, because the light does not
How
reach the
many
telescope, so of
miles
course you're not going to see it.
How many miles of weather system do you think you're going to be able to see a source of light? Any source of light, including the sun.
I don't know. I'm asking the best telescope.
Well, on a cloudy day, you already know you can't see it overhead. So now imagine a cloudy day in your city, the next city over, 4 cities over after that, another 5 cities over after that. Do you think you're going to see the sun through that much atmosphere?
Well, maybe not. But what about no cloud?
Well,
Never
maybe
happens.
not a good answer. But like I said, we're talking about thousands of miles.
I know, but telescope can see very far.
Not farther than my camera.
Can a telescope
Your
see
camera is
through?
better?
Hold on. Can a telescope see through a foggy day?
Are you asking if telescope can see cloudy day? Through cloud?
Can they see through a foggy day?
The telescopes from where I'm from, yes.
You can see through clouds with your telescope?
Like a little bit, not everything.
No,
It's a
you
little
cannot.
blurry.
So that's what I'm saying. You still have the same problem.
Okay,
of the
let's say
atmosphere.
you bite the clouds. Cloud, пошли нахуй. Let's just talk about no cloudy day. You got the best clear sky.
Yeah, but listen, it's not clear all the way from where you are to where the sun apparent position is. It's still through the other town and the town and the other town. You don't think it's only like 10 miles away, right?
I don't know. 10 mile what? You think cloud is always there? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is,
Can you see
when you
forever
see, when you
underwater?
see the sun going into the distance, obviously, if I can see sun and California can see sun, do you think you can see through the atmosphere from the East Coast to the West Coast?
I mean, with my naked eye?
I mean what I'm asking you. With any optic, do you think that you can
Naked
see
eye?
through all of the weather systems between the East Coast of America and the West Coast of America, or the East Coast of Russia and the West Coast of Russia, or whatever the fuck Russia has? Do you think that
Well,
would
probably
be possible?
not.
Well, that's an honest answer. There you go. Maybe you have to do a little more investigation into how these optical phenomena work.
Okay,
Right.
but how
That's all.
come every single time the sun isn't like covered? It somehow just goes into underneath as though
Perspective, man. That's what we're trying to tell you about perspective. So let's see. Let me get this one image. I want you to look at this and respond to the railroad tracks. You see, it's just a drawing, but this is how reality looks to us. You see that?
Yeah, I see. Vanishing point.
Yeah,
That's
so
it. You can't see past that.
That's the same thing in real life. Now, when you zoom in, you'll be able to see a little bit further, but you can't see infinitely and you don't have infinite zoom capability to see beyond what is physically possible for any optical device. Okay.
I listen to you. I have question.
Okay.
So, let's say I'm at the sunset and I see the sun. It is going. It's covered halfway. So all I see is the top half of the sun, and then I use phone zoom in or telescope, and I still see only half of the sun.
No, you would see more, and then eventually it would go beyond your capabilities. So also, I want you to respond to the sailboat at 52 minutes after end of voice text. You see that sailboat?
I don't see boat. I see sunset.
No, go up a little bit to 52 minutes after where Drace, love, wisdom. So watch the sailboat. Keep watching. Keep watching. That sailboat is completely gone. What happened to it? Did it go over the edge? No, keep watching. No, all he was doing was zooming. He was zooming back. He was zooming back in. So see how the boat looks like it's going over the edge?
No, that's very.
But then
very
when listen, if you can zoom into something, if you have a basketball and you have a little toy and you go from the top, your eye is set up right at the surface somewhere, at the close part of the basketball, and then you drop this little object like a marble with your hands over the other side. Now leave that marble where it is. From your position looking at the side of the foot basketball, can you zoom back into that marble again once it's gone over the curve edge?
I don't know, actually.
You don't know?
You can zoom through a basketball?
You would have to zoom through the basketball. So you can't. Yeah.
I don't know. Here, I'll try this. I mean, here's the thing. Doctors say I shouldn't. I have bad vision. I shouldn't look through. I shouldn't look at sun. So I will try though. I will.
No, don't look at the sun. No, you need filters if you're gonna. You can't do that with the sun. You can take pictures.
Some filter to see zoom. Maybe that's very dangerous to zoom through telescope and see sunset.
Yeah, if you're going to be looking at the image, you need to have filters, or else you're going to blind yourself. So I wouldn't try it. But I've taken picture and video of the sun.
That sunset that Ether 9000 posted is absolutely insane, because that's what is happening. You can see the sun is actually just going away, because when they slow it down at right there, you'll see that it's still above the water, because there's the water
still above it.
And it's still going away. It's just flattening out because the layers of the atmos.
I mean, honestly, I watched this 9000 video, and it looked like it go over
no, it doesn't look like it goes over anywhere.
No, then look at the end. It's still above. It's just going further away.
End. He just zooms in with the video editor and does a nice close up.
Yes, you see close up, but then you see only the top.
It's over the water.
The close up is still above the surface. Still above
the surface. The water's moving beneath.
I know you zoom. I know. And then you see only the top of the sun.
Perhaps
3 points.
Is that time for the no, not the 3 points, but remember all of the sun stuff we were talking about.
Which
the videos we got.
Why can't I see
buttons? Is like you're thinking about the sun like, as if it actually looks like that all the time. That's your problem. First of all, this isn't the only sunset that happens. Sometimes it doesn't hit the horizon at all. Sometimes it just shrinks away into the distance, well above the horizon. Okay.
Well, okay.
So that's number one.
Okay, but
number two, what you think you see isn't material, because most of it is glare anyway. So you looking at that right there, all of these sunsets, most of that are just optical phenomena. That's why you're looking at the video from Ether 9000 at 52 minutes past the hour. There's no way that that's a physical object, and then you see it do that at the end there. There's no way.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Why don't you see bottom of sun?
because of the angular resolution limit of all optics.
You have distortion. You have distortion from the heat on the ground. Stuff like that. That creates distortion.
So if I go on top of building, if I from my apartment.
Okay, you're gonna listen to me. You're talking about something that's probably however many miles away it is. You're trying to see. There's all that. You can stand at the highest building you want to. You're still going to have to look over all that heat mass, the waves that you don't see normally.
We talk about the sun. We don't talk about anything serious. I don't see bottom of sun. I still see top of sun. I have questions.
We did talk about something serious. You had no proof of curvature, rotation, or vacuum of space.
I know. I'm just saying this is one dilemma. One dilemma. One thing I just can't go past.
If we showed you things, boats, coins, toy boats, flags, what have you, if we showed you these things disappearing from the bottom up, just like the sun, just like rainbows do, which are actually 360 degree rings when you raise your elevation, which increases the angle of view, right? If we showed you all of these things where it appeared as though it was cut off from the bottom, but it was over a flat surface, what would you say then?
Okay, so you say it cut off from bottom, and then why? I have a question. Why every time I see sunset?
Yeah. So right here,
it's cut off from the bottom, and then I see.
Because you have terrible eyes.
There's a video right here, bro. At 58 minutes, I want you to play it. It's only a couple minutes long. RC boats.
59.
58 minutes after the hour.
Okay. I see.
RC boats, just watch that for a minute.
Okay, one sec. I watch.
And the water time.
Prepare the black swan image.
Torpedo 1 loaded with black swan.
Yeah, that'd be good. Or just have it at the ready.
I like when I talk about this one, I say, see the boat? Yes, I see it. Now look at the island behind it and watch the island disappear.
Yeah. The island is still behind it the whole time.
Island just disappears over the horizon. Goodbye, island. That's how it looks on Lake Erie. You can't see them until you try to zoom in, then there they are.
Mm-hmm. That's what you would have to say. You would literally have to say that when you zoomed out, that all of a sudden the island physically went lower over a curved edge.
Yeah, it's gone. It goes away. It is not there. And that does look like Lake Erie.
And look at how diffused the island is. Like, you can't see any detail in that.
No, but you know it's an island because you can see the group of trees or whatever that is. There's a point, and you know it's not anything weird because there's definition in that whole island. And then all of a sudden it's gone. It just disappears.
Yeah, what I'm saying is all of the color has been diffused by the atmosphere, and before long, it will be totally gone if you get more distance.
Right. Just because the thickness of the vapor.
I keep saying we can't see it. There's all kinds of stuff floating above that water. There's just the layers that are happening from the surface of the water, the degrees of temperature just makes that so you can't see that far.
And look at all the wind that's blowing on the water over there. And then when he zooms out, it's calmer where he is. But above where the boat is, there's a bunch of clouds right there. See, it looks pretty calm where he is, but there's white water.
Oh, yeah, those white caps in there. There's white caps in there.
Go sunset. Well, each time goes sunset, it disappears. Every time the bottom of it disappears.
Did you see the boat? The small RC boats disappear.
Don't worry about the sun anymore. Stop looking up.
But
the earth is flat.
Boat is small shit.
Doesn't matter.
About
It's going. Is it going over a curve edge though? Is the boat going over a curve edge?
I mean, in this
Is
video,
the boat going over a curved edge?
Okay. Yes. So let's say it's still there because boat. I mean, how far is boat? And it's small. Boat is. It's like 10 people. It could hold. It can't even hold. That boat can't hold 50 people.
Okay, then I'm going to show you one from a freaking container ship. I'll show you another video.
It doesn't know container ship. It doesn't matter. 18 container ship.
You're saying it's dropping off over a thing. I'm telling you, people are going to zoom back in. You're going to see the whole entire boat all the way to waterline.
I want to see a zoom where the sun looks like.
Look in the live stream.
We're talking about the surface. Okay.
Look at the last picture posted.
Who's
at the last picture posted? Oh, second to last.
I'm just.
Where's that sun going? Where's that sun going?
Already. You can't see. I want to see video where you zoom in and it's all there. You can't show me this. The video you showed me with the sunset.
Dude, you can't see forever. You've grown up. You've grown up in a place where they told you could see forever, like millions and billions of light years.
I can't see.
Put your wife on. Put your wife on. I want to talk to her. I want to tell her that she's living with an idiot.
No, hold on. Let me just talk to this guy for a second to let you know you're talking about an optical phenomena. Okay. Now, you want to see this. You can go to the grave wanting to see this and have it explained over a flat earth or whatever you believe it is, if you like, for the rest of your life. But shouldn't you be demanding to see the curvature at the rate at which a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles should have? Shouldn't that be the thing you want to see instead of parlor tricks and things that
I don't know. I do not think it's parlor trick.
Well, you cannot think it's a parlor trick, but when we're talking about geometry and figuring out where the tangent ends to the physical obstruction, that being the horizon, that has to predictably be somewhere specifically.
Okay.
To be blocking the sun, to be blocking whatever else you think is being blocked, right? So shouldn't you be asking about the curve of the earth and if it's actually predictable with the mathematical model that you believe in?
Predictable or not? When I don't see the sun.
Not predictable
That's
or
why
not.
This guy's a troll. I'm telling you, he's got a fake accent.
Let me tell you why not predictable or not. Because if it's not there, then it's not the size they claim. Then everyone talking about distances to things in space, what they're doing, how they're doing it, gravity, all that shit's out the window if it's not the size that they claim. So the curvature rate of a ball with 3,959 miles is the radius and 24,900 miles is the circumference damn well better curve the way they claim it should.
You're right. So you say it doesn't, the sun, it doesn't add up?
The curve, it should add up, right?
Yes, the curve, but the sun also?
I don't know about the sun, but when it comes to the positive claim that they're using for their equations to do everything that I just mentioned, including tell you about gravity and all this other weird shit about sticking to the underside of a ball in a vacuum that you had no proof for when you came in here.
I
you should be demanding is proof of that.
I
whatever
agree.
The sun is,
if I can talk to them, I will.
Whatever the sun is doing, why the fuck would you think a flat earther knows after having woken up after all the lies and years?
Look, I don't want trouble. I just ask you what you guys think.
You asked the question, I just answered you. How?
So you don't know where sun go?
It goes away.
I know, but
round.
I only see top of it then.
It goes around in a circle. What else do you want to know?
So we're going to get back to the surface now. The sun is a non sequitur because no one knows what it is or where it is, what the source of the light is. So it's secondary to what the shape of the surface is. We're talking about the Earth's curvature.
But we already gave him an answer, Sonny, and it's the angular resolution limit.
Yes, we did.
Okay, angular resolution, but where is the bottom? Does the angular resolution explain?
You can't see that fucking far. Stop asking that.
The bottom is at such an acute angle that the optics that you're using cannot resolve it. So the bottom is gone. The same way, if you had, say,
That's very convenient for you.
Say if you had a brick, right?
I
Can you
have
see
many
it
bricks.
If you have a brick, one brick, can you see it 10 blocks away with your eyes?
Well, look, my eyes shit. You keep talking about my eyes.
Can you see it, yes or no?
I told you, no, it never. Absolute shit eyes. But if
Stop
you use
asking
telescope,
questions in here.
What about telescope? For the sun, when you use a very
There you go.
good
There's your
lens,
sun. I just
no
posted the
eyes,
sun
very
where it
good
goes.
lens, how come
Round and
I
around.
don't see bottom of sun? I still only see top
I
of sun.
just posted
Angular
where it's
resolution, I
at.
don't understand.
Just posted it.
Well, I'll give you an equally complex problem. Okay, so Selenilian eclipses, right? It's a geometric impossibility because when it happens, you're supposed to have a line, which is the sun, the earth, and the moon. And the light from the sun gets blocked by the earth, and that's what causes the eclipse on the moon, right? Except it's upside down. Tell me why.
Are you asking about the upside down on lunar eclipse? Shadow?
Yeah.
You're asking why it's upside down.
Yeah.
And why is that shadow
I don't know why
upside
it's
down
upside down.
on that
I don't
eclipse
know.
I just
How
posted?
lunar eclipse? I don't know. I'm talking about sunset. I ask question. I don't. My wife says
Well,
you have
I
answer.
demand,
I
I
don't know.
demand,
Put your wife on.
I demand an answer because it's.
I gave you answer. Answer is my ignorance.
Well, okay.
I
well,
don't know lunar eclipse.
we gave you an answer, and it wasn't nothing. It
No,
was
I ask you
actually,
explain angular resolution. How angular resolution not show bottom?
I did
only
explain it, and you said your eyes were bad, right? So
I know,
again,
but I say telescope. How come
so
through telescope
again,
you can't see?
because the telescope has an angular resolution limit. Hello.
So angular resolution, what does it mean?
It is the limit at which.
That means that you cannot
can
see forever.
resolve
Are you looking at the live stream
It's
voice
the-
text?
No, he's a
Guys.
troll. I'm telling you,
Guys,
because he knows
the
words that you
angle-
shouldn't know.
it's the angle at which you can resolve objects or pixels, what have you. You can't discern between two things. When the light that's entering the aperture, it is too unresolvable because the angle is too acute. That is the angular resolution limit.
Brick on the 10 miles, that's a angular resolution. If you can see brick
10
on
mile?
the 10
What
miles,
did you say?
the brick on 10 meters and the brick on the 10 miles, that's the angular resolution.
Okay, so that means brick 10 mile, you don't see the bottom of it. Is that what you say?
No, that means that if we put brick on 10 meters, let's say on 100 meters, they will be covered because of curve.
So the cover, it covers the bottom.
How long you can see brick?
How far you mean?
Yeah, how far? Yeah.
I with my eye not far. With telescope very far.
Okay. How far with telescope?
Depends on telescope. I mean, I don't know.
One brick, I'm saying. Let's say approximately.
I don't know. You could make any number up. I'd be okay with it.
Let's say 20 kilometers.
Okay, let's
Brick.
do it. Deal.
Okay. Let's put that brick 30 kilometers.
Okay, that's far.
Yeah, but now we cannot anymore do that with that telescope because it's 30 kilometers. It's only that telescope can arrive only to 20 kilometers.
understand?
So this is angular resolution?
Yeah. It
Okay,
could
so
work
let's
mainly with
say
your eyes. If you put brick on the 100 meters, maybe you will see. You put on 200 meters, you will not see anymore.
Okay, so a question. So we said my telescope only 20 kilometer.
Yeah.
And then you say brick 30 kilometer. Okay.
Yeah.
And then now I have another telescope. What if it can see 40 kilometers? So and let's say I want to look at this brick.
Okay, let's say 1,000 miles now.
No.
Yes, yes,
I
yes.
already called him out a long time
let's
ago.
Keep talking how we talk, okay?
Yeah,
so we
okay.
have 30 kilometers brick away, 30 kilometers. My new telescope can see 40 kilometers. So let's say...
Okay, good. Your telescope can see 40 kilometers. Now we will put brick on the 50 kilometers.
No. I have a question though. Before we move brick
Okay.
again, before we move brick, I have a question. So that means when I zoom in, does that mean bottom of the brick is gone?
No.
Oh,
so how
you'll
the
see it.
sun, bottom
No,
of...
it's there. No, it's
I know.
there.
How come I can't, when I zoom into
You
the
can
sun,
zoom in on
I
it.
only see the top of it then?
You can see only top of that. If you say that you can see the brick with the telescope or zooming on the 40 kilometers, that means that you can see bottom.
So with a good telescope, you can see all of the sun, even after sunset?
On 40 kilometers, you're saying that sun is on 40 kilometers?
I don't know. So, I mean, flat Earth, let's say I have the best telescope. I can then look and see everything. I can look from here and see Rio de Janeiro.
You're looking through the atmosphere, which is
Then
thousands
I'm telling
of
you
miles.
I'm telling you because of brick. If you put brick on 100 meters with your eyes, let's speak about your eyes. You will see brick, let's say. Okay.
Let's say.
If I move that brick double of that, maybe you will not
200.
see. Why you will not see that?
With iOS.
Yeah, with your eyes. Why you don't see that?
Well, I honestly don't know the name, but bad vision. It blends with everything, huh?
Bad vision.
Bad vision. You start blending brick with the trees and everything.
And now you're adding trees.
What trees? It's a brick, man.
It's a fucking
If you're 200
troll.
meter away,
yeah,
your vision is bad. You can't see. You can't.
Let's say that you are healthy and that doctors they checked your eyes and that you have the best eyes in the fucking world. Let's say like that.
I am super fucking healthy.
Okay, let's say that you have even best view from a normal person, that you are seeing better than other person. Okay.
I don't understand the question.
Can you imagine one person who is healthy and has a good eyes and no problem with the eyes and can see very far away? Let's say 100 meters brick.
Say
he's healthy.
Okay.
You know?
I see what Elijah
All right,
wants.
I share something. Look what I shared. Address that. Fata
Is
Morgana.
that your parents?
Look at the images. You see the knees are going on.
The 4 pictures on vacation, Dad.
Yeah, you see that?
Is this family picture?
Do you see
Okay,
that? Do you see
just
the
don't
knees?
even
Do you see
entertain
the
him
knees?
anymore.
Do you see the knees going? You can't.
I don't know
being
where you.
cut
This
off like
is a
the sun.
photo
You asking for the sun.
shot,
You
right?
asking for the sun that being cut off in half, right? You
Hey,
asking
Dad,
for that. You're
did what
asking
I
for the sun being
posted
cut
out
off.
loud.
Oh my God! I'm trying to talk, Radwin.
This guy's a fucking troll and you're
All
entertaining
right,
him.
but
Jimsy's actually he's on point, right? I like that.
I mean, okay.
So, are you looking at the images or no?
Who took this picture?
He said that it's photo montage. My God.
Fata Morgana. Do you know what that means? Anyways, you looking through the atmospheres and you're gonna see
She's
that
always
things are getting
cut
cut
off
off.
from bottom.
Yeah. you're looking at a phenomena, optical phenomena. That's what you're looking at. Same thing when you're looking at the sun that is disappearing. You're asking where is the other half of the sun? Where is the other half of this guy's legs? Where is the bottom of
Okay, I
where are
don't
his
know.
feet?
You guys.
The asphalt is curving.
Okay, I don't know who took.
Do you think this street is
I
curving
don't know this.
downwards?
If I
This
base my
asphalt is
belief
curving downwards?
off of this vacation photo, I mean it's hilarious. How do you show me the family?
Yeah,
picture
you're
and
not
you
pretty
say,
clever as
we had
a
mistake.
larper.
Believe me, this is how it works. Listen,
Did you see first time this? Did you see this first time in your life? This kind of photo that things with the distance is going down, that you cannot see.
These four photos.
Yeah,
Never
this is
been in a
that you
car
are,
before on a highway.
these 4 photos. You are first time that you see in your life. I'm asking.
Yes, they're not my parents, of course.
This example of their, you cannot see their knees. You see that first thing that you see that first time in your life.
I know. I say it's a mistake camera. Something broke, блядь, inside the.
You never see any pictures similar like this.
I told you, first time.
My God, man. My God, where are you living?
He's just messing around.
Troll. Fuck.
Video you sent, username 9000.
So
a while ago with the sun.
Fata Morgana, nothing. No, doesn't exist. That were things. Example, what's that? No, never heard. No.
Tommy, can I ask you something?
Fata Morgana.
Of course.
Tell me, why will you lie?
Sorry?
Why will you lie?
Why I lie?
Yeah, why?
Why do you lie?
Why do you lie?
For the same
Why do you come in
reason you do.
here and the first thing you say that is your wife told you to come in here and ask questions and blah blah blah? Why will you lie?
You want me to bring my wife? Tell you this?
Yeah.
She's cooking right now, пельмени.
Put her on right now.
Put her on right now.
I'm in my room, but I you want me to do this for you?
What, you mean your mom's? You mean your mom, not your wife?
Or you don't like the fact that
You
I
have your
bring
own
the-
room.
You want to talk to my wife instead?
Got your own bedroom. Your
guy's
mommy.
voice, this
and
guy's
your
voice-
wife.
This guy's voice is straight out of a movie, bro. This shit is. You want
Yeah.
to bring my wife?
This
down?
guy is called.
Я
They
могу с
called it
тобой
out.
говорить по-русски. Я могу с тобой говорить по-русски.
This
Давай
shit
будем
is so
общаться.
funny, bro.
Ajde bre, ne seri čoveče, koga boli kura što ti pričat na ruskom?
Pričate rusko, Montenegro, or where are you from?
Ma boli me kura što ćeš pričat na ruskom, razumeš? Sisaj kurac i ne pričaj više na ruskom.
Zdravo, zdravo, kurac.
Da, zdravo, odjebi i ne pričaj više na ruskom. Ajde.
Jebi ga, blja, jebi se.
Da. Fuck you, don't speak any more Russian. That's not funny, you know?
Where are you from?
We can, doesn't matter. Io posso essere dove cazzo voglio. Che cazzo te ne frega?
Pedercino.
Oh, Pedercino. Puši kurac majmune, tako se to kaže. Nemoj tako biti jadan, Bog.
Motherfucker, learn another language that's more than 40.
Man, learn to swear in my language. We have the best swear in the world. You know?
Where are you from? Croatia? Where are you from?
This is awesome.
I'm from the flat earth, man.
I love this.
Where?
That's right.
We don't have many
No, I actually like a Yugoslavia. You
This shit is awesome.
Yeah, did you was in Yugoslavia? Great.
I actually like Yugoslavia. They're my
Yugoslavia doesn't exist anymore because of fucking nationalism.
I know, but where are you from? What country?
This shit
Doesn't matter.
Flat Earth.
This is great.
Okay.
From Flat Earth.
Croatia, okay. I'm ex-Yugoslavian.
Oh, I like Croatia. Dubrovnik, Split.
How about my town? Do you like Vukovar?
Oh, I don't know.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, read a little bit about Vukovar.
I know.
It's also beautiful.
I come to your country. I know. It's very nice country.
So tell me, why would you join this chat and lie right away?
Only to tell you, my country is nice country. Okay, continue.
What did you say? I didn't hear.
My country is nice fascistic country, but continue.
Okay. You know your curse words. I know Russian curse words. I know your curse words too.
Yeah, I'm only telling you about photos, Fata Morgana. If you don't know what is Fata Morgana is, and that photo, what guy showed to you, that you never ever saw that kind of that photo, I cannot believe.
He's never
You're
seen
talking
that
about
just
the
walking down
family
the
picture
street.
where the knees off.
Yeah, fucking, you can see that
in real life.
in during the summer on fucking street. You can see that.
Walking down the street.
I never see that. I never see that.
I've never seen
I never see that in the Minecraft, so it doesn't exist.
Man, go during the summer. Go outside when it's hot, and then look into asphalt, and you will see.
I never see that on the TV, so I don't know what this is. It might be fake.
I go have my pelmeni dinner. I go have your. I guys have a lot of fun with you guys. I don't believe flat, but it's fun time.
You believe in globe? You believe in spinning globe?
I don't see sun. I mean, I sorry, but I think
No, see sun. No, see sun.
You don't see sun?
You know,
You don't see sun.
It's close.
Yellow. It's yellow round thing on the sky.
He doesn't see the thing in the sky because
in
it's
the
not in
sky, and
TV.
then
He
sunset.
doesn't see the sun in TV.
They don't have the sun on TV
and then I see sunset, and I can't.
or
I
in
don't
video
understand.
games.
I also see sunset. You know, I see stars. I see buildings, and what that means?
Yeah, but
Earth is
then
globe.
what do you convince yourself?
But they don't have
Man,
sun.
listen this. I see cloud. Earth is globe. I see star. Earth is globe.
We do
I
not
see
have
moon.
I see
Earth is
sunset.
globe.
Earth is flat. Okay.
Yeah, I see sun. Earth is flat. I see clouds. Earth is flat. I see trees. Earth is flat. That's your point.
Yeah, but where'd the sun go?
Where the sun go?
Tommy.
Away.
Where does sun go? Where it come from?
Welcome to Flat Earth, Tommy.
Right?
Since your wife is a flat earther,
But why is the sun?
your wife has the pants in the house, right?
You
Put your mom on the phone, would you? Put your mom on.
When was the sun made though?
My mom is 16 well in village.
Hey, it's QE. How you doing, buddy?
Oh.
We did not have flat earth in my village. Only hard farm and no potato.
It's always about my
you're
wife.
in Russia. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's a globe in Russia. It's flat earth everywhere else.
Yeah, we have no flat earth here.
Yeah, it's everywhere else is flat. You guys are on the globe.
If only you learned geography in school. You unfortunately don't even know what countries are.
Don't teach that.
Where do you learn geography? Where do you learn it? And where?
At my table.
In school? Is that where you learn geography?
Good chair, good desk, good.
Is that also where you learn about space? In school?
I learned how to speak many languages. I learned a lot of things.
Oh, you don't know a lot of languages.
Hey, Tommy Wiseau, I've got a statement for you. Tell me what this means. Idi nahoi kurva.
It's the middle name of your mother.
Nope. What does it actually mean in Russian?
Something about prostitute, but I don't know.
No, it means go fuck yourself, bitch.
I see. I told you his mom's middle name.
Yeah, you didn't know that, did you? Because you're not actually Russian. So why are you accent trolling us?
Я могу с тобой
Yeah, it's terrible, man.
No, he is Russian. Crypto, he knows he is Russian.
So why didn't he know what I just said?
I did know.
I don't know, but he's speaking
Clown,
Russian.
I knew before you knew.
It seems odd to me. That would be one of the first things I would learn in Russian, and it was.
With
I didn't know what it meant.
Or work with Mossad.
I know, and you know it well too. You write it down.
I'm not trying to be racist, but you sound like an Indian with a really bad Russian accent.
We'll go back to Mumbai then.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that Americans was on the moon?
I do, and I believe that Valentina Tereshkova.
You believe that Americans?
Gagarin were in space. You know space race.
Okay.
Yuri.
Yes.
You know
I know
space?
space race. I know space race.
I met him yesterday.
You know Valentina Tereshkova? First
Yeah,
woman, first
I know.
first woman. You know, American school don't teach about the first woman in space because
Well,
it
we
was
know about Laika, of
First
course,
woman?
everybody.
Human.
first woman in
Human.
space.
The first human.
The who
Sounds
man?
like the first woman.
Or queen?
But
Was
human,
first
woman.
woman, yeah, Russian.
Yeah, they taught us, bro. They taught us the
But
Russians.
at least in this,
first
in that
monkey.
race, Russia has the better technology, and they didn't go to moon. So bad race.
Yeah,
Russia
they got
sucks at
first
everything.
satellite,
Yeah,
first
Russia's
satellite,
supposed
Be
to
like
suck at
that.
everything.
monkey.
Yeah, the
like
Germans
they
are
went.
supposed to be the best.
I
Yeah,
have a
they
question.
went first. They went first in the space, and then they didn't go to the moon.
You know,
So
Russia, we first go space.
Yeah,
We see
Russia faked it first.
actually Earth and what shape Earth is.
Who's
I have
we?
question.
Oh,
Who's
oh,
we?
Russia.
well,
Are you
it's
an
a globe
astronaut?
in Russia. They said earlier.
No, you know what they
You don't
mean.
even know what a Fata Morgana is. So what do you mean we?
What do
You
you
haven't seen anything.
see?
because
What's Fat
Yeah,
Morgan?
they're fake pictures they show us, bro. So Russia was faking it first, then NASA starts
Okay, so
faking
why?
it.
What do you mean faking? They were in space and they just lie. You say?
No, they don't
Well,
know.
yeah. Like what?
So
Is
you
there
say
another way to say it?
And you say America and Soviet Union, they were enemies. Why would they?
It's either a ball or it's flat.
Secret.
If it's not a
you
ball,
think
right?
you think
Then
there
is it
was
a lie?
enemies.
I
You
hear
think there
many
was?
voices.
You think there was enemies?
What do you mean? They were all in the same club.
They were in the Cold War.
They're all in the
Wow,
same
that
club.
Cold War was fucking incredible.
Check it. How about this
Dangerous.
one?
So many.
Well, it was a political war. You what? You didn't? You don't?
Wow, it was so incredible political war. Yeah.
That doesn't matter. This is what matters. If you don't measure curvature, if you measure it to be flat, are they lying? Is it a lie? If it's not a ball, are they lying? Did they straight up lie
Well,
to us?
if my grandmother had balls,
Yes
she'd
or
be
no?
My grandfather.
Yes or no?
Well,
If there is no evidence of a ball,
flat, then yes, it would be a lie. If
right? So if there is no evidence of a ball, then it is a lie, right?
Well, I give you evidence. Some go away.
Yes or no?
What evidence? No, I haven't seen any. All I've seen is some really bad accent trolling. Have you got any actual?
Where are you from?
Start the accent's
from
falling
England.
off.
Trainus.
Oh, colonization. Oh, hello. Welcome to chat.
Colonization.
Welcome, stealing half
What a
of the world's
douchebag.
resources.
Yeah. Cool story, bro. I mean, the USSR. was one thing. Anyway, we could talk about the Earth now. So, have you got any evidence?
I mean, if it goes away, you guys say, here, you give me video. I only see top of the sun. You didn't show me bottom.
You know, just because you don't.
You haven't seen the bottom of the sun?
Means doesn't mean that it's not the truth.
Hold on.
You guys give
You
me-
haven't seen the bottom of the sun?
No, in the video you show zoom. During sunset, I only see top of sun.
That's the point.
Yeah, but the bottom is gone.
How about the
Yeah,
bottom
that's
of the?
what he's trying to
how
show
about the
you.
knees? I showed
literally
Yeah,
what
you
is
got to
the
wait
point?
another 15 minutes in this video.
So the sun sets bottom first, which is what's claimed over a flat surface,
Well, that's
which
what you
is
see, right?
what happens and can be demonstrated. What's the problem there?
You can see it leaving bottom up every time. for
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, we know that.
So then you think it's still there, but it's flat.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
Is your argument literally just incredulity?
Yes.
My argument is explain to me where sun goes. You say it's still there.
Bruh,
I say, okay, so
demonstrations
if I use a
trump
good telescope-
explanations. Do you agree? Demonstrations trump explanations.
Depends. Sometimes.
Well, if I say to you the sun goes away because magic, that's an explanation, right?
It isn't. But that is
it's objectively an explanation.
But then I ask you what magic, and what do you say?
Well, I would say white magic.
It's not an explanation. It's a claim.
It is an explanation. It's a bad
not
explanation. No, it's objectively an explanation. That isn't opinion. It is an explanation, but it's a bad explanation. What I'm saying to you, okay, you're just wrong about that. But what I'm saying to you is that no, but you actually are. Regardless, we're talking about demonstrations because that's what actually matters. Demonstrations are what matters, right? So the question is, can we demonstrate this effect over a flat surface? Yeah? That's what matters.
Which effect?
The effect of something that's shaped like the sun disappearing over a flat surface.
Shaped like the sun. You could put a marble basketball. Sun is huge.
Yeah, but I mean,
if you want to show
all you see is a disc, right? So it wouldn't matter if it was a ball or a disc. Like, that's all you see.
Something this big, how can you show?
Bro, we're going to do it at a smaller scale, obviously, because you can't take the physical sun and physically move it, can you? So we're going to do it at a smaller scale to demonstrate the effects.
How big is sun?
Have no idea, and you don't either.
We're getting away from the curve.
Yeah, no, we're actually talking about the direct demonstration of the fact that a flat surface can produce this effect.
My opinion, you're cold right now.
Bruh, do you agree that this effect can happen over a flat surface?
Or the sun move away? I don't know what you ask.
No, you've just been talking about this for 10 minutes and now you don't know what we're talking about.
Well, you're asking if it works on flat Earth. No.
Yeah. The sun disappearing bottom up on a flat surface.
Every sunset? And no, on flat Earth it doesn't work.
No, you're just asserting that. I'm asking you if you agree that this effect is possible over a flat plane. Now, you're saying no, and you're wrong, and I can demonstrate that.
You're saying flat Earth or Mongolia? What are you saying?
Anyway, we're talking about a flat plane, yeah? And we're talking about the sun disappearing bottom up over a flat plane, or a ship, or anything else you want, right? This is objectively possible and has been demonstrated. The fact that you don't understand that just proves that you're hard of thinking. But we can demonstrate this, and I'll show you.
Oh, you want to get personal? I see. Is that how you guys communicate?
No. You are, again, objectively hard of thinking if you don't understand this very basic concept.
Hard of thinking. It's all relative, my friend.
I think you're being a little bit... Your microaggression might be rubbing him the wrong way.
If I say to you 2 + 2 is 4 and you go, I don't understand it, I mean, you're objectively stupid if you don't understand that, right? That's not me saying. So this is similar.
It's relative, my friend. It's very relative.
No, it isn't. It actually isn't. It's quantifiable. Regardless, this here is. I mean, you're now grasping at straws because you don't want to see the effect that I've been trying to get to for 10 minutes, right? So, memes coin 3. Check it out. Stop being desperate and stop avoiding the point, right? We've got a demonstration here of a disc-shaped object disappearing over a flat plane. Bottom up. What do you have to say about that?
The coin?
Yeah.
So what if I zoom into it?
Yeah, he does that. He does that.
Will I be able to see the whole thing?
Yeah.
So what about the sun? I don't see the whole thing when I zoom in.
But you can do this with the sun too.
Yeah, you don't see whole thing if you zoom into sun. Halfway during sunset.
You can actually do that. You know that, right?
By the way, Crypto, he's talking about using his phones.
No, use your favorite telescope.
But bro, I mean, you're just saying things that are wrong. Like, you can do that.
Okay,
you know that, right?
Thanks for reminding me with your useful comments. If you see the coin and you zoom into coin, you still see the coin, right? Fully.
Sometimes.
Right now, this video, my eyes, I blurry, I don't see fully. But if I zoom in, I see the entire coin, right?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes you only see a little bit.
Okay.
It depends, doesn't it? It depends on the... But you're nitpicking because you don't like the fact this effect objectively happens.
I'm focused on sun.
No, you're focused on every little thing that you can to deny that this effect is clearly happening.
I'm trying to follow you. I'm trying to reason.
Do you admit that over a flat surface, something can disappear bottom up? That's what matters.
Correct. It can disappear.
Perfect. Then we have no disagreement. Fine, we can move on.
Sure.
Welcome to
But
Flat Earth.
remember all those boat videos? You zoom in really good
Oh,
telescope.
we're not going to go back to all that.
So you zoom in and then irrelevant nitpicking. Okay, fine. But we've discovered and we've demonstrated.
What do you mean?
We've demonstrated. We've objectively demonstrated that this effect can happen over a flat surface, and that's all that matters.
I don't know how this is nitpicking. It's all I talk about. This. I'm asking you to make it analogous to the sun. If I zoom into the penny, zoom into the boat, I can still see, correct?
Okay.
Oh, you
But
said you wear
then
glasses.
When I zoom into sun, I only see top. During sunset.
Sometimes, yeah.
Every time.
That sounds like a you problem. Regardless, we're talking about the effect itself, not whether in some circumstances you zoom in and don't see the things you want to see, because that doesn't matter. We're talking about whether things can disappear bottom up over flat surfaces, right? That's what matters. That's all you need to know.
Okay, I know. To the human eye, it seems a lot of things can disappear with distance. So bottom up. I agree.
Over flat surfaces. That's
Yes,
what's
flat
key.
plane.
Perfect. Then there's no reason to think that anything disappearing is because of a...
I know. It's just my only dilemma. You said
That's all you need to know.
videos.
That's all you need to know.
I don't know. Can
It's like
somebody
you-
else?
Now, what you've done is you've got what's called anchor bias. You were taught that the Earth's a globe. When we demonstrate to you that the effects that they say prove a globe don't prove a globe, you're looking for nitpicky ways that it must still be a globe. But actually, that's not the case.
This
What
is
you're
our-
seeing
This is
could be what you're saying could be as a result of a globe, or it could be as a result of angular resolution over a flat plane, and you have no way of telling the difference.
I don't know. You make claim, and when I ask you questions,
I've made a claim. I've demonstrated it.
I don't know. I don't angular resolution.
Actually, I kind of disagree with that, though. I think it's been reverse engineered so that, because I think what we see cannot be a globe, right? So you've never experienced or
But I was talking
you don't
about
have
right. I was trying to keep it
right,
simple.
right.
Talking about this effect, because if we start talking about we can see too far, that's a different argument. Yeah.
Right.
And I agree with you, but I'm trying to keep it simple for our Russian friends.
Okay, your Russian friend go have pilmeni. Thank you. I go see you next time.
All right.
Enjoy your food. I hope that wasn't a troll, because dang.
Where's Vlad when you need him?
This 2 minutes of silence is probably the best response I've heard in a while.
It's the only correct response.
I think you went to get some Russian salad or something.
Oh. You know, just trying to get common sense into someone's mind. You know, I think sometimes you just got to realize every seed has a gestation period. Some seeds take 2 weeks, some take 7 days, and some people it can take years. There's a gestation period, we just have to be patient.
That sounds cultish.
What's the point if he said if I zoom I can see the whole sun and what's the point?
Well, his point was that he didn't
Hold on.
understand that there's a limit to the view anyway.
that's somehow our point. If you if you zoom sun and again see the sun, and what I don't understand.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like I said to him, he was looking for literally anything that wasn't equivalent to then claim that it wasn't equivalent. When all that I was trying to demonstrate was the effect of disappearing bottom up on a flat surface.
Well, I mean,
And
that guy
he wanted to talk about the
10 different-
guy who took the photo was wearing an orange top, or maybe they had bacon for breakfast instead of eggs, or something. Something that wasn't quite the same.
Literally, he was going. He was saying, "Okay, so I looked." He said that he looked with this camera to start with, and then he's like, "Okay, so what if I used a telescope?" And we said, "Oh, you'd still have that effect after so far." And he goes, "Oh, well, what if I had a better telescope?" And then you would again see it only so far. Well, what if I had an even better telescope?
Yeah, what if
I
I'm
tried to
Superman?
move every time the distance, and he didn't understand.
Like, doesn't matter what you use; it's still gonna have a limit, bro.
But somehow he were saying that if you zoom and see all the sun, the Earth cannot be flat.
Like, he didn't realize that actually the fact that you can whip out a different telescope and see further is direct evidence of a flat Earth, and direct evidence.
Yeah. Because that was confusing me, because he was speaking in our claim like.
Yeah, often they'll own our claims as their own, and then they'll say like, "Well, this claim proves the ball," and you're just like, it's almost like you can tell it's moving and turning because of how flat and stationary it looks. Like literally, people will use that kind of logic.
Well, yeah, they've been told it works, right? It's so fake you can tell it's real.
But like they have to think like that in a way to kind of to mask the cognitive dissonance, because they've only ever experienced a flat and stationary plane, but they've always believed that it was moving. So they almost have to have both. One second, mate. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying they almost have to have both at the same time. And if you say, well, actually, no, this first half is evidence that the second half doesn't exist, then they're almost like not understanding that, because they've always just had them together.
Right. Well, literally, when you're taught the globe, you're taught to think like that. That this thing that we're assuming proves the other thing that we're assuming, and if the first thing is assumed correct, then the second thing is
listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, bring a wall to ever show for nevermore. Been a rap for your tonight, boy, scientific. All the sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic. Anytime there was Socratic, defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best team since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy of mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since I shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. The still circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No, 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 no. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Hello?
Hello. Hello, hello.
Hey.
Yo.
Ahoy, hoy.
Oi. Hey, so what did you change your name to now? Saphiria? So Saphiria? Spheria?
Crypto changed my name.
What a
He
dick.
thought it'd be funny.
I got a question for you guys.
Okay.
How do you guys deal with people that just dismiss the conversation completely?
If they dismiss the conversation completely, I mean, they wouldn't really end up here, would they? I mean, people do come here And then they want to just dismiss it, and so if they really won't address the conversation, then they get to leave. You know, they don't need to be here. Yep.
Yeah, I feel sorry for them.
Yeah.
Did you guys check out this Thomas guy? This Thomas guy sitting here, he's all muted and no rolled. Hello? Mic check 1 2 1 2.
What's up, Vlad?
You guys can hear me? No way.
Yeah.
Are you guys busy doing some shit, or you guys just chatting?
Just chatting. I just came in.
Okay. Let's unmute Mr. Thomas. Yo, Thomas S. Hi. Say how you doing. Thomas S. Or Thomas?
Tomas.
Couple S at the end.
Tomas.
A few seconds and then mute again. Anyways.
You were listening to music?
Yeah, it was quiet all of a sudden, so I just put a few songs on. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Just to fill the dead air.
Was it really that dead?
Well, I mean, not for that long. Crypto was talking with somebody. That guy left, and they had the I don't know. They have talked about the conversation for a couple minutes, and then it went quiet. So I don't know. It's been quiet for 5-10 minutes.
It was Russian guy, Vlad, and you was not here.
Yeah, you guys should have called me, man. I was in VC. Fucking Russians,
But he was like, oh my god.
Angry Russians, man. I know how to deal with them. You get angrier than the angry guy. Then he'll calm down.
He seemed more of a
It was more of a troll? Yeah, I can deal with those two. Let's call him Pidaras Suka Bled. That's it. And he'll stop. It's just there's special words. You know what? With Russian people, like they understand when another Russian is serious, you know? Just by the words they use. You don't even have to fucking like emphasize anything, although we do get crazy. Russian words. Man, we had this Professor Dave up in BC check-in. I guess he got scared. Didn't want to come in. Man. And it's not the real Professor Dave, by the way. Some fake ass. Yo, Zedek, are you a flat earther? Huh?
Yeah, kind of looking that way. I came originally because I seen how much stuff they're faking in space than anyone else ever tried to ask about it. Like I realized that nobody's really questioning it at all, and I knew for a fact how much crap they're faking. And then so I was like, wow, if everyone treats this as absurd when I know for a fact they're faking it, I kind of heard a flat Earth, but I thought it was just a troll. But once I seen how much other stuff people just dismiss just to dismiss it, like they haven't even looked at it at all.
Yeah, the censorship. The crazy amounts of censorship you're talking about right now, especially, right?
Well, I was like, anyone I would ask, I'd laugh and be like, man, look at this. Can you believe how fake that is? And they're like, they act like they get hostile or angry or act like you're crazy. And then I realized, like, I don't know, it's almost how brainwashed everyone was. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, what else are people just, like, dismissing without looking at it?
So much. There is so much. This is just, the flat earth is just the beginning. If you just got in, plus it's all gonna compound on everything you already know, because you're gonna have to reorganize your thoughts in your brain, because the earth is flat, right? And that changes pretty much everything else, right? How the history is, history is a big fucking thing that they fucked. See, like, if you think you know history, trust me, you don't know history. Even those PhD teachers that teach those PhD books, man, they barely know the history. They speak a lot of words, but they don't speak the right history.
It's like everyone's just repeating what the teacher told them. So I started realizing nobody is actually looking into or trying to prove anything. It's just They repeated what their teacher told them, and their teacher's repeating what he learned. And then you try and find the source of the information, and you find out it's either wholly inaccurate or there was a lot of competition and a lot of debate. And then one side just gets shut up, and then they like act like it doesn't exist. And that's what really kind of tipped the scale. When
communism, bro, it's communism. If you know what communism is, man, it's the plague on this world, right?
Yeah.
So the communism, it started like, I don't know where it really originated from, but it started slowly, and then it really got hold of when they took over Russia and the Soviet Union. That's when the crazy.
Well, you say it's communism. I say it's capitalism.
No, man, I say it's communism.
You say it's the black one. I say it's the white one. You say it's the red one. I say it's the blue one.
But here's
right? It's false dichotomy.
Yeah, it is capitalism.
It's a false dichotomy.
Listen, when I'm labeling it communism,
we don't live in a purely communist or purely capitalist. It's just like we don't.
What is communism, Bong? What is communism to you?
Something that doesn't exist.
Well,
just
right.
like capitalism.
If you can't describe your version of communism, then how do you know what version of communism I'm talking about?
Are you talking about China?
No, I'm talking about Russia, Soviet Union, the one where I grew up. The very evil shit.
I'm just saying it's a false dichotomy. You can't just point.
Socialism. Okay,
it's a straw man. You're attacking a straw man.
No, all left. Right? Straight up, everybody on the left side are fucking idiots. Straight up, and they kill people because of their stupidity.
Oh, that's a false dichotomy. Somebody says this is a leftist, right, and this is a rightist, and then you say, okay, leftists are the bad guys. I mean, that's a false dichotomy.
Yeah, but that's how it is. There's the good, there's the bad, there's the right, there's the wrong, there's the right and the left. I mean, guess what? The left is on the wrong side. Sorry to say.
Why do you say communist though? Is it because you agree with capitalists?
No, I never really agreed with capitalists because capitalism is like monopolizing, turning into communism anyway. So it's like one full circle. It's just what spectrum you're looking at it. Right? It's just a spectrum of the same bullshit.
Then throw both under the bus.
Well, I want to provide you with one little perspective on capitalism. Say if you read Adam Smith, he's going to describe capitalism without calling it capitalism because it's the natural state of how humans interact and how humans perceive their own property. That's really all capitalism is. So capitalism is natural, whereas communism is unnatural because it's the enforcement of rules upon natural law. So that's the dichotomy that I see.
Yeah, I agree with me. 100% agree with me.
I would add to that, though. I would say that what we currently have isn't real, actual, true capitalism.
Right,
it's a form of communism masquerading as capitalism, which is why everyone knows something's wrong.
Right. I agree with which is why I don't like us using those terms, right? Which is why if you throw those terms around, it's like, what are you talking about?
Communism. Wrong. I'm not talking about capitalism. Or I'm not talking about like the economy state, right? I'm talking about the communism itself, the mentality of the communism fucking people, of those people that are commies, the leftists. They're all fucked up in the head, bro. They want to go into your life. They want to pry into your life. They want to tell you what to do. That's what they want to do.
Yeah. And that's fundamentally what it's about, isn't it? It's about either having a class of people who get to tell everyone what to do versus having no class of people telling anyone what to do. And that's really what the choice is. And I would always choose the latter.
Animal Farm. Yeah. Have you ever read Animal Farm?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Right. So the pigs. Who the fuck are they? The Jays. It's the Jays, 100%. It's the pigs.
You know what's funny is that was actually Animal Farm was actually in favor of that soft socialism because that was George Orwell. He was a socialist, but even he got disillusioned with it. That's really what Animal Farm was. It was his letter to Catalonia. How he got disillusioned with the socialist revolution.
Right, because it's all fine and dandy, pretty flowers and roses in the beginning until you realize that, everybody's getting fucked except the few that are controlling it.
I liked my Animal Farm from 70s till 90s. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, it's a good book. It is a good book.
I'm saying about my life.
Yeah,
I liked my Animal Farm from 70s till 90s. I'm sorry, but that's true. I was living in Animal Farm. it was called Yugoslavia.
Yeah, man. That's what this Eastern Bloc stuff.
Yeah, but man, listen, everybody can have okay communism or opinion or whatever, socialism or what. I fucking live that socialism, and I didn't felt anything wrong in there.
Because there's some people that can conform to the shit, and some people that can't, right? So what do you do with the people that don't want to do what the rest of the people are doing? See, Sasha, you were part of the people that were doing whatever they were doing, right?
I'm only saying from experience. It's not. I'm not saying that was the right system, but I'm saying that in that system, I was living like anywhere else in UK, Italy, or whatever. I was living the same in the same way, and maybe I had even more rights than in that time during the 80s. Even that.
In the 80s.
That my blood, even that, maybe I had more rights in my country 80s than Italian fucking Italian or UK or I don't know. I can tell you that's for sure. Health insurance. You could be fucking ill and you it was for free. Your health insurance
Actually,
for free.
Like in the U.S., I want to dispel a myth here. You can get free healthcare in the U.S. easy. And
I'm telling you,
there's no waiting in line or anything, and it's all based off of a free market system.
And meanwhile, capitalism is not as good as you would expect it or think it would be, because you know what I mean, like
because it's filled with imperfect, corruptible people, like everything.
So
take away the patent.
Everyone is experiencing the same system, but they're calling it different things. You know what I mean? Because it's never really that thing they're calling it.
Yeah.
Vlad, we had fucking Tito, but Tito fucking wanted to unite all that third countries from Africa and Asia. He wanted to be opposite of. Yeah, but he was opposite of US and Soviet Union all the fucking time.
But again, you got to understand that most of that shit is propaganda and stories, because those are all puppets, and what you see on TV, it's all puppetry.
If I was a politician, I would never do what the people wanted. That's just me,
That's what Joe Biden's doing.
I would never do what people. I would do it like I'm doing what people want, right? But I would probably not put their wants first as a politician, because
if you cure the problem,
I will never ask the question.
Because I'd be dead.
I will never ask the question, why would they lie? That's the most stupid question in the world. Like, why would they lie? Tell me one government in human history didn't lie, please.
You would do well to lie.
One government in human history that was good?
Yeah, good. Let's say one government, did something fucking great.
Let me put it to you like this.
Some things, yes, maybe. Yeah.
Only noobs tell the truth.
Hold on. The chosen nation had 84 kings and only 5 good ones. 84 kings and only 5 were righteous.
And that's what you're up against.
And God even warned them. He said, hey, you want a king? You're going to reflect the king.
That's actually a fantastic analogy. You can say then that democracy is about getting the 5 good righteous kings to vote against the 84 bad kings.
That's exactly it.
It's exactly what democracy is.
Or taking out the 5 good kings so we can do whatever we want.
You know what's funny? There was a statesman. He said, with a dictatorship, you often will get a Marcus Aurelius or a Nero. He said, but when it comes to the people, you always have a Nero and never a Marcus Aurelius.
Yep. Because a Nero is useful and a Marcus Aurelius is his expense is trouble.
Oh yeah,
so much trouble.
People are addicted to the idea of ruling their own lives through democracy. And it's like that's a drug. That's a poison that tastes good, makes you feel good.
Democracy is 51-49. It's only math. And it's bad math.
Yeah.
Like
There
in
are
England,
80
UK,
kings looking at you.
Brexit. Can you imagine Brexit? 59% of people decide that they want to go out, and 49% they don't want. Okay, we want to go out. That's because we decided we want to go out. That's democracy.
But I mean, it shouldn't even come down to that. It should come down to the fact that our government or our leaders or whoever should actually have our best interests at heart and should actually have just never even signed up to it in the first place. So
yeah, but you cannot you cannot proclaim victory. That's not good.
Well, there is no victory. I mean, we the whole
no victory. In a sense, yes, no. On 51-49, that's not correct. That's fucking almost half. You need to at least put two-thirds or something. And even that is not enough.
No, because no one agreed to join in the first place. So we should leave anyway, regardless of a vote. Like we shouldn't even be in the. It's like saying, I don't know, you turn up to your. You turn up to play golf once at a golf club, and then they sign you up. And then the golf club changes to a strip club, right? And you can't leave the strip club now. That's literally what happened.
What golf club is this? I need to find out.
No, I'm not telling about reason about going out. I'm telling about.
No, I'm telling you what happened.
Decided about.
But honey, they wouldn't. Yeah.
But no one agreed to join that in the first place. So why would there need to be a vote to leave?
Exactly.
When we joined it was fundamentally different.
Yeah.
It was almost just like a confederation before that. It was never supposed to be a United States of the.
Oh, that you're wrong there. It wasn't told that. We weren't told that it was going to be that.
That's right.
But it was written to be that from the very beginning.
Yeah. It was preached that it was going to be a loose confederation of trade and not a United States of Europe. But there were a lot of
it was prophesied.
It's still the developing idea, let's say, because they still have no government. They have something, but it's not.
No. I mean, this idea that I know memes got the impression that like the conspiracy is that no one's in charge. But when we're talking specifically about the EU, there was a plan written in 1952, and they've been carrying it out. So, I mean, they said, oh, it's the European Economic Community, join and have free trade. And then it became join and have free trade and follow some of our rules. Oh, now you've got to follow lots of our rules. Oh, now you've got to follow all of our rules. And there's nothing you can do about it, right? No one agreed to that. When it was like when we joined, quote unquote, in the late 70s, early 80s, like no one agreed to any of that shit. And now they're like, oh, you can't leave
when we joined.
Well, I can't. Yeah, you're right. I can't leave because I never joined this. I joined the other thing. It was meant to be very different.
Yeah, it was 8 countries only at the beginning.
Oh, they didn't tell you? They did not tell you. Yeah, you guys joined. Yeah. And now you know.
How long have they been trying to include Turkey in the EU?
For years. Yeah, for years.
Okay.
From 90s.
2013 minimum.
In the show Star Trek Deep Space Nine, we always suspected that had to do like the writing was influenced by the attempt to include Turkey in the European Union, because they were trying to include a totalitarian, murderous culture into their basically normal culture.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Let's just put it on Star Trek.
Yeah, just put it on Star Trek, because that's it's relevant.
It's not racist. Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they won't notice.
If you want to say something racial, you put it in Star Trek. That's where you do it. Because then you're not going to be in trouble, because then they have Cobra features.
Microaggression technique. The New World Order is coming together. Just like planned.
I thought you were about to do like a corporate. The New World Order is coming together for you. The future is now.
Coming to a town near you.
There'll be like
Why?
light
It's like Starship
music
Troopers.
playing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why,
Would you like
why
to know
be
more?
you when you can be new? Join us now.
Why fight for yourself when you can fight for everyone?
That's from the Robots movie, eh? Why be
Why?
new when
Yes.
you can be new? That's
High five.
Robots.
High
Why
five.
fight for
You're
Europe
cool.
when you can fight for Israel?
I'm a big Paul Verhoeven fan, so I love like propaganda commercials and stuff. So he directed RoboCop and stuff like that.
Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
I'll,
I like
I'll
those
buy that for
commercials.
$1.
Those are funny.
I'd buy that for $1.
You guys want to talk to a Glober?
Ma'am, you have suffered a traumatic event. I will call an emergency.
There's a guy named Professor Dave. If you guys want to talk to him, he's a staunch Glober.
Professor Dave?
Yeah,
as in the Professor Dave?
No, not the YouTube guy. I even told him he shouldn't have used that name because you're gonna get grilled in here.
Sup, Professor Dave? Or Wagwan fam?
Like a Wagwan fam. That's good. Maybe he doesn't want to talk right now. He's scared.
Oh, come on, Dave. We're really friendly.
Yeah, I gave him a grilling in the beginning. I'm sorry, Dave. But he was doing that Glober obfuscation shit. I had to stop him. It's like,
He should be afraid.
Not accurate. I'm like, bro.
He should be very afraid.
At what point is it not accurate? Tell me. And he couldn't even give me that answer.
No.
I mean, a guy like Professor whoever comes in and fails, he should be very afraid.
Oh,
many have failed. Where you attempt to
Okay,
succeed.
you guys want to try another guy? Oh,
Good
he
luck.
left, buddy. I was gonna unmute a guy. And he left.
Never try, never fail. That's my motto. Professor Day.
Hey, yo, Bong. You want to hear my new track, but it's not done yet. I just need you to listen to it for like a minute or two.
But it's not done yet.
No, but I know. I just want you to hear the progression because like I started using a lot of compression, but I use.
Don't do it, Bong. Don't do it.
Bong, do it, Bong. No, but it sounds way more like it's like way better and like way different from my other tracks. And I only have like the bass line going. You know, I got like the drums, the kicks, and the bass line going, but it sounds so much better than what I used to make. You want to hear it?
Send it to me.
Okay, drop.
I want to hear it.
Okay, drop the link.
Well,
As long as it sounds better.
I have to turn on my live stream and then play it for you. I don't want to export it yet. I'll
You
drop
said
the
it
link
sounds
for now.
different, so.
Oh yeah, it does sound. It's different from what I used to make. Yeah.
Better, different, or.
Oh yeah. Obviously, yo, Bong. I only get better, guys. Fuck out of here. Okay, hold on. Let me turn on my live stream and I'll link it in a minute.
I remember when I first started making beats, I put delays on everything, and I was like, "Hey, that sounds different." So I played it for my friend, and he's like, yeah, you don't put delays on kicks, bro. Like you're kind of going the wrong direction." But doesn't it sound better?"
You can put delay. You absolutely can put delay on the kick. I mean, I wouldn't put
on everything, right? Because that's all I knew how to do. So I was like, I'll just put it on here. Oh, okay, I don't have to play anything. Just put a delay on.
What style of music do you
used to make beat. Yeah, hip hop. Back in the 2000s, you know. Back in those days.
Oh right, okay.
The G-funk sound, boom boom boom.
It kind of depends how punchy you want it, because if you want it like super in your face punchy, you wouldn't probably put it on. But if you're doing like a more laid back style, like I don't know, jazz or something, yeah, absolutely, you could put a delay on. Why not?
Yeah, I stopped. Yeah, when I first started, I was like, "Well, this makes everything sound better." but it was a mistake. Yeah, it was a mistake.
Yeah, it's not a mistake if it sounds good. I think that's the golden rule with sound, isn't it? Just if it sounds good, it is good.
It's like taking a hammer to everything.
Isn't that the rule about comedy? Funny if you laugh.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, every one of these kind of creative fields must have some kind of litmus test, right?
Yeah.
So a comedian that isn't funny, I mean, we just call them leftists, but they're also not comedians.
I wonder what happened to David Chappelle. Seems weird.
You got cloned, bro. That ain't
I'm just saying. I'm still trying to believe that. You know, clones. Yeah.
Clone doesn't
Almost
mean
there.
that they took a part of Dave's genetics and they made like another little Dave. It means that they found a dude that looked like Dave because they didn't want to lose, you know, the straw man, Dave Chappelle. Right? They can lose the actual man and replace him with another man
Yeah.
to play the straw man, just like Michael. When that Pepsi commercial happened, Michael wasn't Michael, he was Christy. Right? But Michael Jackson trademark name, you know, they own that shit, so they just replaced it. Right?
Right.
Hi, there's someone without a role. Sandeep.
Let me guess, someone still here. So the Dave Chappelle story is interesting to me because they offered him like the big contract, you know, sign your name in blood. And it scared him, he didn't take it, so he went to like Africa because he was Muslim. So he went to like a retreat, you know, he went to go hang out with the, I don't know what they're called, but in Buddhism they call it monks or whatever, right? So like you telling me that like he went there and like was just, you know, hanging out with Osama bin Laden. Like, I don't think so, man. I don't think he would have went to like, you know, basically like I don't know the right words. I don't mean to be insulting, but he basically went to like a religious retreat or whatever, right? To like do some soul searching. Like he wasn't going there trying to get buff. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
Who are you talking about?
He was a Muslim.
Oh, yeah.
Dave Chappelle. Yeah, he was a Muslim, man. He didn't want to sign the contract, you know, because you know.
You don't want to get in a dress. You don't want to put on the dress on TV.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't want to put on the dress.
Yeah.
Come on, Dave. It's just a dress. Come on.
You will
You're an actor.
never convince me that I've been fooled. You can't do it.
Yo, Bong.
Yo,
I just posted a link in live stream, guy.
I'll check it out.
Yeah. It's in constant loop right now. So
And just to be clear, this is all speculation. I have no evidence that they replaced Dave.
What do you mean there's no evidence? We're standing on it. It's right there in front of our face every day, all day long.
Oh, bro, I was talking about Dave Chappelle.
Is that Hank motherfucking here? Is that Hank? What's up, Hank?
Yeah. So I was talking about Dave Chappelle, not the flat Earth. There's lots of evidence. Too much evidence. A wealth of evidence for the flat Earth.
Listen, if you guys really want to see how Dave Chappelle transformed, watch Eddie Murphy, Nutty Professor, the first one, right? And when they go to that comedy show, right? When Nutty Professor takes the woman out on a date, and there's the comedian there, right? Who do you think that comedian is? That's Dave Chappelle, right? Now you look at how he looked back then, to how he looked like in his sketch comedies, to how he looks like now. You just see, I mean, what are you going to say? It sounds, fucking Bong had to say, yeah, it sounds louder. What do you mean it sounds louder? Then better? Like, it's all...
Your volume dropped and then it picked up.
What's different about Chappelle? What is different about Chappelle? that you were just saying.
Well, yeah. What's different about Chappelle now? Chappelle's like fat. Like he gained a lot of weight.
He's like, now he's like avoiding funny.
He's also
you know
like
what I mean?
25 years older.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. You just see the progression because if you watch him in the Nutty Professor movie, he completely looks different from his sketch comedies, and now he looks way different from his sketch comedies too. So that's how people grow up. You know, I mean, people change their appearances. I mean, I wouldn't say that Dave Chappelle went to Africa, got shot, and then they cloned a replacement of him. I don't think that's just speculation. And a lot of people saying that.
Yeah, that's been something along those lines. Has been
sounds like schizo posting. Take your meds.
He's not funny anymore because he got old and it's probably all the weed he smoked.
No, he's not funny anymore. Is because he takes the orders from the left side, those leftist liberal Hollywood cucks. That's why he's not funny anymore.
Did y'all watch it could.
Yes, I watched all of it. No, not the recent. The recent ones were shit. I couldn't do it.
He had quite a few anti-white jabs in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the left. He took a couple shots. He took a couple shots on the left, but then he had a lot of anti-white.
Did he? Because I watched it. I watched actually all of them. I only hear a lot of anti-white stuff in there.
And he always does anti-white shit.
What is supposed to be funny if people are being censored? I mean, isn't that why comedians are funny? Is because they bring up these things that are being censored so that we can laugh at ourselves. So what is comedy going to be like in the future? What are we going to be laughing at in the future?
Nothing. Nothing. Laughing is a harmful behavior.
I used to like the late night shows like Conan and sometimes Kimmel, but because he was a little meaner. But nowadays they all just repeat the same shit CNN says. It's like you normally would watch shit like that in comedy to get away from news and the world and mainstream and political bullshit. But now it's the exact same shit, so it's not really entertaining at all to me. Saturday Night Live, all them, they just repeat the same talking points.
No more Monty Python ever.
Yeah, it's like even Jim Carrey, like no matter how outrageous the comedian is, they're now just all left uniparty narrative. It's like, come on, man. You can't get one comedian just to...
Yeah, man, Jim Carrey went off. Come on, man. Bro. Jim Carrey started painting Donald Trump in all kinds of facets. It was nuts. You should have seen all the paintings. It's like he was like infatuated with Donald Trump. It was nuts. He had this derangement syndrome #1.
Yeah, it's like all the people I like that are funny, it's all just, it's Orange Man bad, Whitey bad.
Now it's even worse. Pushing the anti-white narrative, it's getting really heated now. Wait till the Chauvin trial is over. Whew. You're going to not want to be white. Especially if you're in USA.
Well, what's funny? What would be funny to, these kinds of people what would be funny to them? What kind of content would be funny to the new?
Yeah, shit jokes, fart jokes. That's what's funny to these people. Fuck. Nothing intellectually stressful. Nothing to think about.
Like Philip and Terrence.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the kind of shit.
Canadian jokes.
Yeah. You see the moose on the roof. See. So what'd you say about my? It sounds louder. What do you mean by it sounds louder? What the hell are you talking about? It sounds louder, man.
Well, since you compressed the sound, it sounds denser. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, but I did a lot of compression. I separated.
Just don't turn it up too loud. The bass, just don't turn it up too loud when you master, because it can destroy.
Oh yeah. No, I still have it. It's a work in progress, but you see where it's going, right?
Yeah. Just go ahead and finish it. Yeah, I'll listen to it after.
I just need a nice little melodic thing, or like a little quick bling bling bling, and we'll see if anybody can drop some lyrics on that. God damn. I need to get a mic.
Bye, everyone. Have a good day.
You too.
Have a good day.
Bye, Sophia.
Bye, Sophia.
Okay, let's unmute this nerd guy. Yo, nerd, what's up, guy? Here, I'll mute you. Nerd, you there, buddy? And you're gonna get into mute mode in seconds, guy. Nerd? Okay, go back to mute. Fuck you. Yo, Professor Dave, you there, buddy? Come on, man. We want to talk to you. Oh, there he is.
Listening, man.
Well, I understand that, but like I have a lot of friends here that want to ask you some questions. My friends here that are flat earthers. Meet Professor Dave. He is a Glober.
Hi.
Why?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why are you a Glober? Hey, let's start with that, Professor Dave. Why do you think the Earth is a ball?
I didn't say that I think the Earth is a ball.
What do you think it is?
Yeah.
It's the Earth.
About what do you mean by it's the Earth? Like, does it have a shape?
It means I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
It's like a spheroid.
It's a spheroid. See, why don't you agree with ball? Is ball too much of a euphemism? You want to sound all sophisticated?
Well, it's not spheroid enough. You know, it's not.
Well, it's not an exact ball. It can't be.
Oh.
Bro, you're playing semantics for no reason. Like you're playing a semantic game here for no reason.
Yeah, it's not a ball.
Is a sphere. You know what I mean? It's the same thing.
It's more like a tomato.
Yeah, like tomato is ball.
Oblate.
Oblate. A little bit fatter in the center, a little flatter on top.
Chubby. That's a good word. Yeah, chubby.
I like that word, chubby. just like my 808 that I invented. Hey, listen, Bong. By the way, I created the 808 in my thing.
Chubby, right? Chubby 808. Yeah.
Oh, that was a pretty sick ass 808, man. I'm gonna save that 808. It's sick.
Yeah, you compressed it. Now it's a little oblate.
A little bit, but it's fat. When I press it, it just goes bang. I'm like, oh, the whole house shakes. It's so good. Resonates very well.
All right, let's get back to the
my bad.
To the professor.
Okay, so you agree with us that you follow the mainstream? Is that I'm just trying to get to where your standing is in, Dave. Wish you could change your name.
What do you think is the mainstream?
What do you mean? What do I think? There's only one mainstream. I don't think it. It's what they say. I'm asking you. Do you follow it? Do you believe it?
The stream that is main.
Huh?
I'm detecting a selective solipsism vibe.
Well, I already had my troll radar like going off right in the VC check, and it was going off. So.
Dave, if I held a gun to your head, bro, if I held a gun to your head and you had to choose flat or globe, what would you choose?
Globe.
Brave man.
God damn.
I would die for my balls.
Stands on the hill he's on.
Right? All I have in this life is my word and my balls, right? And I don't break them for no one, right?
They like sticks as well, sticks and balls.
They love the sticks and balls.
My sticks and my balls and shadows.
I thought about it the other day as well. Sometimes the Eratosthenes story has wells involved. Now, what could wells be analogous of?
Oh, we know what wells.
Uranus.
Deep, dark, and wet. I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Deep, dark, and wet.
The Dave thinks it's oblate spheroids spinning around through space.
You see, we're having too much fun. The Professor Dave is like he's like a chameleon with all this fun we're having. He just quiets out. It's like, I'm not here. Pretend I'm not here. Dave, you're still here. We can see you.
I just can't take the globe seriously anymore. It's like,
no, I can't.
Come on, man, stop trolling yourself.
We just make the most fun of it. I know, it's too fun.
Maybe we can ask Professor Dave's fanboy why he likes Professor Dave, because he clearly does, which is why he's picked the name for his Discord Ivy.
That's what I thought too. But he told me, no, my name is Dave and I'm a professor. He said some shit like that.
And they brought their
I don't believe that for a sec. So why do you watch the Professor Dave channel, Professor Dave?
See, Crypto, he's afraid now.
Because that's what fans do.
Too much fire under his ass, bro.
Come on, Dave. We're just trying to have a chat.
Oh, he deafened himself. See, but he was warned. This type of behavior is going to get him banned. Fucking Phantomat even told him.
Okay, don't harass him.
We're not harassing him.
Should we unread Crazed Commandos, see what the Secret King has got to say?
Yeah, sure. What's this guy like?
Yes.
He has a Secret King. Oh, wow.
Anyone that has the balls, please.
What's going on, Crazed Commando?
I'm just trying to figure out the busted internet at my house, so I'm just listening while I figure that out.
Okay, no worries.
Well, what's happening in your house, bro? Busted internet.
Yeah, my internet. It's a roommate account quandary. It's of no interest in anybody but me.
If we help you fix it, will you be a flat earther?
I am a flat earther.
This offer is only valid for today. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
He is a flat earther. Interesting.
I just like to say teleology and epistemology, and people get angry.
What does epistemology mean to you?
Epistemology doesn't mean anything to me in particular. It objectively means the study of what knowledge is and how it is sort of manifest. The philosophy of information, if you will.
And which branch of epistemology would you say you most closely resemble?
That seems like a kind of a malformed question to me.
Not really.
I don't resemble.
You are aware that there are branches of epistemology, right?
Yeah, I'm not really formally trained in all that. Just know the general category name.
Okay, well, it's... See, the problem is that you've accused me of malforming a question because you didn't understand the subject matter, right?
Well, no, you said what branch of epistemology do you resemble? I don't resemble any branch of any field of philosophy. That's like, do I resemble an abstraction? I don't think so.
Well, no, people have natural ways of thinking, right? So yeah, your thought process would resemble one of them most naturally.
I mean, of late, I'm leaning towards Zetetics. It's got a lot to offer.
Okay. Okay, and what is it you like about Zetetics?
Well, I think it's pretty well understood that there is a sort of infinite aspect to the fineness of detail in reality that diminishes the further mediated you are away from it. And I find that infinitude both aesthetically pleasing and I don't know, I guess intrinsically valuable due to its, this is somewhat tautological, but intrinsically valuable due to its proximity to source of reality, the creator.
Okay. Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I think that's fair.
What?
So sorry, go on, Bob.
No. I just had a call. Sorry. I had a question, but it stopped.
Yeah, I just wanted to know then from Crazed Commando. It says here you're a Secret King and VC verified, but you say you're flat earther, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think the Earth's flat?
It's just observably flat.
Any other reasons?
Yeah, I mean I guess the main sort of recurring validation of that is, for me, the sort of absurdity of tangible evidence of the globe. In other words, there's a lot of intangible evidence when it comes to, mathematical models and geometry and the like. But when it comes to hard evidence of photographs, films, and the like, to me, they're just becoming increasingly laughable.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if you guys saw the alleged Mars rover landing footage, but it was so whack that I honestly couldn't believe that anybody thought it wasn't like a corny 50s movie.
What do you think about that helicopter going through almost vacuum at atmospheric pressure?
I disagree. Crack is whack, right? But it's real. This stuff, Mars, is bullshit. It's not whack. It's bullshit.
I got an answer. I have an answer. It's real because it looks so fake.
You're the funniest guy I know, Bong. You know that?
Hey,
your comedy is the best.
Hey, Elon Musk, man.
Well, I know, right? That's what I'm saying. You're the funniest guy I know, guy.
Does anyone here know a lot about sound? Like, is sound supposed to be able to travel? Like, doesn't it need a material to travel through?
A medium?
They said the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, sound is a wave.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's supposed to be like 6. I don't remember what they claim Mars's atmosphere to be, but should it be possible for sound to travel through?
Listen, if you're gonna get into all that, you might as well get into radio frequencies and how they travel, and how do you expect the Mars rover with zero, the amount of wattage it outputs? How do you expect them to actually send a signal from Mars to us, to Earth, which is over 100 million miles away, right? Without that signal fucking attenuating to absolute nothing. You know? If you
First
understand
question is vacuum without a container, or gas compressor without a container. That's what they're bypassing every single time.
And then on top of that, they're bypassing a barrier, right? God damn it.
Yeah, but they wouldn't send sound, right? They would send radio signals.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But he's talking about sound in another fashion, and that's why I switched him to electronic waveforms. Which is how we create sound, Bong, don't we? We get on all the electronic instruments and we press those keys and we create those fucking signals, and then they make the waves, and then blah blah.
Like
they make music.
Yeah, but yeah. It's only. Go ahead.
Their rules are already bullshit and like falsifiable, but now based on their own bullshit models, they're not even following it.
Oh, they know. That's why they're keeping it as stupid as possible for the dumbest, right? That's why they do what they're doing, man. Is that they can control the masses this way, and that's so surprising. Is the masses, they follow it like crazy.
It's like
fucking sheep, bro.
You're never going to have to apply any of it here on Earth. That's why, because you're not going to be in the vacuum to do any of that.
The rules in Narnia, they're not even following the script in Narnia.
Right. They don't have
a lot
to.
of continuity. Yeah, it's a lot of continuity.
Yeah, because we're always learning about space. The rules change because of what we thought we understood and how it worked. Well, actually, you add to it, and adjust it as you can, because you're never going to test it. So people don't even pay attention, and if you don't believe NASA, your education system failed or whatever the excuse is.
Yeah, it starts to give me a headache because when I try and like blue pill myself, I'm like, all right, this is what the science is. But
you try and blue pill yourself? That's crazy.
Yeah.
You fucking nuts.
I'm going
doesn't
back
work
to
anymore.
Narnia. I'm going back to
I know
Narnia.
this isn't.
We had fun there.
I know the steak is not real.
He loves the steak. He wants to go. He's Cyrus, right? Is that Cyrus? You want to be Cyrus?
No. What do you mean? What happened? What do you mean you try to blue pill yourself?
I try to go back to Narnia and like fit into the regular NPC world and just shut off. But they're so it'd be like getting lost or absorbed in a movie. But they're so bad at it. It's like too many continuity errors and too many like obvious, like the suspension of disbelief is just like busted. I'm like, come on, guys, you couldn't even like follow your own bullshit. So it's like impossible.
Parameter error.
Do you see that Elon Musk is the rocket coming and landing? And what did he say? He's like, the simulation doesn't want this to look real or something.
You know that saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, right? So
yeah.
Shame everywhere, man. Shame.
Ever fool you again, then shame on you. But so far so good.
So you fool me, you can't fool me again.
Point is, once you get fooled, you get fooled. We get fooled again. Now watch this drive.
That's the funniest thing George W. ever said. I swear to Christ.
What, fool again? Fool me, fool again? The pause, you know, it's the funny part, right? Where he goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on... Then the pause.
Exactly. He didn't know what to say.
The point is, once you get fooled, you can't get fooled again.
Yeah.
That
That's
pause
the one.
right there.
That's too funny.
Ah, shit, why did I say that? Why do I say things I don't know?
It's almost like a Joe Biden moment, almost, you know? That he was having his own fucking moments. They burned their head with cocaine. So they do so much coke that they blast the brain with it.
Salute the Marine.
Well, I think
Come on, man.
Bush Jr. could have just been a really good actor. I mean, if you think about it, like, he's from Connecticut. His dad doesn't have a Southern accent. His mom doesn't have a Southern accent. Jeb Bush doesn't even have a Southern accent. So it's like, I think he might have just been acting.
I hate to love him. George Bush. The only president I dislike the least. Because he's funny. Because he's stupid.
Well, that's the thing.
Hey, I gotta say, he wasn't Texan. He never was Texan. He was from like Connecticut or some shit. Went to like Yale College.
You're not Texas. Yeah.
He only came down here for his inheritance from his dad, so he could be governor and then president.
Start wearing boots, right? Playing cowboy, engines.
Cowboys and engines. That's funny.
This is my land now, Redskin. I got the bigger gun now this time.
He seemed kind of like a sketch comedy character. Like they're coming up with trying to make a comedy bit. Like that's the guy that would come up.
Yeah.
If you go back and you watch Lewis Black, like Bush era Lewis Black, he's like one of the funniest comedians in that era because he just like said that he just every day he picks up the newspaper and sees what Bush is doing and then writes his bit about Bush because he's such a dumbass and shit just writes itself.
Exactly. Yeah. I hated Bill Clinton, right? I thought he was weird. I hated George Bush Sr. I thought he was an asshole.
Meanwhile, they get away with fucking blowing up 2 towers.
Obama was like this arrogant prick.
Yeah, he's a homosexual.
Well, Donald Trump is funny too. Like he
See, that's why I say I like Donald the most, man. That's why I was rooting for Donald the whole way, and I still am rooting for this cocksucker, even though he's evil.
Yeah,
because
Donald Trump.
If he gets
Thug life.
Yeah, if he was voted in, we wouldn't be in the same problem we're in right now. You know that, right?
Donald Trump is savage. Yeah, Thug life savage. You know.
Yeah, he's good. No, he's good. It's just the fucking.
You got those one-liners.
Take one bad Jesuit, or you want the other bad Jesuit? I'd rather have this Jesuit than the other Jesuit. You know what I mean?
You knew I was a snake when you let me in.
Hey, hey, why did he read that? I was like, wow, look at this guy. Proud to read the story of his ancestors, eh? The way we do things. Snakes. Preying on your, compassion, on your empathy, on your weakness. He should have shaved his head and grown a beard. I think that would have been awesome.
Wait a minute. We should get the old pictures of Steve Irwin getting bit on the neck by that snake and be like Trump supporters. Make a meme out of it.
Trump supporters.
Ay, crikey, right? Fair dinkum.
Fair dinkum.
Fair dinkum.
Bong, how you doing, you sick cunt?
Yeah, sick cunt.
How did you make the adjustment from cunt being like really, really offensive to not being offensive at all in Australia?
It took like 6 months, and then it became
They just use the
normal.
word like normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it literally just
I was
means
desensitized. Yeah, I was desensitized in like 6 months or something like that. When I first heard it, I was like, what the fuck, man? It's like these guys are just using this fucking word, like, you know. I was like, oh, I see how it's being used. Like, yeah, fucking sick cunt, man, this guy.
Did you feel like you were laughing for a while? And you're a cunt.
Yeah,
and kind of half expected to get clocked, and you're like, oh no, he laughed when I called him a cunt. Okay, this is normal.
Yeah. And the worst thing you can call someone is a dog. And I was like, what? It's like, so it took a while to get used to that, but you know, in America, everybody calls everybody dog.
Somebody was a thundercunt.
I will see.
Yeah. So when people call people dog, oh, you fucking dog, I'm like, is that supposed to offend somebody? And, you know, when people get offended, wow, Michael, I can't believe you called me a dog. It was like,
it all depends on the person.
My little brother's Avatar used to be Savage Dog, and then made him change it.
Yeah. They call black people Negro, right? But calling people black is like calling people the N-word, right? That's how they take it. You blackie, or like, you know, that guy's
Don't
black.
you mean the B word?
He's black.
Yeah, don't say the B word on live stream. You're gonna get us in trouble.
The B word.
Yeah, pretty soon it's gonna be the whole alphabet
You know the
of
most racist thing a
ABC.
white person could say? I got black friends. That's the worst thing you could fucking say.
Well, I do have black friends. Fuck.
I grew up with black people.
That's all I did, man. No, but it's true. Like, literally, man. All my friends were black growing up. I don't get this.
Yeah, but that's the most racist thing you can say to a black person.
Why is that racist?
You don't have to say it, right? You don't have to
I
say
think
it.
you're supposed to
People will
say,
know.
I have friends. Right?
No.
But that doesn't really mean anything, right? If you say, but I got friends.
Oh, but they gotta understand that. Listen, I grew up with black people. I literally did. Like, I
Yeah,
don't
it's
get
like
you.
the Sixth Sense. I see black people.
It's like, listen, I act the way I act. I talk the way that I talk. Is not because the way I'm trying to fucking mimic you guys.
But
No, because I literally
you're not talking about black people in Nigeria, right? You're talking about black people in America, you know, in the hood. You're not talking about black people in the UK, right? You're talking about black people in America as a culture, right?
People from Africa don't care about that kind of shit. That's the thing.
Well, you're talking about.
When you're talking
that's what I
about,
mean.
I have black friends to people.
Right.
You're not talking African people. Trust me.
You're saying you have friends who are black from the
I ain't
hood.
got no
You're not
friends,
saying.
Ron, you know that.
Listen. You're not saying you have black friends that go to Stanford or MIT, right? Or that have parents or lawyers. You're saying you have friends who come from the hood who are black. So you're talking about a culture. You're talking about a culture.
Yeah.
You're talking about a language. You know, you're trying to fit into a culture, a language. I mean, you don't have to do that to be accepted by that culture.
No.
Don't you think though that's like a defense to a bullshit accusation in the first place?
Well, it is because it's like you're racist. I'm like, no. Why are you calling me racist? I have plenty of black friends. Why are you?
But my point is like, why are you coming at me like that in the first place? Like, are you racist? Because you know, like people wouldn't call me racist unless they knew I was white most of the time, right? So don't come at me